Boosh. Okay, I know. Tell me I suck all you want. I wanted to fix this. It was really important to me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know I suck. Hold on. I know we had to move the camera around like a goober. Give me a sec. Okay, this has been... Oh my gosh, yes. I can stream properly at the right resolution. Oh my gosh, yes. And it's not trying to do fucking... Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, thank you. Yo, thank you. Channel, check on Twitch. Obviously. Okay. It's still... Yo, okay, tightened up. All right, sick. I know, right? It's like I'm such a fucking butthole. I really am, though. I know I toggled to this fucking Twitch one really fast. I know I'm such a bitch. I toggled it so fucking fast. I was in a mood. Why did I toggle it so fast? Because I'm checking settings. I learned today. Okay, cool. I know. Be mad. If I get this done, I never have to do it again. Twitch is getting fucked with right now because I'm just like, I'm rescaling my shit live, bitches. Live. We're doing it live. Okay, now it's struggling to connect appropriately. Stop. Start. That was pretty lame. I swear Twitch would be working. Okay, cool. Now Twitch works again. And hey, what resolution? No, it's written right there. I just put the correct resolution in there. Oh my gosh, you have got to be tripping. What the fuck, my dude? Why are you 720? Why are you 720? Why are you 720? Why are you 720? Bruh. 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 I'm sorry. Hey folks on Twitch, I'm so sorry this is really stop and go. I know you're tired of me.
The page was gone, but so was
Hold
Destiny's.
on for a sec. The stream is gonna keep doing this till I'm done.
You don't find that suspicious? Because the only way Shayna's profile would actually go away is if one of her family members deleted it. CJ?
Okay, so we're gonna be doing 1440 to YouTube. I think it should work on Twitch. We're trying to downscale us to 1080 again. It was a moment ago, so give me a second. I'm so sorry. YouTube's finally at 1440. Twitch people, I think we're on YouTube if you want to laugh. If you want to. If you feel like it. But I'll be back here in a sec. This is possibly more easy for you. I don't know. I'm checking the settings once more because this is really worrying me that I'm like fucking this up. We're gonna keep this on while I check how to do this.
He wants to forget about Shayna, but they're in love. Now, if this is what you think being in love is like, I'm gonna need you to hang it up expeditiously.
Hang it up flat screen, it's not gonna happen.
This is not at all what love should be like, and if your love is like this, run and run now. CJ then tells us that he and Shayna would exchange pictures all of the time from the very beginning, and some nudes were sent as well. After hearing that, Justin grabs the phone from CJ a little too quickly for my liking. Neve eventually gets the phone and starts scrolling through the pictures, and he stares at the booty picture.
Okay,
and then
the resolution
like,
should take...
Hold on. What the hell is this?
Booty pic.
Okay, Twitch people, I'm sorry. I know, I'm fucking tedious. This is for a very super serial reason called quality assurance, god damn it. It's called being nasty. It's called being nasty. Wait, it should be showing me the quality that it's blasting away in. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be back onto live again, I swear. The folks on Twitch are gonna hate me. I bet they do hate me already, honestly. At this rate, I would hate myself too. I have to like stop the stream again, then reinitiate it. Because I'm such a bitch. And I was erasing OBS too fast. Why is it only bumping to 720? This is so fucking obnoxious. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm getting stuck on this.
What is this picture of a vagina?
CJ then tells us that he has also sent some freaky deaky things to Shayna. Nev is like, okay, let's put on our thinking caps for a second. If someone is comfortable enough to send you intimate pictures, then they should have absolutely no problem hopping on a video call. Like, what do you mean you're gonna show me your booty hole, but you won't show me your face? And that's not weird to CJ?
What's not clicking?
Nev then says that CJ is either being catfished or, oh my God,
or they just don't like you.
The person in the pictures just doesn't like him. Nev, why would you say it like that? I understand CJ needs a little bit of a reality check, but that seemed a little bit harsh even for my standards.
Come the fuck
CJ
on.
says that he has never given her money or really anything besides attention that would warrant her to keep coming back. So this also, it doesn't really make sense what's going on, but to be honest, when does it ever make sense what's going on Catfish? Shayna is also apparently very jealous, and she will not only keep tabs on CJ's relationships, but she will go out of her way to sabotage them as well, which is even fucking crazier.
Texting a girl sometimes.
Whoa, really?
What?
I did it backwards.
They tell CJ to send them everything he's
Oh my
got,
gosh.
and then they head
Twitch
out.
folks, I'm sorry.
They have a car debrief, but it's not good, so I'm not even gonna talk about it.
Be nice. I'm finding it.
I
So
typed
they
the
head
resolution
to a very
backwards.
cute cafe and get into investigating. Justin says that it's not cool that Shayna sabotaged CJ's relationships, but you know what else isn't cool, Justin? Allegedly participating in sex trafficking, assault, and other horrendous crimes alongside your nasty ass
Come on.
daddy.
Disgusting.
Bruh.
Allegedly.
Come on. I need to rewind for the Twitch people. I'm so sorry. Give me those 2 secs. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know. Oh, god damn it. Now I see that it's the wrong resolution. Oops. Hey, I started giving them long screen because I suck and I wasn't paying attention well. Oh my gosh, this is so wild and so bad. I may as well just let it use OBS settings. This is really bad. I thought it was working a second ago. I swear.
So they head to a
Oh my
very cute
gosh.
cafe and get into
I am
investigating.
so tragic.
Justin
I am tragic galactic. I am just falling to bits. Gosh. Why will it not stream at the correct resolution on fucking YouTube? What the fuck, bro? I'm reading it appropriately.
says that it's not cool that
What?
Shayna sabotaged CJ's
It
relationship.
scaled the other way. Don't fuck with me. I know it did. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Oh yeah, I did pause so I can check. I am doubting myself, yeah. I do that a lot. I doubt the fuck out of myself. It seems only reasonable. Like, you know, if not doubt, what do? If not doubt, what do? I know, I'm so sorry. Hold on, have this, I guess.
But you know what else isn't cool, Justin?
This is so weird. What?
Allegedly participating in sex trafficking, assault, and other horrendous crimes alongside your nasty ass
Jada.
daddy.
Disgusting.
Allegedly.
Lawyers, please stay away from this video.
They start by reverse image searching the pictures of Shayna, and they don't come back with any hits. We then head to her Facebook page and we see a lot of pictures of her and her daughter before Nev says that the profile is more convincing than a lot of the other catfish profiles that he's seen in the past. We then see a post from Shayna where she says that she's trying to raise $1,500 for her daughter who is diagnosed with leg cancer.
I seriously think that something is broken here.
Girl, come on now.
You stupid.
It's giving scammer. They then go to the
Okay,
GoFundMe
no
and see that she
rescaling.
hasn't received any donations,
Double
which
sure.
thank God, because right now it's looking like she created a fake fundraising
Hey,
page
Twitch
for her
folks.
fake daughter with fake
We're still
cancer,
fucking around.
which is a genuinely insane thing to do and also just mad disrespectful
sorry.
to all of the people who are
Please don't
actually
hate me.
on GoFundMe for legitimate reasons and are trying to get actual help. Like, that shit's disrespectful. Justin then says that if all of this is fake, it is extremely sick. Oh Lord, not the alleged sicko calling another person a sicko.
What am I tapping?
Justin then has the audacity to say that he hopes that it is real. He hopes that the daughter is real and hopes that the daughter has cancer,
it says it's
just so he
eating our
doesn't
stream.
see that there's cruel people in the world.
I'm starting to hope this
And
is
it's
real,
doing it at the
just
right
so I don't
resolution.
see that there's cruel
Okay,
people
sick.
like this
I'm so
outside
sorry,
the
y'all.
world.
I suck so
An
much.
insane statement to make for a multitude of reasons. You hope a child has cancer? Crazy.
Okay,
But
Twitch
also,
folks.
you and your daddy are allegedly some of the cruelest people
What's
in
up
this
with our
world.
shit
But you
here?
want to talk about, I don't want to know that
God
there's
damn it.
cruelty out there. You are the cruelty, mister.
I have to fix this.
Call is coming from inside the house.
We then go
I'm
to
sorry.
Shayna's friends list and they decide to message dudes who may be talking to her romantically. As they're sending another message, they get a call from someone named Bubba. Neve quickly fills him in on everything that's been going on, and Bubba says that Shayna randomly sent him a friend request after liking some of his stuff, and I feel like that's the way that you used to flirt with people back in the day.
Here,
even now, like you just like a couple pictures and then slide into their DMs and you're like, hey, you look good, you know? So I understand the methodology here.
Clap if you care.
They talked flirtatiously for a couple of months, but it never went anywhere because Shayna refused to video chat or meet up. He then says that Shayna never asked him.
I'll pause it again. I'm so sorry. I'm doing QA shit on Twitch that I can only do when it's actually streaming, which is checking how it's transcoding once it receives my thing. Which means it has to mind the very specific settings of Twitch, and I have to be able to check it in the UI periodically, and maybe the inspector would work, but I didn't plan this before I got on today, so I'm... Burp 1 sec. I love you. You think I'd be less bad at this? Hey, YouTube folks. You think I'd suck less? Start. Whoosh. Oh my gosh, did it? Oh my yikes, I'm gonna yeet this motherfucker. Bro, if I click modify and I just remove any custom shit and I let it try default, I know, sorry. And I let it try its fucking bougie ass middle setting or its default setting. If I do the fucking default, then it sends the stream at a whopping, hold on, I'm being a nerd. I have to do this, it's important. Okay, the stream to Twitch is breaking. I have no idea why. I'm so sorry. It's, the artifacting's fixed.
For money, but one time she insinuated that she needed it because of her daughter's medical bills. He didn't give it to her, of course, but it is definitely giving catfish scammer at this point, y'all. I cannot lie. They thank Bubba for his time and they hop off the call. We then search Shayna's phone number and it doesn't come back with any hits before they get another call from someone named Najee, who says that he used to date Shayna for about 5 months last year, but they never met in person.
I'm so sorry. I think we're chilling for the moment while I read, and if I do it again, I'll let you know.
You're just always playing games.
So he ended things, what you should do when you realize someone's playing games. However, he then lets us know that Shayna might also be a bit of a stalker.
Why on earth am I such a bad person?
He says that Shayna saw him at work, she called out his name, which he did in fact hear, but he never actually saw her. What the fuck is going on?
So the stream on YouTube is appropriately streaming at 1440? Like, right the fuck now? Which is wild. I know, because I'm changing the settings on Twitch, but I'm not on YouTube. The YouTube's quality is currently 1440, which isn't correlating to the Twitch's. Sorry. Right? So, look, right? I'm using the, multiple RTMP thing. Hold on. I'll just paste it. I'm playing with this. And what's happening is it's not rescaling appropriately. It's supposed to do at 1080, right? But it only does that when the canvas is that, and it's not rescaling it when I send it. So YouTube is getting 1440 appropriately like they should, right? There's little to minimal artifacting anymore. There was more, it's tightened up. We can blast a hella high quality fucking stream at that shit. In Twitch, on the other hand, which an ingest is capped at 8.5. I'm ready to blast it at the whole 8.5. However, 8.5 megabytes a second, MB, sorry, KBS, whatever the fuck, 8.5, brah. I'm gonna misspeak because I can't uppercase and lowercase my mouth with letters. Okay, so the reason it keeps going down is the scaling on Twitch is fucked. The scaling on YouTube isn't. So I'm trying to tidy that up, and I'm so sorry. But I really wanted to fix it. And then I get to fix recordings again, because we stopped streaming at just 1080. We're streaming at 1440. But hey, honey, you know when you click modify and it's going to the resolution? Why is my resolution when I use NVIDIA NVEC 4H264 FFmpeg? You know, the one that passes it through to FFmpeg, not the gem one. Okay, hold up. When I do that, and I try to set it at 1920x1080, why the fuck isn't it doing it? Why is the Twitch stream bucket ugly?
Najee then says that Destiny has messaged him multiple times trying to talk about Shayna, which is
why is it 720 bucket ugly? Why is it when I set the entire canvas that everything works? But when I set this one, it doesn't. Why is this the, what?
very weird.
I'm reading the
he
wiki,
then
not the wiki.
Tells us that one of his friends named Pape has also been talking to Shayna for about 8 years, but he's never met up with her either.
Issues.
He then agrees to send them everything he's got on Shayna, and he also sends them
again a bug with scaling. Posted. We can look at it together.
Pape's information so they can chat with him too. This is actually diabolical. This is insane.
I didn't check where this is.
2 young men for 8 years? Crazy. Crazy work.
Where's
very diabolical, very insane.
Downstream
Neve
here?
says that it feels like Shayna
Settings,
is just
go
messing
away.
with people, and whatever is going on, something is definitely wrong with this girl for sure. We then get a message of screenshots and Pape's information as promised. One thing I just want to point out is right now, it seems like Shayna is exclusively catfishing young black men, which is very weird to me.
I know something you don't.
They send Pape a message, and as we go through the screenshots, we see that Destiny was putting pressure on Najee to financially take care of Shayna and Nunu.
The hell you mean, man?
Your daughter's name is not really Nunu. But to put pressure on a younger person to take care of you and your friend, and why is your friend putting pressure on someone to take care of you? Can you not take care of yourself and your child? I can't stand this girl. But we then find Destiny's Facebook page, and Neve quickly clocks that this page feels eerily similar to Shayna.
Did you see how much scaling they were doing? This is wild. So your canvas is this size, right? Is 1440 is your base canvas. You're streaming at something that's smaller. That makes sense. Okay, where the else was it? Nope, I forgot where it was. And then our base canvas size is 1080. We're streaming at 1440. And whatever is going through here gets this. That is some compression. I bet it's compressing less than me. I love you all. I suck.
This page, and it does. It has the same kind of vibe. It has pictures, but something about it just feels off. We then get a call from Pape, and he does not at all hesitate to say that Shayna is a true catfish.
Oh, she's a true catfish. True catfish. It's a fish.
He says that Shayna actually gave him an address to meet up at, and he drove about 40 miles. I'm Canadian, so I don't actually know how far this is, but it sounds far by the way that he's saying it and the reaction that Neve and Justin have. So I assume that that's far. Shayna then says that she sees him. She tells him exactly what he's wearing, what type of car he's in, and she's right, which is creepy, but he can't see her and she won't just go up to him.
What happened to hello?
I'm using the variant they're talking about works.
At this point, I'm gonna keep it so real with you. It's so clear that Pape was just waiting for someone to talk about this craziness with, because he's telling us everything and then some. They're not even asking questions at this point. He's just divulging information. He then tells us that Destiny is also a catfish. He says that he was trying to sleep with both Shayna and Destiny, so that's how he knows, and Justin laughed.
Twitch people, since I can restart the Twitch stream more easily and also stream appropriately to YouTube, I'm gonna be a second. It's gonna happen again. I'm gonna warn you in chat. And that's all you get. It's only impacting the Twitch guys. You'll find. Y'all YouTube people are good. Just chill. Relax. Relax. Start. I have to wait for the stream key to drop first. Or not the stream key. I have to wait for like the stream to properly drop for a second. And then I can restart it after it properly starts. Oh my fuck. I'm so mad. Why is it only doing this resolution? Oh my gosh. When I set the canvas, it's not like it makes sense. Jaxie, honey, this is so fucking, it makes no sense. I keep changing around what I'm using. Erg. I'm not actually molding. I'm just like whiny. It wants the resolution setting.
A little bit too hard at this comment, in my opinion.
Because I was trying to both. They both catfish.
Bowie move.
I'm reading.
They thank Pape for talking to them and they hop off the call. We then head back to CJ's to tell him the findings of their investigation, all of the messy mess that we had just talked about. Closed. But for whatever reason, I don't know why he did this, Nev decides to lull CJ into a false sense of security and positivity about the reverse image search and Shayna's Facebook page before getting into the real information that we found out. CJ is just devastated to find out that Shayna has been talking to other people intimately over the years in the exact same way that she's been talking to him, which is understandable. We then get to Pape's story and CJ is truly devastated. However, Justin then says something I think is very telling. He says that it's creepy when someone is watching you and you don't know they're watching you.
That's creepy, someone just watching you, you don't know they're watching you.
This is a very bold statement to make when that is exactly what he and his father are accused of doing. They also take it one step further and they are accused of using this footage to later blackmail parties involved in the nastiness, allegedly.
Really extra not cool.
CJ is just heartbroken because in his mind, Shayna really liked him, she was loyal to him, and they were in love, but that's obviously not the case. He then says that this is his breaking point, and for whatever reason, I cannot figure out for the life of me why Nev decides to just twist the knife in further in moments like this. Nev says that he knew that Shayna was lying about some things, but he thought the feel—
Hey, Twitch people, you saw when I fucked up the resolution and inverted it, that it actually stored it correctly. 1920 by 1080. Am I wrong? Is that like not what it is? Am I a goober?
Things were real, but now that's not even the case.
Dun, dun, dun.
Sometimes Nev and besties, this is a lesson I had to learn too. We do not always need to say everything that comes to our mind. That
bullshit.
Was not necessary to say to that boy in that moment when he's clearly devastated. Like, oh yeah, I thought she at least liked you, but she didn't even like you.
Does she even like you at all?
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? But Nev then says that he wants Destiny and Shayna to stop. He wants to know why they keep messing with CJ and every other guy in Syracuse.
I'm kidding.
Nev then does what Nev does, and he gives Shayna a call to confront her, basically to push her into meeting up. But she sends them right to voicemail, which is not surprising. So Nev leaves a voicemail, which he usually doesn't do. And he basically just says, Shayna girl, we're here with CJ, let's meet up, stop dodging me. They say that they'll give CJ an update in the morning, and as the crew is packing up and getting ready to leave, Shayna sends CJ a message.
Okay. Good. But I don't know why it's not rescaling. Whatever.
Guess what happened?
She's cussing him out, she's going off, and she basically says, I can't believe you've done this.
Shayna just texted you and said, I can't believe you're doing this. This is BS. I'm blocking you.
Girl, you're mad at him?
I could do like 2 OBS instances. We were gonna do that before, and I could use the parasitic one to like do the, or hold on.
What?
We got
the
this.
people who should be mad right now are CJ and all of Justin and Diddy's alleged victims. That's who should be mad right now.
Allegedly.
Nev tells him not to text her back and just give her some time to figure it out, which to me is a good call because I think that this was just kind of her manipulation to try to get CJ to back off. That's what Nev says, and he's actually good this time when he says that, so the crew then actually heads out this time. So the next morning, CJ tells us that he hasn't heard from Shayna, so they then decide that they're just gonna try and pop up on her because Pape gave us the address that Shayna gave him months ago, so they're assuming she lives around there. It might even be her house, so they're just ready to go. When we get back to CJ's, he tells us that a couple minutes before the crew arrived, Shayna actually hit him up. She said that she just met Nev.
What the fuck?
And she can't believe that CJ did this. And then this crazy, why did I say that? This crazy lady sends us a picture of Nev and Justin in their hotel lobby, literally right before they left, okay? And Nev is like, what? So now this crazy lady is stalking Nev. Y'all, this is too much. This is simply too much. Nev jumps up and he's like, oh my gosh.
I saw her. I saw her. It's a picture of us.
I remember seeing a woman in the lobby and he glanced at her, but he didn't say anything because the lady was creepily obviously taking pictures of them. Him not saying anything, in my opinion, was a smart move on his part, but he did say that he noticed her. But also, just like a little sidebar from the sidebar, the fact that he saw the catfish, he didn't immediately clock it as Shayna, to me at least, lets us know that she is likely not the person in the pictures, but right now that's truly the least of our concerns. Nev then talks to the crew and is like, hey, you filmed us walking out. I'm trying to see if we were able to get crazy stalking predator lady on camera. We then take a peek at the footage from the lobby and we can't see her because she's just outside of the frame, which is so annoying. But Nev is especially freaked out because in the millions of years that they've been doing catfish, basically half my life, this has never happened before. CJ then lets us know that he texted Shayna saying that,
so you met Nev, now can I meet you? I'm so eager to meet you, please.
Which honestly, 10 out of 10 confrontation line, I really like it. Shayna then calls and CJ puts it on speaker. She immediately just asks if Nev is with him, which to me is so crazy. Like, that's really what you're concerned about in this moment? Really? But also to me, it's very telling because I think she asked this because she was trying to see how much she would be able to manipulate CJ if Nev and the crew wasn't there.
Got it.
So Nev then takes the phone.
Hey, Shayna. I can't believe you were sitting there. I looked right at you.
And tries to convince Shayna to meet up. He really
I tidied up Vossabot as well. It's not ideal, but it's a little bit less obnoxious. It's trying to http www.http://www. Less, you know?
We talked her into it, lulls her into this false sense of security, which I think was smart because I don't think she would have showed up if he was being like crass with her because she seems to run away from all her problems. Okay. But Shayna says that they can't come to her house. We didn't ask her to come to her house, but they can meet her in a park in about an hour. So they agree, they hop off the call, and they head out. On the way there, CJ says that if Shayna is not the girl in the pictures, but she's still pretty, he'll let it slide and try to work on things with her.
Something that MTV.
For real.
After everything we just found out about this girl, that should be the absolute last thing he wants to do. He should want to run the other way and never talk to her or think about her ever again.
I hope that's not an actual URL.
As they're driving in, Nev gets a text from Shayna and she says that she sees them and she tells them exactly where to go to meet her, which to me is crazy work. We then see who we think is Shayna get up and start walking towards them, and Justin says,
this is a long walk of truth.
That's what your daddy says every time he's got to walk down a hallway in that jail he's being kept in. Allegedly. All allegedly. We then see Shayna, and Lord have mercy, this is truly shocking.
Of course, you know CJ.
But the show also did her very dirty by playing this sound as she walked up, because why would you do that?
Oh, that's shady.
This lady looks old enough to be Nev's, CJ's, and Justin's mom. Like, how old are you? I am so disgusted, and she hasn't even opened her mouth yet.
Editing Jada here to clarify that I'm disgusted because she is clearly way older than CJ, which to me makes it clear that she was way over the age of 18 when she began talking to a minor. That's why I'm disgusted.
She is clearly far too old to be doing this to teenage boys for damn near a decade. We find out that her name is actually Rebecca, and she says that Shayna is a general person of who she really is. I call bullshit, and Nev does too.
I think Shayna, as a general person, that's really who I am.
So he's like, maybe the personality, like, girl, be fucking for real, please, and thank you right now.
Be for
Rebecca
fucking
then says
real.
that she has always lived in Syracuse, but she would lie about where she lived to get away from the situation because she felt bad. Now, girl, you know that that doesn't even make sense because originally you said you lived in Jersey and then you told him you lived in Syracuse. So you were moving yourself closer to him, not further away from him.
She's got a point.
Rebecca then evades questions and she tries to give us a sob story, which honestly, I don't give a fuck about at this point.
That's how I feel about it.
However, because I'm recapping, I'll tell you all the BS she says anyways, so you have to suffer with me. She claims that she made this Shayna page because she was originally trying to catch her man cheating, and then she said that that's how she ended up talking to CJ.
That's how I ended up talking to CJ.
Girl, what? Again, that doesn't even make a lick of sense. You were trying to catch your man cheating, so you ended up talking to a minor? What? That's like me saying, oh yeah, I got a package in the mail, so then I ended up back at the mall. And I can't even say that because that makes more sense than what the fuck she said.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Rebecca then admits that she stole the pictures from a girl who was friends with her son on Facebook. Oh, so you have a son.
Nasty.
I'm curious as to how old this son is. Like, obviously, in my mind at least, he has to be close to CJ's age if she was using one of his friend's pictures to catfish CJ, right? But also, This just makes me think about the sharing of nudes. Like, girl, whose nudes were you sharing? And also, you were out here soliciting CP. You're sick. You're disgusting.
Electric chair.
She then, oh Lord, she then says that she has 5 kids. Girl, what? But also, Neve's reaction is hilarious. He is again just being the most unserious that he possibly could at this moment.
This works.
How many kids do you have?
5.
Wow.
That was so unnecessary, that wow, but we move.
Do we,
We
though?
then find out that Rebecca actually lied
questioning
about
this.
one of her 5 kids being sick, which is not shocking at this point, but this sets Neve up to go in for the kill, okay? He sees red, he sees blood, he's going in. He goes, okay, so then
Roller!
explain the GoFundMe page.
Would you rather be an FTP? Would you rather be FTP?
You set up a GoFundMe page for a daughter with fake
did.
cancer. That's seriously sick.
She then says that she was just trying to cover the lie that
You
she
don't
told
say.
CJ. CJ never mentioned that her daughter was sick, so I don't know what that was all about. But also now I'm just thinking about it. You had a kid and you were expecting this 17-year-old to play daddy to your child in the hypothetical mess of the situation?
Girl, don't play.
Oh my God.
That is
And I was
so
about to say,
fucking
what about the
strange.
lies that she told all of the other boys that she catfished? But they haven't told her that we know about all of them yet, so I'm assuming they're gonna get to it real soon. Rebecca then admits that she was Destiny, which is not shocking. Anybody with a brain cell, not even 2, with 1 brain cell could have figured that out. But CJ is like, okay, why the hell did you tell me you died? Like, that in the grand scheme of things, that makes
I need my
the least
popcorn.
sense in all of this.
I need
But
weed
Rebecca
and
then
popcorn.
spits out some more bullshit and shenanigans and said that she just wanted to be done with everything.
Selfish piece of crap.
If that's true, then why the hell did you come back? It didn't end when you killed yourself off. You have 5 kids, and yet you have time to be playing sick games like this with other children. What the hell is wrong with you?
That shit got me so.
Love this woman.
Neve then clocks
so
her once
astonishing.
again and is like,
But then you started talking to other people as Destiny. And obviously continued talking as Shayna too.
and we know that that's true because we talked to the
Jaxie, honey, I'm an ignorant fuck. Can you make it make sense? Why?
other people who
Why
you were
does it
doing this
not-
exact same thing to. So you weren't trying to be done with it. You kept it going. Neve then says if she had only done
Why
it
does
to
it
one
not-
person, then maybe she could say that she felt bad.
Do the
But she's
thing.
been doing it to countless people, which makes everything that she said look and sound ridiculous. He doesn't say that last part, but I'm saying it, and I'm saying it with my whole chest. You are ridiculous. You are a big fool, Miss Girl.
This is too much for my delicate nature.
Rebecca then says that she was in fact talking to the other people, which we already know that. So if you tried to lie right now, you'd look even more stupid than you already do, which is
I know what it
saying a
is.
lot because you look pretty freaking stupid right now. But she says that she was doing that just to keep the image going, but she never took the conversation
No, I don't.
seriously. Yet another thing coming out of her mouth that makes literally no sense. She's here
I see
being
it.
predatory. She's being manipulative by trying to make CJ feel like he's special, like he's the one. Like, yeah, she was being creepy to all those other people, but she was being creepy to him because she wants
Twitch
him.
honeys.
She didn't want those other people.
Oh, Twitch honeys. I know it's been off and on. I think I might have found out why it's not working. I don't know. I'm trying the other Twitch ingest, which I usually use, which might be prioritized. Well, no, it's able to transcode it down. That's weird.
Even if that's true, that's disgusting.
Strange.
Neve is like,
Modify.
okay, you might not have taken it seriously, but they sure as hell did, and he's not keeping his foot off her neck for 1 second. And I appreciate that, because I feel like in other situations where there has been predatory,
Neve has
clear
pulled it
predatory
off
actions,
early.
they don't really address it. I just want to know if we are going to address the elephant in the room or not. That this lady with 5 kids is a predator who solicited CP, and her primary targets were young Black men, minors at that. We're just not going to address that part.
Well,
To me,
Neve
it's sick for her
won't,
to be
but
doing
you
all of
will.
this, but the power dynamic
That's the
cannot be
thing.
ignored. Too
You know?
often, young Black girls and boys are categorized as being too fast, as being overtly sexual, and are sexualized by others far too young. So in this situation, in my mind at least, that's one of the reasons that CJ was so excited to be with an older woman. And it's also one of the reasons why I think Rebecca is justifying her
I
actions.
didn't change
and she
the
thinks it's
ingest yet.
okay, and she doesn't see anything wrong with what she's doing.
I'm reading.
It's because
I'm
in
learning
part,
me a book.
because of that type of socialization.
God damn it.
Rebecca then says that she cares for CJ and she began to have feelings for him.
Boo, you whore.
Okay. It's happening again. Okay, hold on. I typed it so you all know. You all should now know that I can try AV1 and see if this works as well really fast. Hold up, let's ease in.
He was a minor. He was a minor. You went out of your way to prey on a minor. Your feelings don't matter. Rebecca, you're sick and disgusting. Eve then finally clocks in all the way. She pissed him off now, okay? He said
he was 17 and you're not in your 20s.
Okay,
no.
Twitch, right back. 3, 2, 1. YouTube, we have to count it so I don't fuck up. 7, 6-ish, 5-ish, 4-ish, 3-ish, 2-ish, 1-ish. Let's call it good. I bet I fucked it up. We're trying a different format for upload to the Twitch to see if it works still. It should, maybe, mayhaps, I don't know. I'm a butthole. I'm probably annoying the Twitch people. I bet. Okay, I have to stop and try again because it's still not working yet. I'm sorry, hold on. I misclicked with that. I need to go to my channel. I know it's so tedious, but I really want to get this to stream properly at the right quality, and I don't want to fuck up. And, you know, I don't like fucking up. I like doing okay. I like doing okay for y'all. Sometimes. Not all the times, but sometimes. Sorry, I'm being a goober. It's not working with the current settings set, so it says it's been up for 20 seconds. It's not actually up at all, so I'm pulling it back to start it, or to stop it again. Attempt to start. It was the video format of my encoding. AV1 is not the way to go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm the worst. It would be really nice if it would stream at the original source and not whatever the fuck is going on, you know? Just saying.
It was 7.
I'm not a butthole, I'm just saying, okay? I'm not a butthole, I'm just saying, okay? I have to let the Twitch people refresh before I just cram the video up your earballs. I bet this is like an instantiation thing I can fix when I restart the stream. I bet this will fix when I start the stream over again. I bet that's the case. Hey Twitch goobers, I take it you're back. I'm snoozing the ad because I can...
17, and you're not...
To get it to the top of the hour.
No offense.
Oh. You can't fix it? Okay, that's fine. Here's the thing though. We're goobers anyway, so it's whatever, you know? Whatevs. Whatevs. As long as it's for Cobes, it's whatevs.
Nah, bitch, full fucking offense. You look every second of your age. Ow. Rebecca is 38 now, so this means that she was 30 when she first met CJ. The look on CJ's face to me at this time is devastating because you can tell he is trying to process everything. He is trying to process the...
I'm gonna say, I'm okay with our resumption of mid-tier ass quality. Good news, YouTube, y'all have 1440. Twitch, I don't know why we're in 720 at our highest. I'll fix this in a little. I'm so fuckballs sorry. Like, I know I'm the worst. I apologize. Thank you for tolerating me. Like, oodles and oodles. Adore you all. I'm sorry, I'm trash.
Fact that this relationship he thought he was in was really just him being preyed upon. Rebecca then says that she didn't even really think about it.
I didn't really think about it.
Good thing she don't get paid for thinking.
I don't even have words for how fucked up that is. You have kids, you have 5 kids to be exact, but you didn't think about how preying on a minor.
You stupid.
How that was not okay.
At least she was honest about not thinking.
Prison.
It's not
Some
great.
people just shouldn't have kids, and to me, Rebecca is one of those people.
I'm just saying.
And he was like,
At least this one was honest.
You knew he was 17, whether you thought about it or not. That is messed up. It's clear that Nev is pissed and he's trying to contain himself. He says that it's one thing to mess with people your own age, but it's another thing to mess with a kid for 8 years of his young adult life. That is fucked, Rebecca. You are fucked. CJ says that he's hurt, and Rebecca doesn't address anything Nev said.
Jaxie, you were awesome.
She just turns to CJ and says that she wasn't trying to hurt him.
I wasn't trying to hurt you.
Girl, we do not care. Clap if you care. Disrespectfully, we do not care. Nev then clocks back in, and he is truly working overtime in this episode because Justin hasn't said shit since we started to address this predator, which in my opinion is very telling. Because how would he feel calling out a predator when he was allegedly doing even worse things? But Nev then brings up the fact that Rebecca was messing with CJ's in real life relationships with his in real life girlfriends.
That's not true. He
I need to
had
test something.
girlfriends
Hold on.
that you
okay, cool.
with.
And Rebecca says that she never
the
did
test
that.
for the chat works, so we should be good.
Okay, you're obviously lying.
Everything's
but then
back to work.
She quickly switches and says she doesn't remember that.
It's all back
Again,
to work.
another lie.
Let's
CJ
go.
just walks away because he's clearly so
I
overwhelmed.
know, it's so
he's
extra.
so upset and he's so hurt.
It's so fucking
Rebecca
extra.
then walks over to a picnic table and she starts to cry, and she attempts to make herself seem like the victim, which is genuinely pissing me off. Like, y'all, if you can't already tell, I'm about to lose my mind if I haven't already lost it. If there's a couple things I can't stand that are on this show all the time, it's cheaters and predators. What is wrong with y'all? But Rebecca then says that CJ is just still a part of her life and he's been there for her good moments and her bad moments and he was just always there.
Not today, Nick.
And then she kind of exposes herself and she says that
I was just
not today,
always worried
pancreas.
that he was just gonna not be there anymore.
Not today, poop shoot.
You literally preyed upon him and you're worried that one day he'll leave you? You're worried that your manipulation and the predatory behavior didn't actually work? That's what you're saying right now. Are you serious?
Not today, Satan.
To watch her be so
I'm such a fucking goober.
He should absolutely hate your ass for what you did to him and for all the ways you messed with his life, his in-person relationships, but more so for the way that you completely ruined 8 years of his life and wasted 8 years of his life. There are so many things that he should have been doing with that time, and instead, he was investing it in you.
Trash.
Jada.
But somehow
our
you're the victim?
motherfucker.
You make me sick. Rebecca then says that she feels horrible, and without a shred of empathy, a shred of compassion, Nev clocks back into work. And he's like, really? Do you?
I feel horrible.
Do you? Because I'm hearing you express feelings for yourself.
You are making this all about you when you need to be thinking about CJ, not just yourself. He tells her to dig deeper in that cold, empty pit
here
that she
for
called a
head
heart.
nod
He doesn't
time.
say that, I'm saying that. But he tells her that they'll meet up later, so the crew then heads out. Honestly, up until this point, I can truly say Nev did what needed to be done. He's showing no remorse for her, and he was completely unmoved by her excuses, her tears, and her sob story. I feel like in the episodes that I have covered so far with predatory behavior, this is the closest that Nev has really gotten to full on calling them what they are, right? You're a predator, you're disgusting, this is not okay. In the car ride, Nev is still on 10. He makes it clear that CJ is the victim, Rebecca played him, and she manipulated him for 8 years in order to keep him around.
8 years. She really played you. She knew exactly how to manipulate you.
He then says that Rebecca, at the bare minimum, owes CJ an apology, so they arrive at a restaurant of sorts and tell Rebecca to pull up on them. CJ then says that they can work something out to be friends, but he doesn't want anything romantic to happen between them.
Thank God.
Nev then says, of course, that's not what you want. Of course you don't want to be in a relationship with her.
Of course you don't want to be in a relationship with her.
And Nev says that it's crazy that CJ would even have to say that, right? Because any regular person, which obviously Rebecca is not a regular or a good person, because there's no way that you would prey on someone for 8 years and then they would have to explicitly tell you that they don't want anything to do with you. Like, she's really delusional about what's going on, and she doesn't believe that she did anything wrong, which to me is almost the craziest part of all of this. Justin then says that Rebecca is going to try and make CJ feel bad for not dating her, and honestly,
I'm in this
after
beta sign up,
everything
by the way.
his father and his brother are accused
I'm
of
already
doing,
in this.
I do not want to hear him say anything else about predators. I don't, and being manipulative. I don't want to hear it from you. Shut up, dude. They then just continue to affirm.
Really?
I do not want to hear him say anything else about predators. I don't, and being manipulative. I don't want to hear it from you. Shut up, dude. They then just continue to affirm CJ in his feelings and his ultimate decision.
Who doesn't like Swoop shit?
But then CJ says that he doesn't want to leave Rebecca.
We could work out something to be friends, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just leave her.
To me, this is evidence that Rebecca's grooming and that her manipulative and predatory behavior worked. She literally just told us that that was a fear that she had. So in my mind, she kind of instilled in CJ to not want to leave her despite everything horrible she has done to him and countless others.
I could have typed that in just... Wait, is it R? Why am I breaking?
So...
Yeah, I should have done RDD. I should have done RDD. I know I can still use the ancient one in my head.
I am not going to shame...
I can still do Sysonit V in my head, goddammit. I just don't like Sysonit V. I'm a System D person through and through. I just know Sysonit V because I grew up on it. Like, literally.
For this, because I can...
Back in my day, you could execute arbitrary commands in the top of your Vim files by telling Vim to execute an arbitrary-ass command, which apparently freaked out a bunch of my fellow security cohorts when they found out about this for the first goddamn time, and it got all over the fucking message boards. Meanwhile, I was using this shit to make my life easy. I had just shown it to someone that I had shown it to a CSO friend, honestly. It's in the instructions. It's in the manual. You know it happens this way. You can turn it off.
Understand why and how he can even say that they should still be friends at this point. Neve is still clocked in fully and says that CJ is being too nice, because he's scared to say that.
It's like you almost feel uncomfortable just saying, she's crazy, I don't want to have anything to do with her.
And reminds him that Rebecca knew how to manipulate him. Neve then says that CJ needs to make it expeditiously clear that he wants absolutely nothing to do with Rebecca in any physical or romantic kind of way, because at this point, I think Rebecca is fully caught up in that delusion that he wants her, that he wants to be with her. But to me, it's crazy because in this moment, it's almost as if they're teaching CJ for the very first time that no really does mean no. This hold that Rebecca has had on you for 8 years, it doesn't have to be.
Let's see. How long did it take me to, like, get it through my head that I can actually say no to shit? About 20 years.
There if you don't want it to be there. And it seems empowering to him. Rebecca then walks in and CJ can't even look at her.
About 20 years.
I'm so sick of her. I'm really...
After about 20 years, I learned that I could tell people no. And maybe they have to listen to me. It's wild, huh?
Like, I'm so sick of her. She then says that she overstepped the line and the boundaries before saying that she's gonna cry. I almost threw up in my mouth. At this point, cut the cameras, okay? Cut the cameras and send her on her way and then...
Oh no, I'm looking at it inside of OBS. Sorry, I'm in the Twitch Inspector. I'm looking at it right the fuck now. It says that it is 1920 by 1080. It's doing AVC1. It's got one incoming stream. It's at 60 frames a second. It should be able to display the fucking stream on Twitch at fucking 1080. Why is it not displaying the stream on Twitch at 1080? What? Bruh. What? Why is my keyframe interval tracks down? Ooh, and the... Wait, no, that is supposed to be 1. Can I get my B-frames? Oh shit. Okay.
And jump her when she's not expecting it, because why are you again making it about you? I overstepped the line, I overstepped the boundaries. You did that when you first started talking to someone who you knew was 17 and you were 30. That's when you overstepped the line, you overstepped the boundaries. That's called being a predator. You didn't just overstep the line. I can't even, I don't even have words right now at this point. This is not how you apologize to someone, but then again, I'm not really expecting her to genuinely apologize, because why would she do that when she doesn't feel like she's done anything wrong? She then says that
I didn't really think about what I was doing.
She didn't think about what she was doing, which is a lie. And she says that CJ has been there for her for 8 years and she doesn't want him to not be there anymore. And then she says that she's sorry.
I just don't want you to not be there anymore.
Paste it again.
You aren't sorry.
Okay.
You threw that in there at the end as another manipulation tactic because you saw that he wasn't moved by anything else.
Jaxie, honey. But Ian's account's gone. Do you think I didn't spend part of the day before stream today looking to see if the Reddit or anything else had turned this man up? No, I went deep. I looked hard. I bet he's fighting. Actually, honey, you have Twitter. Is he telling them on Twitter to unban him? Did he post his new YouTube on Twitter?
You said. CJ then addresses her without looking at her for the most part, and I feel like this is because, again, he's trying to process everything that has gone on, but also I think he's really disgusted with her. He says that he accepts her apology. He then says that he loves her, which makes Rebecca smile.
I do love you a lot and stuff.
You sick bitch. And he then says that they should just be friends, and just like that, her smile's gone.
Just friends.
As it should be. You shouldn't be smiling at all.
You don't deserve to be outside enjoying the sun.
What?
You should be in a cave.
Neve then makes it explicitly clear what CJ wants, so there is no doubt in anyone's mind, and I really appreciate him for doing this because it seems like, she's not taking CJ's words seriously, which is really annoying. Rebecca says that she isn't going to make a new profile, and Neva's like, girl, are you sure? Because we know you're very manipulative. CJ then says that his guards are up, which breaks my heart. Rebecca says that the romance, the lies, and the...
It's really hard to, yeah, it's really hard to trust people again, ever. I'm finding if I found the video that got him banned. Oh, he Thanos'd himself away.
Stalking are over.
Oh
Honestly,
my gosh.
categorizing this as romance when you're just a predator is crazy. But to be honest with you, I'll never believe anything this woman says, so we'll see if she really means any of this. We then jump to a follow-up with CJ about 2 months later.
If I could go like this, and all of the members of the LGBTQ community would just disappear.
What
all
a
the movies,
strangely mean dude.
TV shows that have characters in them that are members of the LGBTQ community would just disappear like Thanos snapping. If I could just put on the Infinity Gauntlet.
Doesn't he think that, like, wasn't there an old trope that us not straight people snapped our fingers a lot?
And make all the members of the LGBTQ community and all traces of their existence just disappear.
The You Framed Me video? Yes, I do actually. A lot of people do. Oh, Base Canada Man was over here being cool as fuck and did do the stream that we missed because I suck. It's a VOD now.
And he looks really happy, but then he tells us that he and Rebecca talked for a week as friends.
I need to get my popcorn.
He's over it, the whole situation, because he got the closure that he needed, and thank God for that. There's no reason they should have been in contact at all. He says that he is now dating his friend who he dated before, but they're starting over, which I think it's nice that the girl gave him a second chance. I don't know if I would, because I'm assuming that they dated and then Rebecca came in and messed everything up. So now explaining like, yeah, I was a victim in all of this. She decided to give him another chance. They're starting over. He thanks them for their help and hops off the call. And shockingly, not really shockingly, I'm being sarcastic, producers were unable to reach Rebecca for a follow-up despite making multiple attempts. I wonder why. I wonder the fuck why. I think that this was the best that Neve or any of the hosts have ever handled an encounter with a predatory catfish. He did everything just short of calling her a predator. Now in hindsight, looking back on Justin's behavior in this episode, it makes a little bit more sense if he actually did the things that he's being accused of. If he was being predatory his damn self, then obviously he's not gonna have a lot to say to Shayna because he knows he's doing worse. I wonder how Shayna's kids react I keep calling her Shayna, I mean Rebecca. I wonder how Rebecca's kids reacted to this episode airing, to finding out that she was doing this and that she was potentially having a relationship with someone who is the same age or younger than they are. It's crazy to me. Nev ate her up and she deserved every second of it. But make sure to let me know your thoughts, your feelings, and your opinions down in the comments below. How do you feel about the way that Nev handled this? How do you feel about the entire situation? To me, I think in my opinion, one of the most messed up parts is the fact that Rebecca still didn't seem to understand that she did anything wrong, that she was inherently being very predatory, very emotionally manipulative to somebody who wasn't fully developed emotionally, physically, or even mentally. So she had a real chokehold on him in a way that was just not okay.
I said what I said.
But make sure to like, make sure to comment, make sure to subscribe and hit that bell notification so you're aware of every single time that I upload. If there's another episode you'd like to see me cover or another show you'd like to see me cover, you can drop it down in the comments below. I'm always in the comments looking for recommendations, or you could send me a DM right here on Instagram, okay? A couple of videos ago, I mentioned how I wanted to get back posting on Instagram, and I feel like I'm gonna try to start doing it around my birthday. I don't know, I'm gonna try, okay? Also, I am trying to hit 100K before my birthday, which is in November, so if you're not subscribed, do it, and do it now. Help make my dreams come true. If you made it all the way to the end of the video, comment any kind of red emoji to show what a walking red flag Rebecca and Justin allegedly are, okay? Thank you for being here, besties. I appreciate you so deeply, and I'll see you in the next video.
We had hopes. This is actually working. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I send it to Twitch and it's ingesting appropriately as the right resolution. So after it's being eaten by the Twitch ingest, it's dropping the quality down, but it's eating it at 1080. Like, honestly, I might try restarting all of OBS. I know I'm irritating. I swear to fuck, I know how irritating I am. I look in the mirror, I wake up every day. I wake up every fucking day just like this, just being this motherfucker 100% of the time. Always this motherfucker. 24/7, always this piece of shit. I do shit on myself a lot.
This little celebration is brought to you by the people who've helped so many other people understand and enjoy cellular phones. Radio Shack, America's #1 retailer of cellular phones. Surprised? We're not. We're just happy. Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
Radio Shack. You've probably heard the name before, as once it was one of the most prevalent electronics retailers. But in more recent years, they've suffered.
They've always been good for the like embedded systems hackery people. Like, you could always get components for embedded systems. I know I'm terrible, hold on. Trying to be rhythmic with it. Yeah, this is not going well. This is going so poorly that I feel like I'm shaming my ancestors. They wouldn't even want me smoking weed.
A significant decline, and now you might struggle to find them.
There, I can boop out of the way now.
Did Walmart kill another person? Oh, no, this was, again, somewhat self-inflicted. And I say somewhat because it wasn't all Radio Shack's fault. A lot of their problems had to do with just the passage of time.
I expected to get
not being
a
able
mouthful
to adapt
of goop
to the
and have to
more
spit up
modern
everywhere.
marketplace. A story we've heard often enough, but there are some more unique twists and turns involving Radio Shack that perhaps you aren't overly familiar with. Now, before we proceed, it's important to understand that Radio Shack is a little bit different from previous chains we've discussed. While both Circuit City and Kmart could be described as big box outlets, Radio Shack was never that large in terms of their store layouts. They were always more like an outlet location.
It was
Smaller
so
establishments
fun for computing
very
goobers
focused
like me.
Niche product line.
If you wanted to learn how to build your first radio
In
at
Radio
home,
Shack's case, it was
okay.
electronics, but
Then they'd
generally
move to
a lot
Arduinos later.
smaller electronics.
and that's okay.
In terms of what selection depends on what era of Radio Shack we're discussing, but unlike Circuit City, in which you can walk in and find
like totally
big
reasonable
TVs, game
to want
consoles,
to
and
share
things
with
like
everyone
that,
how to make
Radio Shack focused on the
transistors
small end
and
of
subsequently
things,
radios in the
generally
house.
speaking, and that's just simply
Like,
due to space. But that worked well for them
The
for many
chemistry's not
years.
too complex.
And by many years, I mean a really long
It's
time. The
repetitious
brand
shit.
is actually over 100 years old,
super fun to
if you
do
can
stuff.
believe that. The company dates all the way back to 1921, and it was founded by two brothers, Theodore and Milton Deutschmann. At the time, radios were a brand new technology, and were becoming a lot more commonplace. The idea of transmitting sounds long distance wirelessly was an interesting concept, and would, as you can imagine, develop into a massive industry. But the thing about radio is that you can kind of make your own and use it yourself. Thus, the field of amateur radio, sometimes called ham
Radio Shack funds.
started becoming a thing. It's generally defined as the
Homestead Raw.
non-commercial exchange of messages, wireless experimentation, self-training, private recreation, really whatever you want.
I didn't want to get my ham ticket because I'm a lazy goober, so I would fall into radio astronomy, so I didn't have to get my ham ticket to do transmission, because that was easier. Also, 10 years ago, kid me, or 10 years ago, like, just freshly 20-something me, was genuinely like, why would I get a fucking ham radio ticket? That means I have to fucking talk to people. Fuck talking to people. I don't want a ham radio ticket, because then I'll have to talk to motherfuckers. So if I just want to listen to the fucking stars sing, I don't have to talk to motherfuckers, so why would I get my goddamn ham radio ticket? Basically like that.
As long as you're not doing like a radio show for money or something, or sending messages for military purposes, you're doing ham radio. The brothers felt that this could be a lucrative market, selling radio parts to just regular old people. Even if they weren't necessarily doing it for ham radio, they might actually want to do it to fix their regular radios so they could listen to their favorite shows. Because remember, this was before TV. Radio would become the dominant form of home entertainment for several decades, before we worked out how to send actual pictures long distances, and television took over. The brothers initially started with a single store for retail purposes, as well as a mail order operation in downtown Boston at 46 Brattle Street. The name Radio Shack was actually in use prior to the company. That term is also used to refer to a small wooden structure that housed a ship's radio equipment, or really any radio equipment. Since they were focused on radios, naming the store that seemed like it made a lot of sense, though the brothers did not come up with it on their own. That was suggested by an employee of theirs named Bill Halligan, who would go on to form his own company called Hallicrafters, which also worked on radio equipment. Even today, ham radio operators tend to use the term Radio Shack to describe where they have their radio equipment, not necessarily the store. Either way, it was a really good name, because it kind of denoted what they were selling. Radio. It's right there. And even in later years to today, radio is still...
Yo, y'all people on YouTube, tomorrow I'm gonna try to give us HDR. We'll try.
associated with electronics, so once they started branching out and selling other things, people still knew what they were all about. Right there in the name. It was good for branding. They would see some slow growth over the following decades, and would issue their first ever catalog in 1939, when they started pushing into the high-fidelity music market. High fidelity is high-quality reproduction of sound, closer to what we would expect out of our sound quality today, but back then it was new, and they would continue to see growth. In
they couldn't drive the
1954,
sound
they began selling their own
consistently.
private label products under the brand name Realist, though they had to change that. See, turns out there was a brand of stereo cameras called Stereo Realist, and the makers of that did not appreciate them using the term realist. As such, they opted to change the brand name to Realistic, not Realist, which... whatever. And even in the early days, there were still some jokes about Radio Shack. See, some customers referred to them as Nagasaki hardware. The reason for this is that a lot of their merchandise was sourced from Japanese manufacturers, and back then, Japan was perceived as a source of low-quality and inexpensive parts, kind of like how we'd see Made in China today. It's kind of funny in retrospect because today, generally when it comes to electronics, Japan is seen as more high quality. I mean, there's a lot of electronics companies over in Japan, and most of them make pretty decent stuff nowadays. But back then, that wasn't the perception. Still, they continued continued to grow, at least until the early 1960s. They had 9 stores, plus an extensive mail order business, but they started falling on some pretty difficult times. The market was going through a bit of a flux, and people just weren't buying as much stuff from Radio Shack. As such, they began to lose money and were in danger of entering bankruptcy. That's when the Tandy Corporation stepped in. Now, Tandy originally had nothing to do with electronics. They're a family-owned leather goods company, founded in 1919. And by the end of the 1950s, they had expanded into the hobbyist market, which is something that Radio Shack was already a part of because of the whole radio thing. Tandy's CEO, Charles David Tandy, thought there was a lot of potential in Radio Shack. It was a good name, with storefronts already in existence. They just needed extra funding and better marketing. Tandy thought this might be a good way for his own company to profit in a market that they would otherwise not really be involved in. As such, he purchased Radio Shack in 1962 for $300,000. The initial strategy that Tandy pushed for was to appeal to the market that Radio Shack was already kind of involved in, hobbyists. But more intrinsically, he wanted to make sure that the staff in Radio Shacks knew electronics. They had to be experts in the field. So if a customer had legitimate questions, the staff should have legitimate answers. It was a highly specialized approach, but very effective, because Radio Shack over time developed a reputation as having staff that, well, knew what they were talking about. They would be able to offer solutions to problems, and even if a customer didn't necessarily know what product they needed, but they had the problem, the employee would likely know what product would actually solve that problem. Tandy shut down the mail order side of things, as that had grown to be unprofitable, and eliminated a lot of the top management positions. This is a very advantageous first go, since they had been ineffective. However, they kept a lot of the bottom tier personnel, the salespeople, the merchandisers, the advertisers, the people who knew the products inside and out, the expert, the ones doing the good work. Tandy kept. They also began to remove unprofitable merchandise options from the locations. Originally, their product line was extensive, numbering in the tens of thousands. But they cut it down to just 2,500 because Tandy was looking to identify the 20% that represented 80% of the sales. Basically, they only wanted to carry the stuff that people were actually buying. Why carry something if it wasn't selling? You would never make any money off of it. It was stupid. This is also when Radio Shack began to shrink down the size of their stores. The old stores were pretty large, not big box size, but a bit more of a classic shop kind of deal. But Tandy shrunk them down to the little hole-in-the-wall type of outlet style that we're more familiar with. And they tended to rent a lot of locations, not buy them. These were a lot easier for them to close down and reopen in different spots if a particular location didn't work out. While the mail order business had been unprofitable, it did give Tandy valuable customer data. Namely, the shipping information. They knew where people were that were actually buying from Radio Shack.
Actually,
therefore,
wait, am I
they knew where it was logical to build new Radio Shack retail outlets, because they knew customers lived there and would gladly go to an actual store if one was close enough. Tandy's whole business idea when it came to Radio Shack is that they weren't looking for a person who would want to spend all their money on a brand new sound system they wouldn't have to make any changes to.
Same area,
for the customers
and just throw every low and high at it.
Improving that stuff through modifications.
Or potentially
and Charles D. Tandy's ideas genuinely worked. Radio Shack started to grow again and become very popular into the 1970s, though sadly he would pass away at the age of 60 of a heart attack in 1978. But in 1982, there was another opportunity for Radio Shack to start making money, and that was with telephones. See, that year, the Bell system, which basically had a monopoly on the telephone industry for decades, was broken up. Prior to that, people didn't actually own their own telephones generally. They would rent them from local phone companies, which sounds really weird to us now, I know, but that's the way it worked. But when Bell's system was broken up, things changed, and people started wanting to actually own telephones. As such, Radio Shack could offer a bunch of different models of phones for people to buy, and it would prove a lucrative venture overall. Another thing they offered during this time, actually starting in the 1960s, was known as the Battery of the Month. It was a kind of rewards club, where basically, customers would get a wallet-sized cardboard card. This card would allow customers to get a single free Enercell battery per month in store. It sounds weird to just get a single battery that way, but also it was a free battery. And, yeah, sure, why not? Batteries are kind of expensive. Even if it's just one, it's still a free battery, and it drew in foot traffic into the store for people to buy other things, in a similar manner to Kmart's Blue Light Special. The cards were also effective as generic business cards for the salespeople. They could use them for that, but the customers were more inclined to keep them because they could get a free battery. And that promotion was carried forward until the early 1990s. The longest running product that Radio Shack ever sold was, well, go figure, a radio. I don't know what you expected. It was an AM-only
I finally looked down, honey.
known as the Realistic Flavor Radio. And they sold 3 different designs of that from 1972 to the year 2000. It was originally produced in 5 colors, and that was part of the appeal. They were very bright and vibrant colors, named after food: vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, avocado, and plum.
We're gonna fail a lot for our push for China,
1973, vanilla
but
and
we're
chocolate
sticking
were
to
dropped
it.
and replaced by lemon
I'm
and
going
orange,
for it.
which makes the
We've
vanilla
never
and
cracked
chocolate
China
ones
first.
a little bit rare. And there also exist
We're going
two-tone models.
Indonesia because it's the here. I can like subvert their shit. Hold up. Whoa.
Which are even rarer. This particular brand of radio would be
I
dropped from the
subverted their
catalog in
music,
2001.
so I can pause their video
and at the time,
without.
it was the last.
There, I subverted their music, so I can pause their video without pausing our music, because I'm a needy person. True, true. Well, you know what we're owning, right? You know what we're owning? This video game, goddammit.
AM-only radio that was even on the market, as by that point, pretty much every other kind of radio had FM as an option. In the late 70s, they also started dabbling into the home computer market.
Critical failure.
Introducing the TRS-80, which was one of the first mass-produced personal computers. They were pretty high-priced even by the standards of the time, retailing at $600.
We have to wait till our next turn.
$3,000 today. And they weren't even that capable in the grand scheme of things, but they actually
Enemies
sold way
first,
better than
now
even
west.
Radio Shack expected. They followed it up with the TRS-80 color computer, which was designed to attach to a television, which was not an unusual design element back then. Over the years, they would sometimes partner with other companies to sell their computers, like IBM, as well as
Strife is
Compaq.
high, Atomic
But
Age.
overall, for a long time, it was a lucrative
The
business
Academy is
venture
winning
as
here.
computers were getting very popular, and
we will push out the Academy.
Radio Shack was electronics.
We are digging in.
Computers are electronics. It made sense.
Deep dig.
By 1990, Tandy was the world's biggest manufacturer of personal computers. They were building hardware for Digital Equipment Corporation, Grid, Olivetti, AST
no more
Computer,
money.
Panasonic, just to name a few. They manufactured a lot of different stuff beyond computers as well. They handled store fixtures, computer software, wires, cables, antennas, audio, videotape, whatever. They were doing it
We're gonna
all
send
in
one
the
person
early
to
90s.
investigate, because
And
that's
at one
reasonable.
time, Radio Shack was indeed the world's largest electronics chain. But in 1991, things started to shift unfavorably for the Radio Shack brand. Not to a degree that was necessarily catastrophic, but there were a lot of decisions that Tandy made about this time that didn't necessarily work out for the best.
It'll work.
For one thing, in June of
We can pull off
1991,
base
they
level
closed
shit. We
or
can pull off
restructured
of China for a
200 of the
second.
Radio Shack computer centers. They also
Yeah, we
acquired
can pull off of
Computer
China
City
for a second.
and tried to shift its
Help
emphasis
here.
away from components toward more mainstream consumer
Can we
electronics.
push for a tape?
They also sold the computer
Not yet. Hold
manufacturing
on.
business, which remember
Push for a
was
tape.
huge, to
What's our
AST
money?
Research
41.
in
We'll do 20.
1993. They
That's
also
enough.
sold off the Memorex
Okay.
consumer recording trademarks
Investigations?
to a firm over in Hong Kong, and divested a lot of the remaining manufacturing
Trying
divisions.
to win people over.
I don't know why they were doing
We
this.
must piss.
Because that was
Wait, the
probably
people.
one of the best elements about them. They were making their own stuff a lot of the time, or making other people's stuff and selling it to them. And they were like, you know what? No, we don't like making money. That's bad. Let's just sell it off and make quick money now, and not make any more money later. That's great. That's exactly how
Spirit
you
and the
kill a
Mouse?
company. But
That's cute.
it's fine. Just keep doing that. As a result of these decisions,
It's now
a
in the
lot of the
queue.
core brand products, the Radio Shack was able to
appreciate
mark
you.
up heavily
Thank you.
because they were making them. Therefore, they didn't have to buy them from anybody else in the first place. They were theirs.
Oh,
They had a
by
really
the way,
good profit
honey,
margin.
before I forget, them being used to thinking they own things they don't own is what I'm trying to incorporate with habituated. They're used to thinking that things are normalized or weird instead of normative and what they're used to. And it's really not more deep than that in my analysis of their experience. So, you know, I see what you're on about. But, like, that's what I was trying to point at when I say habituated.
Margin had to be replaced with third-party brands that caused two problems. A, those third-party brands were already readily available from direct competitors to Radio Shack, and B, they had reduced profit margins, so Radio Shack wasn't making as much money. In '92, Tandy also tried to get into the big box market.
We're doing a wicked advantageous little early push, and it's pretty fun. We're gonna quietly steer support to the resistance. We encountered humanity first. I don't care. I didn't read what they did. We encountered them. We encountered the factions on the field. Not everyone. There are 7. We've encountered 4. We're the 5th. There's 2 we haven't seen yet.
Like with Kmart and Walmart, except in their case they were pushing for the electronics part of that market. So Best Buy and Circuit City. But they called theirs Incredible Universe. More stuff.
Honey?
More
Did I mention that they're trying to represent the entirety of Kuiper Belt objects in this game? Because you can mine them. They're trying. Honey, 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 look at this between Jupiter and Earth. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This shit's so sick. This shit's so sick it makes me not ick. Look at it. It's adequately dense. It's adequately dense. It's as dense as it should be. There's like, it's not got every object to, I don't suppose it has every object. But they're going hard and trying to give us objects, and we don't have all of the scanning data yet. I think it's like 1,000 objects. Yep, we can mine them. We can mine them. Honey, we have our yeah. Boop. My mush mouth hit me. We're fucked. We do have our Kuiper Belt. It's great. We have our little main asteroid belt, and we have other floaty asteroids. Yee! We have our Pluto friends. Our little Kuiper Belt object, Pluto. Our little ice giant, Uranus, our little ice giant. We can't reach it yet, but we can reach it. Little Jupiter, cute little Jupiter. Pretty little Saturn, ammonia gas baby. Get it? A little terrestrial planet. Little Mars. Little Mars hanging out there. Being a little cute little Mars. Doing little Mars things. Doing Mars shit. I want Venus. We have to make satellites. We have to probe space. We have to do space mining. We got to take over the moon. We've got to take over the corpos. It starts with Indonesia.
Savings! More fun!
We're on the motherfucking equator. So launching to space is like remarkably cheap. We've got water so we can have a navy. We can put a lot into social welfare, and we can make a navy, and we can go to space. We're gonna no longer, if there's any greasing of the hands of the rich, we're gonna stop it. We're gonna also topple a larger nation to force money into us with. We're trying to take China, but we might take Russia. You don't know. We're going to try to unite all of Eurasia again. We're going to make a Eurasian Union that incorporates post-Landback America and the Nordic Federation again. Oh, yep. We always try to go for one Ireland. We want one Ireland. We want one good whole Ireland, not that is its own state and can choose to be in the Eurasian Union if it so wants to. We aim for this. We have to beat out the EU. We have to destroy the EU in this game. Okay, let's fucking go.
What kind of branding is that? Even for the 90s, this is god-awful. I'm sorry.
It begins here.
You tell me what this store is...
Like, my favorite play is if I do also take Murica, because I want to take a lot of it. Make sure that we give the territories back and like let them properly divide. We also have to take UK so we can, or we have to take territories so we can take from UK and give it back. We have places we ought to be. We might take the States, but I'm feeling taking China this time. I really want to. It feels fun. Like, I usually go for Russia or the States as my play. I kind of want to go for China. I can read this again. Oh. Okay, wait. No, that's our faction. I forgot. I'm a goober. Okay, cool. Yeah, the Eurasian Union is going to be what takes up... Well, because, you know... Like, we got to land back all of this little chunky bits up here. All these little chunky boopers. All these little chunky boopers. Okay? And then there's a strip in here. We gotta do stuff. It's gonna be hard. We might not get it all. We're probably gonna die. I haven't played in a while. I'm unpracticed. It's all downhill.
Supposed to be. Before I did my research, I thought this was some kind of kids indoor amusement park like Chuck E. Cheese. This is what it looks like. Would you ever assume this was an electronics big box outlet if I didn't just
Honey,
tell you?
Do you want me to make you cry? Okay, hold on. They do have the Russo-Ukrainian War featured in here. Okay, so they decided to do this. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's definitely a choice. Did we finally? Yo, we finally got Palestine represented in the map. Remember when we played this last time and we didn't have Palestine represented in the map? We got it. We still have the Russo-Ukrainian War. Yo. Bitch tits. Bitch tits. We did it. Okay. Let's go destroy some stuff.
It was? No, you wouldn't. They opened...
It was a thing on the Steam forums, okay? It was a little stink on the Steam forums until we got that. Eat my asshole.
17 stores under the name, but never, ever.
This is Terra Invicta. Do we have a... Yes! This is the screen. I really like this game. It's a combat game that's like Risk for me with space and aliens and space. We have to make spaceships soon. I forgot how to make spaceships. We need to start our play actually. We can make a fleet. Public campaign mission success. Okay, cool. We can make ship classes and we can construct ships. We also have to build hubs. We can make so much shit. We can take the ISS. We can also take the other satellites. I like this game, it's kind of fun. We're going for Indonesia first though, because we want to be the best endowed for going to space, and it looks like we're getting it. Look at that, look at that.
Turn to profit. Only 6 of the stores were individually profitable.
There's either little bitty Florida and parts of Africa that they have to like stop destroying and actually pour into, finally. If we play this right, we can take the whole of the belligerent naval powers and force the actual, do you know that there's the nations, right? That's whatever. Okay, cool, check it. There's nations, that's one thing. But like, halves, fleets, where is it? Research and development, intel? Intel inside. There's many factions, and the factions are trying to take over nations, right? It's like the nations are just puppets of the factions. The factions buy companies to have large amounts of capital and then take over nations. And this is how it goes. Also, we should have done that. I should have remembered to do that. Shit. How do I do this again? Fuck, I forgot how to play this game. Is it B? What the fuck is this key? Ah, council. How do I do this? I need to do organizations. We need to see if anyone can buy an org at a point. When they can, we need to start purchasing orgs. Reason being is some of them will allow us to have perks. Like this one, since you can't see it, is hostile takeover, defenses, etc. So like some of them, you unlock like skills from getting them, so you can shore up your available skills, right? That's really handy. Also, depending on the nation of like origin of some of your like bloopity-bloopities, their hometowns, you'll have like different results in the area. So it incentivizes you to like spread your like assets across a lot of people from a lot of hometowns and try real fucking hard to take everything or destroy everything. Our first play, I got frustrated that the fascists took over a lot and I just started nuking everything. No, it's literally the faction that is that though. It's like the humanity first people, like they're literally written like that.
Those were sold to Fry's
They're cool, I like
in
them.
1996,
I just like,
with the others being closed.
We haven't played as them yet.
They tried other rebranding options, which included the launch or acquisition of other chains, like McDuff Video Concepts and The Edge in electronics. And they were supposed to be larger outlets that carried things like TVs and appliances, again, like Best Buy or Circuit.
If we do take both, like, I don't know, just saying, if we take these both, we can, like, stop bullshit. We can be silly in a game. We can try to, like, hold them until we can, like, Eurasian Union, and then try to push for an Afro-Eurasian Union. I'm just saying, we can try to push for an Afro-Eurasian Union, which I think is what I want, by the way.
City. Radio Shack, as
so I can make sure to have like the appropriate heft to take the state in case someone digs in there, you know?
The brand was always meant to be small, and they didn't think making a giant Radio Shack was necessarily a good idea, because that's not what people expected from them. And I do agree with that logic, but any attempt to break into the big box market just didn't seem to work out in this case. Tandy closed down the McDuff stores at the same time they sold off Incredible Universe. But Radio Shack was still doing okay. They weren't doing as well as they once had, but they were still doing alright. So they continued adding new Radio Shack stores in places, but this started kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Because one of the big problems Radio Shack started having is that they had a very high level of store concentration. You don't want two stores of the same kind, like, right next to each other if you own them both, because they're gonna by default bleed each other. You can wind up in a situation where you're paying too much for overhead and neither store is turning a profit, where if it was just one, the overhead would be lower and you would be making money. Radio Shack had this problem a lot because they kept opening so many different locations and not closing the ones that weren't working out fast enough. Another thing that started changing in the late 90s was the existence of the internet. You'd think a place like Radio Shack would jump right on any kind of new technology, but like a lot of places, they dragged their feet in this department. While the kind of parts that Radio Shack was known to sell started to become available from retailers on...
I gotta remember to upgrade. I occasionally really fuck this up. So, let's do good. What are we trying to max out? Piss weight? Let's piss weight better. Okay.
Online, they themselves would not have a storefront online until the early 2000s. And even when they did do it, their selection was exceedingly limited online when compared to a brick and mortar store. As such, no one would buy from Radio Shack online when compared to their competitors, because why would they? Their competitors just had more available. But they didn't make all bad decisions during the 90s. In 94, they introduced a new service called the Repair Shop at Radio Shack, which was designed specifically to provide inexpensive, out-of-warranty repairs for a bunch of different brands of electronic equipment. This was very appealing to customers. A lot of them didn't necessarily know how to fix some of their old electronics, but...
So the reason we layer it like this, where it's try to influence first and then do the other thing after, is it really buffs our influence chance up the best. Like, technically, I'd really rather, like, if we could shove the money into there, do that. I'm cool with this, though. I kind of want to bring this person back, to do, like, defensive stuff, but I honestly think having them do contact might be helpful as long as the person doesn't kidnap us or kill us.
The Radio Shack experts could, And the thing about Radio Shack was they had a lot of extra parts that they had no hope of selling. Over 1 million sitting around in warehouses. Instead of scrapping them or throwing them out, they decided to leverage them for the new repair business, as sometimes customers would be more willing to spend money on a part if they actually knew it could fix something that was broken. Many people just didn't know what they needed to fix their old electronics, but the Radio Shack repairmen did, and they could use parts that the company already owned to provide a relatively cheap repair job.
Can I do it now?
The consumer was happy, and Radio Shack made some money off of a part they wouldn't otherwise be able to sell. They also changed their slogan and slightly modified their name. They called themselves America's Technology Store originally, but by the 90s that sounded lame and boring. So they changed it to the one most of you probably actually remember, which is, you've got questions, we've got answers. It wasn't a bad slogan, I'm not gonna lie. You remember it.
We can pitch in everything, they would not deal with us.
And they changed their logo from Radio Shack to Radios Hack. Okay, it's still pronounced Radio Shack. They just removed the space. And in '96, they were able to successfully petition the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, or FCC, to allocate special frequencies for the family radio service.
This is
you
what
know
we're
those
hoping.
short-range walkie-talkies that you probably used? Those frequencies are only allocated for use there because of Radio Shack, which was both a really good thing for the general public, and it let them sell short-range walkie-talkies, which turned out to be very popular. It was a good deal. During the middle of the 90s, Radio Shack was trying to push into more mainstream consumer markets. They didn't want to necessarily just be a parts dealer anymore. They wanted to sell more pre-built, general merch kind of stuff, like big box stores did, but Radio Shack didn't have as much space as them. They had to pick and choose the products they had carefully. And this is as they started pushing wireless
That was a
phones.
hard choice. I
Now,
know it
that's
seems
great
very
and all,
silly.
But A, this removed a lot of their parts inventory because they needed space for the phones. And for two, this put them in direct competition against big box vendors like Best Buy, and even Walmart had wireless phones available. That
I think I want
was
this person
dangerous
to, like,
territory for them to get into.
still
because
be able
remember,
to do the rest of their
they are
assignments.
not a big box store. They are an outlet at best. Don't poke the bear, guys. And in May of 2000, the company actually dropped the Tandy name altogether, because the Radio Shack division was pretty much the only one that anyone knew anymore. So they changed it to the Radio Shack Corporation. Tandy's original leather operation were sold to the Leather Factory on November 30th, 2000, which honestly in retrospect was probably a mistake because that business remains profitable even now. Why are you selling things that are making you money? What is wrong with you? The only thing I can imagine is that the people in charge wanted quick money and didn't want to wait for it, which is such a rookie mistake in business. Never do that. Whenever you're running a company, and follow me on this, you want to consider the future, far in the future. You want the company to exist 10, 20, 30 years down the road, because in that span of time, if you are profitable every single year, you're going to make way more money in the long run than the immediate sale you're doing now. But no, just sell off the profitable business, make some quick money, and run for the hills. Yeah, okay, great. Real talk for a second. If you do that, you're a bad CEO. I'm just saying. And because they had thrown away their manufacturing facilities in the early 90s, the vast majority of their in-house brands were gone. They tried to revive a few of them in the early 2000s, but that was met with mixed success because by that point a lot of people didn't even recognize the brands, and they weren't at the quality they once were. Online competition was also ramping up. As you can imagine, by the early 2000s, the internet was getting faster into more common usage, and a lot of people were shopping online. Radio Shack started feeling the squeeze in that regard. And the money they were making wasn't really invested wisely in some cases. Radio Shack was admittedly one of many backers of what was known as the QCAT barcode reader. They themselves invested $35 million into the concept.
That's what we gotta do.
Now what the heck is a QCAT? Is that a barcode scanner that looks like a cat? Well, yes, but it had a very special purpose. They were given away free to internet users in the year 2000, and the point was that you could scan a unique barcode and it would cause the computer to go to a web page purely based off the barcode without actually having to type in a URL. And I'm sure most of you are thinking to yourself, wait, you mean a QR code?
Should do.
And no, but same idea actually. And on paper it sounded great, but it was before its time. The reason QR codes even work and are utilized is because smartphones exist and you can just scan them with your phone camera. The QCAT required itself to be plugged into a computer, and the implication is that you were reading a newspaper
Yeah, we'll go to
while
control.
You were on the internet,
Papua New Guinea as well.
Which, what? You see the problem here? And you couldn't like put the barcodes anywhere. They had to be in places where you could take them and actually use them in the computer because it was a wired connection. Again,
We'll do advising on
smartphones,
Indonesia.
You have them in your pocket. So if you see a QR code on a poster, you could just use it there with your phone. But QCAT could never do this, and it was a complete failure. Radio Shack issued their last annual print catalog in 2003, which, in their defense, was probably a good decision. That was about the time where such a thing was probably obsolete. But as the 2000s wore on, things only got worse and worse in a lot of ways. They did see some success in the mobile phone market, however, and at first they really doubled down on this. In 2005, they partnered with Verizon for a 10-year agreement with Singular, later known as AT&T, and renegotiated their 11-year agreement with Sprint. 2005 was in fact a banner year for wireless on Radio Shacks. That year, they sold more mobile phones than Walmart, Circuit City, and Best Buy.
Espionage is 9. Let's go.
They were doing really well in the mobile phone market, but that wouldn't last. The iPhone would be introduced in 2007. And you're probably confused. Why would the iPhone affect phone sales? Wouldn't that help? No, because the way people purchase their phones changed. Back in the day, the flip phones on their own actually weren't that expensive in the grand scheme of things, but smartphones were. But everyone wanted a smartphone. So if you're a phone manufacturer, how are you going to get more of these newfangled smartphones into people's hands?
Once we take the capital, we can unify nations.
All at once.
Efforts.
Did you
we can make alliances.
Start including them in cell phone plans?
We're gonna push up.
Why,
We're gonna push up. We're gonna give China a reason.
As such, many people bought their phones through the wireless operators, and payment for those phones was included in the plan. As I'm sure most of you know,
with good boost
if you go to say Verizon, Sprint, or whatever, and you want a phone, they'll provide you with a plan that effectively upcharges your monthly rate. So you can
We're going to immediately try to start stealing
if you have a good plan,
projects
that payment will drop
immediately
once the phone is paid off. Of course, by that point, you might actually want a new phone. But regardless, the effect here for where Radio Shack is concerned is that most people stopped buying standalone phones. They would just get them with their plans. Radio Shack didn't really sell plans, at least not directly. They did have some store within a store setups involving both T-Mobile and Verizon, but that was about it. People would start going to the standalone wireless stores for their cell phone
this is the one we're
needs.
scared about.
In mid-December of 2008, the company started experimenting with other brands
Come
to
on,
see if
this
that
one's
was
80.
the problem. It wasn't the problem. Your branding was never the problem. The Radio Shack name
Open
is
research.
a good name. That's not the issue. The issue is what you are selling. Anyway, they opened 3 concept stores under a new name called Point Mobile, which was to sell wireless phones as well as services, netbooks,
We're gonna pull
iPods, and
back
GPS
we're at
navigation
20-ish.
devices. If that sounds like the kind of stuff they would sell in a regular Radio Shack,
and do this,
it's
to kind of
because
taper
it
in.
was. The plan was, if it was successful, they would start
You are very
converting
smart.
Radio Shacks to Point Mobiles
You're lovely.
in certain
You're
markets where
astonishing.
Radio Shack wasn't doing so well. The test wasn't successful.
I suck
Point Mobile
bad at
was
it too. Do you want to play together even though I suck? I like playing with people sometimes. I have spoons to play with people off and on these days. Sometimes. I'm a butt munch, okay? Wait, are we not turned yet?
Not profitable. And the whole thing was abandoned in March of
turn yet.
2011.
See?
Yeah. By
I
the
couldn't
way,
even tell it's not my turn yet. That shocked me. See? We all do stuff. It's okay. Life is life.
in August of 2009, and you're gonna love this because I know I do, Radio Shack tried to rebrand itself. Do you know what they started calling themselves? Do you want to know?
Cum Shack.
They called themselves The Shack. Thanks.
This is so
I
lame.
hate it. This is just like when Circuit City started calling themselves The City.
Wait,
what
when
does
is
The
it
Shack
turn?
even mean?
When is turn?
The word
How much
radio
longer does this have
was
to take?
very descriptive as to what you sell, which is consumer electronics,
Where's
just
our
like Circuit City
phase?
was. You
Is
drop
it-
the
there
one
we go.
part of your name that
Each month, I
told
forgot.
everybody what you were selling, and what? The Shack? You
The
know,
Shack.
the word shack on its own is
Control
actually
Nation?
kind of a bad name. Like, it denotes a shack, a dingy, sloppily put together wooden structure, which admittedly is not a bad description in terms of your company's overall situation, but you don't want to tell the consumer that. Technically speaking, the rebranding did cause an increase in sales of mobile products, But their
80%?
other product lines took a significant hit because, well, do you even sell radio stuff anymore? I mean, they did. They sold the same stuff they always did, but you weren't telling people that. And ham radio operators didn't want to go to a place called The Shack. Why did both Circuit City and Radio Shack do the same thing?
Let's immediately
to me, this is just like Walmart changing their
counselor.
name to just The Mart, or Kmart changing their name to just, well, the Mart again. You see the problem here? And believe me, Radio Shack staff were not happy about any of this. People that had worked for the company for a long time saw a significant slow decline in their overall morale, as well as happiness with their jobs in general. They had started working at Radio Shack because they wanted to sell radio parts and electronic parts. It was fun. It's where they were experienced. But as the 2000s wore on, Radio Shack management pushed into the wireless department as well as add-ons for that. And the pressure to sell gradually increased. High stress was common among their employees. And since all they cared about was sales, focus on training new employees as well as making sure they even knew what they were selling decreased. And a lot of the old employees had been paid bonuses as well as their retirement in stock options, which isn't necessarily a bad thing if your company's doing well, but because they were starting to fail, those employees saw those benefits decrease and fade into the ether. If you're wondering what the heck upper management was doing making all these ridiculous decisions, well, to be honest, upper management barely existed half the time, because between 2005 and 2014, Radio Shack changed their chief executive officer 7 times. And I want you to just think about this for a second. You're working at a place. It could be anywhere. I don't care what it is. It doesn't really matter.
Confirmed.
You're working there.
I say that's really good use of a turn. Okay, so this person investigating should crack first, right? Then we're gonna steal the person they're investigating shit next turn. We can take over organizations hostily. That's what we'll be doing.
And your boss changes. Now, isn't that annoying? You have to get to know this new person.
Success.
Work for them. They probably
That
do things
hopefully
in a
would
different
never
way
fail,
than your
but
old
it
boss,
could.
and they may just not like you. Management changes are always a pain in the butt for lower level employees, and that only gets worse the larger a company gets. Because once a company hits a certain size, the people at the top don't necessarily see the people down below, unless they make an actual concerted effort to do so. But regardless of how far the distance is, as one of my old managers used to tell me, stuff rolls downhill. Except he didn't use the word stuff. But if you know, you know. And he's right. Decisions up top always affect the people at the bottom. And when those decisions involve changing who's in charge 7 times in just a few years, that gets pretty old pretty quick. And the company had no way of reorienting itself under these conditions. You can't change CEOs that many times and expect things to work out, because each one had a different idea for how to fix the company and started dragging it in a different direction every single time. And when that didn't work out, they removed the CEO, replaced them with somebody else, and then they pulled the company in a completely different direction. They never made any progress anywhere. And starting in 2012, they were in the red. They were losing money, and they continued to lose money at an alarming rate. In order to stay afloat, they needed more cash, so in December of 2013, they took out a bunch of loans, which...
Oh, we have money.
Okay, so loans can work out as long as the company plans on actually making money in the future.
We've got
and
money.
has a way of doing so. They obtained a $585 million line of credit from GE Capital and a $250 million term loan from Salus. That second loan came with the condition that Radio Shack couldn't close more than 200 stores per year without Salus's consent. And this is very relevant because, again, these are loans. Or credit, whatever. The point is, they have to pay that money back. These aren't grants, these aren't gifts. You need to pay it back at some point. But Radio Shack didn't fix their profit situation. In fact, everything kept getting worse.
We got Investigate
In 2014,
Counselor
they were burning
for our
through money
hacker.
Faster than they ever had
Because
before.
their espionage is
and
already
as a direct
highest.
Result, they tried to close down a quarter of their stores because they weren't profitable.
And they didn't
but
have that
Salus
skill.
didn't want them to do that, and they literally weren't allowed to based on the loan terms. Salus didn't think that Radio Shack's future prospects, as well as their business plans, would actually succeed. And that decision accelerated their descent into bankruptcy. especially after a disastrous 2014 to 2015 holiday season, which, as I mentioned with Kmart, is the one time of year where even a failing company will generally actually make money because everyone's spending money for gifts. Radio Shack barely made any money that holiday season. It was kind of embarrassing. It's hard to imagine what they would have expected because they had no experienced staff left. A lot of them had left, and the new people didn't know what they were doing. The exodus started all the way back in 2004 when they introduced what was known as Fix 1500, which was an initiative to correct inventory and profitability issues company-wide. The program put the 1,500 lowest graded store managers on notice that they would need to improve. They were graded not on a tangible score and personal data, but just using one-on-one interviews with the district management, which is really not a fair grading system at all. That's just, does the district management like silly. You? No, you suck. Like, that's how that works. It's not actually looking at data from the stores. The managers were given a 90-day period to improve, and a total of 1,734 managers were reassigned as sales associates or terminated over a 6-month period. It was about that time that they canceled the employee stock purchase plan, so that was no longer an option for them. Also, they wouldn't have wanted it anyway because it was doing nothing but going down. By the first quarter of 2005, the metrics of skill assessment used during Fix 1500 had already been thrown out the window, and the corporate officer who created the program had actually resigned. It didn't help. And in 2004, they also suffered a class action lawsuit for more than 3,300 current and former managers of their stores, who claimed that the company had required them to work long hours without any kind of overtime compensation. The company, in another way of making themselves look even worse, tried to suppress this, launching a successful strategic lawsuit against public participation, directed against Bradley D. Jones, who was the webmaster of a site known as RadioShackSucks.com. He wasn't just any random person either. He had been a Radio Shack dealer for 17 years, so he knew the kind of stuff they'd been pulling. All this nonsense culminated in 2015, when on January 15th, it was reported by the Wall Street Journal that Radio Shack had delayed rent payments to some of their commercial landlords. On February 2nd, 2015, they were delisted from the New York Stock Exchange after their average market capitalization remained below $50 million for longer than 30 consecutive days. Just the following day, February 3rd, Radio Shack would default on their loan from Salus Capital. After these reports came out, some of the employees were instructed to reduce prices, as well as transfer inventory out of their locations designated for closing to those that would actually remain open, while a lot of other stores remained in the dark as to their future. A lot of the locations already closed down without any kind of warning on Sunday, February 1st, which was the first day of their fiscal year. Employees of those locations were only given a few hours of notice. Though, to be fair, a lot of them had only stayed open with skeleton crews, very small amounts of inventory, and reduced hours to satisfy Salus Capital, who, remember, hadn't let them close down these places that they would have otherwise. On February 5th, Radio Shack finally announced that they had filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The bankruptcy filing allowed them to end contractual restrictions that required them to keep a lot of those locations open, and they immediately published a list of 1,784 different stores that they intended to shut down. And they hoped to do this quite quickly. They wanted most of the stores closed by the end of February, which would avoid a $7 million rent payment owed in March. At first, Radio Shack only gave customers until March 6th to return merchandise or redeem unused gift cards. But there was legal pushback on that from the attorneys general of several different states. Radio Shack decided to be a bit more generous and agreed to reimburse customers for the value of unused gift cards indefinitely, as long as they were in an actual Radio Shack. And alarmingly, though it's a story we've heard often enough, they were criticized during this time for putting the personal data of many of their customers, 67 million of them, up for sale as part of their assets. This was in the face of their long-standing promise to customers that that data would not be sold for any reason at any time. The FTC and the attorneys general of 38 different states fought against that proposal, but it was ultimately approved, however at a greatly reduced price, which, you know, honestly, I don't think that's any better. It's arguably worse because,
I'm right
you're
there
still
with you
giving
half
away
the fucking
people's
time,
data,
homie.
but the person buying it is now having to pay less. Like, no. The problem was selling the data in the first place. If you're gonna do it, at least make it really expensive, you know? Like, I guess maybe their logic was they didn't want Radio Shack making a lot of money off of this sale. But on the flip side, whoever bought the data is getting a steal and can now use it for whatever they want. You know, like, On March 31st, 2015, the bankruptcy court approved a $160 million offer by the Standard General affiliate, General Wireless
You know when I
Operations
keep saying
Incorporated, to
that
gain ownership
CEOs
of
are
1,743 Radio
required
Shack
legally
locations. As part of
to
this
do
arrangement,
shit
the company entered into
which
a
may be
partnership with
incorporative
Sprint
of
and established store
sell
within
you out
store
to ad
areas
people?
devoted to selling its brands. And, man, do I
They
just
really
hate
do,
the store
though.
within a store thing? How many
They are
times have I
bound by
talked
fucking
about
law.
this already on these videos? I feel like store within a store, like unless it's food, like the Starbucks
If that
and
company's
Target or
public,
something, just doesn't
they're bound
really
by
work
fuck
out
those law.
long term. Maybe in some cases, but a lot of these seem to be done out of desperation more than anything. And mind you, this particular acquisition didn't actually include rights to Radio Shack's intellectual property, their franchise locations, as well as the customer records, which were being sold separately, like I said. The rebranded locations were soft launched on April 10th, 2015, with a preliminary conversion of the store's existing wireless departments to exclusively push only Sprint brands. Later, they would do a more intensive remodel to make extra room for Sprint. General Wireless would go on to obtain the Radio Shack name as well as the rest of the assets for $26.2 million in May of 2015. And the chief marketing officer, Michael Tatelman, hammered home the point that the company that had emerged with the proceedings was an entirely new entity. Despite sharing the name, they viewed it as a whole new thing, referring to the original Radio Shack that had existed for nearly a century, defunct. Despite this, adorably so, they couldn't actually make this brand new, definitely new, not at all the same, we promise, Radio Shack profitable. It was speculated in March of 2017 that General Wireless was looking to take Radio Shack through their second bankruptcy in just 2 years. Even though they had pushed the idea that it was a new entity, it was still the same brand, whatever, it's a second bankruptcy. And dozens of corporate office employees were laid off. 200 stores were planned to be shut down, and the Radio Shack website started displaying all sales final banners for in-store purchases. Wow. Suspicious. The second Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing happened on March 8th, 2017. Of the then 1,300 remaining stores, a few hundred were converted into just Sprint locations, not being Radio Shack in any way. And even though they had declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and not Chapter 7 liquidation, they proceeded to engage in liquidation.
You know me.
That's what it was. They started getting rid of all inventory supplies and the store fixtures,
5%.
and even auctioning off memorabilia from the glory days of the company. On March 26th, they announced plans to close all but just 70 corporate stores and shift their business to primarily being online only. Most of the stores closed at the Memorial Day weekend of 2017, and of those remaining, 15...
We told the generals to build more generals. Maybe they might... Sorry, we told the generals to build more generals, so maybe they might generalize some.
More would shut down by the end of June 2017.
I've been needing
General
to do more of
Wireless
this.
would announce plans on June 12th,
I appreciate
2017 to auction off the Radio Shack name and the intellectual property. Bidding for this would conclude on July 19th, when one of Radio Shack's creditors, Kensington Capital Holdings, obtained the brand and IP for $15 million. Also, Kensington was the only bidder. No one else wanted them. General Wireless themselves would exit bankruptcy in October and was allowed to retain their warehouse, e-commerce sites, dealer network operations, and up to 28 of the stores.
Had an 86.
Under the new ownership, Radio
Basically,
Shack
we were
started
3 points behind.
shrinking their
We're
U.S.
fine.
headquarters operation, and by September,
happened.
they had a staff of only 50 individuals. In July of 2018, they partnered with Hobbytown USA to open up some new stores, known as Radio Shack Express. Hobbytown owners got to select which Radio Shack products they would carry based on what they knew about their customers. And for a while, that was actually a kind of a lucrative venture. Radio Shack dealerships reopened 500 stores by October of 2018, and it signed 77 of Hobbytown's 137 franchise stores by November. In November of 2020, Radio Shack was sold again, this time to a group called Retail E-Commerce Ventures, or REV. They were Florida-based and had previously purchased a lot of other defunct retailers like Pier 1 Imports, Dress Barn, Modeli Sporting Goods, and Linen and Things. And REV handled themselves in a questionable manner.
3 control points. One more, we got it.
For example, in December of 2021, they announced that they would use part of the Radio Shack brand name on a cryptocurrency platform. Yay! I'm so excited. They called it Radio Shack DeFi. The platform would allow customers to exchange and freely swap existing cryptocurrency tokens for a new token called Radio.
Why can't I?
Through this new platform. Wonderful. I do not recommend this. And trying to market for the cryptocurrency thing turned into a bit of a mess because I guess everyone in charge of Radio Shack
I'm trying too early game, but I'm remembering super early.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know what it is about suits sometimes. Like, they don't hire normal
enemies first, then
Okay,
us.
that would be too reasonable.
Water.
They wind up hiring just the weirdest individuals. Because the Twitter account for Radio Shack, which, yes, they have a Twitter, rose to some notoriety in June of 2022. But not the good kind, the bad kind. Because I guess someone said, well, there's no such thing as bad publicity. And you know what? That's not true. That's really not true. Bad press does exist. Because they started pushing out tweets with a bunch of not safe for work content. And this was all in an effort to attract attention towards the cryptocurrency platform, which by that point had been renamed Radio Shack Swap. The strategy had been directed by the chief marketing officer, Abel Zupor,
Persuasion
who,
12.
as I said,
Let's go for it.
is apparently just a giant clown. Dealers had a mixed reaction because, well, it made the company look like a bunch of frickin' idiots. And Hobbytown USA was furious because they always maintain a squeaky clean image, and they proceeded to terminate their relationship with Radio Shack entirely, which cost them just so much money. Just last year, March 2nd, 2023, REV announced that they were looking into the idea of a possible bankruptcy filing, which would be the 3rd time within 10 years you've done that with this brand. I'm convinced you just can't make it work anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. You actually were making it work, and then someone started getting crazy on Twitter, and now you're ruined. Good frickin' work. Why don't you try more cryptocurrency? Ooh, why don't you try selling Radio Shack NFTs? That always is a good way to just take money from idiots.
Why can't I steal?
In May of 2023, Radio Shack was bought again by Unicomer Group, which is a company based in El Salvador. To date, there are around 400 authorized dealers in the United States. They still exist, but they're a shell of what they were, and will likely not ever regain their dominance. They are kind of a joke
most
in
likely
some
to succeed
categories,
next.
at least when it comes to America. However, they do have a pretty significant presence elsewhere.
We took over.
And they are actually seeing pretty decent success overseas.
How do we do policy again?
The brand has been used in several other countries, sometimes under the same company, sometimes it's just a brand thing. A spin-off of the international retail operations was known as Intertan, and they operated Radio Shacks in Canada and the UK. Intertan, as we discussed, was purchased by Circuit City, who then wound up being sued for the use of the Radio Shack name, and lost. All those stores were renamed The Source later. Where Radio Shack still has a strong presence, however, is in Mexico and into South America. The company owns 225 locations in Mexico and over 300 in Latin America and the Caribbean. They're actually doing quite well in this market.
Money track.
And it's likely because online-only sales haven't exactly taken root in the same way down there as it has here in America. The brick-and-mortar layout is still quite popular, as is ham radio as a hobby. So in a way, south of the border, Radio Shack still has their glory days. Even if it is technically as a separate entity from the American version, as they're just using the brand. But they still kind of handle themselves in a similar manner. It just happens to work in that market. Whereas here in America, no, it doesn't work nearly as well.
We're finishing our research.
And it likely will continue not to. Some stores still make somewhat of a profit, but they'll never be as big as they once were. I don't know whether they'll ever be gone permanently. It's hard to say, but well, at one time you could find a Radio Shack in every single mini mall or outlet depot or wherever. You don't find nearly as many, and that sad fact is likely to remain. And with that, a special thank you to all my underwater train finders, Some Dude 267, Benjamin Owens, Anzac A1, Arthur Roy, Jack Parsons Road Videos, Lord Off 444, Isurfer 1405, Charles Kwiatkowski, Matt Weaver, Tom Red Lion, NS Productions 8104, Wheeljack 8401, Rescues Greyhounds, The Baxter, Kid of Crosswhite, Josh Johnson, Kid of Brainwaters, Perez Drenton, Master of None,
it's
Travis
not a big
Delinsky, Jared Russell, JBL Explorers,
you should be able to get
Tommy
two done
Rossini, Ben Nicola, Panzer Kitson 131, Just 232, Mark Holding, G Wiz, Mr. Revel, Hayden DeGrow, No, Kurt Forkham, Ohio Trucker 1, Mr. Sleepy, Harry, Drew Debris, George Kenny, Kevin Wood, Liam Wright, Morris Owen Productions, Hendrick Motorsports Fan 5, Hannah Bird, Duraushi, Your Mom Liked It, Windy City Rails, A Person 723, William Nemo, Dr. Racer 78,
Can I make a team of Drow?
Doll, Eric Hutton, AET Museum, NJ 1969,
It's a serious
Metal for Life
question.
Guy, Andrew Bowen, Crimson Rose,
I don't know about
and
you,
of
but I
course, my
like
dad.
doing it.
Till next time, this is Darkness, and I bid you all a
Control Nation success.
farewell.
Research. Do ops research? That one's still low.
This is about to be the King Cobra special. Let me tell you what's on it. We have an extra large
Control
hand-tossed
success.
pizza.
Come on, please.
With extra
please,
piece of cheese.
please,
Extra garlic parmesan sauce.
Please. Come on.
We got ham,
Failed.
beef, pepperoni, Italian sausage, premium chicken, bacon, Philly cheesesteak with extra bacon. For our veggies, we have onions, mushrooms, green
we're going for the
peppers,
Philippines too.
and spinach. I also added shredded provolone cheese, cheddar cheese blend, feta cheese,
Oops, wrong button.
and the shredded Parmesan Asiago cheese. And I got 2 cups of garlic dipping butter and some Parmesan and some pepper. They got some new items they're featuring. I got the spicy buffalo 5 cheese mac and cheese, which has bacon, jalapenos, 5 cheeses.
Yes. Wait, no. Who's that?
That's most definitely what's up.
This
We got
one.
the goods. This box is heavy, man.
Yes. We need to succeed.
Taking a note out of my goddamn book. Like, I've been food hacking pizza orders. I've been food hacking pizza orders for a long time now, and people are starting to like
Surveil.
get famous on it because of
Investigates. Yes.
TikTok and shit. Look, you can
Everyone
get,
else is hidden from us.
officially licensed little seasoning
So we'll
shakers.
surveil the location. Because it should get the
There are
nearby
4
ones,
containers of the
right?
Parmesan cheese and the pepper. And this pizza's still a little bit warm. I'd let it cool off a bit.
We need to push Singapore.
There's our garlic butter, son. Let's get it. This pizza's still warm. Let's take a look at it. That is a boss of a pizza. Look at that. It smells delicious. We're going to add our garlic butter first.
We'll try it. This is surveilled. Do we really need this? Investigate counselor. We're double sure. We may as well do internal ops. Investigate our own. Put shit up high
This
so we
pizza
don't
cool
fail.
off completely before
94
I try to
should fine.
slice it. It's got all these toppings on it. I don't
Whoa.
want it to just fall off. You feel me?
It helps. We need to also investigate our own.
Use my finger and scrape out all that buttery garlic goodness on top.
Humanity first are the fascies. Whoever they take over, they turn into.
Parmesan cheese.
It's unfortunate. We gotta do it. We gotta make sure we don't let them dig in or do dickhead shit. You know?
Just scrape a bunch of it onto our pizza.
Also, why the fuck
You know,
are my
the cup.
policies not right?
Little container of their new season packets of Parmesan cheese. These little containers are pretty big. Should we add some pepper flake to it? Yeah, why not?
We've discovered a new counselor.
Behemoth. And then we're going to add a sprinkle of nacho cheese Doritos.
Got our control in, open research. Let's do Energy Lab. It's the most efficient thing to go for early, I think. Let's do it.
Our supporters are in place.
Yes.
Then I want to cover the entire thing in nacho cheese Doritos. But they want to add a sprinkle to it.
I'm nervous about this one.
Look
Yo!
at that glorious fucking pizza. They're still pretty hot, so I'll let it cool off. Just because if I try to pick up a slice now, all that cheese is just gonna, all the extra cheese that I added, gonna fall off the pizza. So it is what it is. I put this delicious motherfucker up. XL status, man. New mac and cheese from Domino's. Oh shit, oven baked. Oh, YouTube, check that out. The 5 cheese bacon mac and cheese. Now I did ask for bacon and jalapenos, and a drizzle of their buffalo sauce. I can't really tell if it's in there, but we're gonna food hack this one as well by adding, of course, 1 container of pepper flakes.
Oh, because we have a crackdown, we can't do it. Okay.
2 containers of Parmesan cheese.
Wait, what's purge?
It's gonna be a while before that pizza cools off all the way enough for me to eat it. So for now, I want to do the mac and cheese deal.
Ready to go.
Investigate.
I'm gonna empty 2 containers of Parmesan cheese onto the mac and cheese.
You're the only one who can do it.
Some people, like myself, love a shit ton of Parmesan cheese on their deal.
Where can I look at our policies? I forgot.
So for those customers who really love
I can't look
cheese,
at them
you know what I'm
early.
saying? Let's just
I can
dump
try
it
now,
all into
though.
the mac and cheese. You get some cheese in there? Yeah, I think that might be enough for the mac and cheese.
They're already going through
Now
a
we're gonna hit
crackdown.
your
I'm bad at
Doritos
this.
on there for a light sprinkle. A handful. Look at that mac and cheese action. Now we're going to stir that around. We're gonna
We
mix
do
all
want to
the
investigate
Doritos
the new
and everything.
counselors. Yes,
That
we
pizza's
do.
probably going to be like some of the best
94
goddamn
was
fucking
good.
pizza I've had in a hot minute, but that's neither here nor there. Ooh, she's
Control
a hot
Nation.
motherfucker,
Let's
you
push to
two.
finish. What's this one?
That is a shit ton of pepper flake and Parmesan cheese. Then I'm just going to
Oh,
take
wait,
it
no,
and
this one's
stir it
best.
around into the mac and cheese. Maybe could have used less of the packets on the mac and cheese, but who gives a damn? It's spitting out the side of the box here. Hold up a second.
Dirty.
Looking for them bacon bits. Now I did ask for bacon and jalapenos and a drizzle of the buffalo sauce in my mac and cheese, and I'm not seeing it. It is what it is.
Wait, why do you? Yours is 3. How are you?
With the crunch from the Doritos.
How are you so good at this?
I got Parmesan cheese on top.
God damn. Do I care about investigations? No, not right now.
Oh, look at a little
I
cheese
care
pull. Look at a little
about
cheese pull. Oh
finishing
shit!
up here.
Look at that cheese pull.
Yes. Okay. Confirm.
I'm gonna eat some lunch.
This is the hardest I've dug in here. We're trying so hard. We're gonna
do
risk.
the
Like, this is
noodles here.
everything this game.
They did not include the jalapenos or the bacon
Let's do policy.
or the buffalo drizzle sauce that I ordered with it. I'm not complaining because I never had their mac and cheese before, so I got nothing to compare it to. Like I said, I think I might have added too many pepper flakes to it. On kind of the grittiness. But once you get past all that, this is actually a really decent bite. I'll let that pizza cool off a little bit longer before I try a slice of it. So I don't want the toppings just fall off. You know, I expect the Doritos and all the Parmesan cheese and the pepper flake to fall off.
Oh, there's
You know
no
what the hell,
policy we
I
have
just do a
available.
slice
I
right now.
that was a
Fuck
silly
it.
waste.
Extra
That was me
large and in
sucking.
charge. No, the pepper
I forgot
flakes.
where to
They're not
see
my
the
silences,
policy
too.
list.
Holy shit. Like, it's still
Because there's
pretty
like a
warm, but
list
it's
I
not,
can
like,
look at.
piping hot, so it should be.
See what my
if I'm
available policy calls are, I
careful
think.
enough.
Right?
You could just see from the side profile how
pretty
thick
sure.
that is with toppings. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get a slice.
New project available. R&D. Oh, we're good. We're still finishing off our energy lab. The second we get an energy lab down, it's easier. Control nation success.
It's cooled off enough I can pick it up.
And this
without
one's
all
just
these
doubled up
celtic
for no
and
reason.
all these toppings just
It's
falling off,
fine.
you
I'd
know what I'm
rather
saying?
have been
That's
doubled
really
up.
cool off. That pizza is rich as a motherfucker, dude. I'll be eating this for the next couple of days.
Okay, we can soon work relations, right?
Now, I
We can
did
start
spend
doing it.
$55+
As long as we're allied, they
on this
can't make
behemothly
rivals out of
large
homies as quickly,
customized
you know?
pizza.
So we get to
So I am
dig
flexing
in,
just a little bit, but this is good pizza.
and then we're going
That's
to
really
try to
cool
push for
off, but
China.
I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Like I
Because we're
said, I am
clever.
gonna get that one done here the next couple of days.
We're
I'll
taking
make
it
sure
over
I
at
have
the
enough money to
corpo
ship
level,
it, and then
so
if I break
we gotta
it
do.
while making it, I can have enough money to
Enemies
replace
are
the
flying.
wood kind of thing. I'm not even mad about the mac and cheese situation because it is good.
Poopers.
Like, holy shit, I'm gonna be eating like a king for the next couple of days.
Where
I
is
mean,
our
this thing is.
crackdown person?
Okay, when they say
Oh wait, no,
extra
who's our
large,
purge
I mean,
person?
for hand comparison,
That's
here's
you.
my hand to
It's
the
you.
pizza. You see what I'm saying? I already got the pizza sweats going, and I'm loving every minute of it. I was a little hangry earlier, but now my taste buds are singing a song of delight.
You're gotten.
When I went to go order it online, they would not let me choose all the toppings. They had a topping limit, I guess. I get that.
You.
So I had to call it in to
Hello,
order
my
it.
love.
Don't have any alcohol to
76%
wash
you
that
say.
down, so
I'll
I'm
take
gonna take a sip of
86.
this here Signature
Thank you.
Select water. I polished off that vodka I had
Influence? I have
earlier,
6.
so that's
That'll work.
that's that.
Crackdowns. We're good. Oh wait, no, we do want to do a crackdown. We want to follow up with also destabilization with a crackdown. Actually, instead then, we'll buff our chances. And for control nation points, there's nowhere sure. %? Maxed out 22. Advantageous. It would split them and make them engage us a lot more. Let's go. What's this? No later. Yes.
If you were exposed to PC gaming in the mid-2000s,
you may be entitled to financial compensation.
You might have played a little game by the name
Dead.
of Counter-Strike Source. I take it that you probably know at least a little about CS Source since you clicked on this
Tiny bit.
video, so I'm
Just
gonna
a
skip
little.
over explaining its history and all that and just drop us right into the map CS Office. This map is very important to me. This single map had a hand in exposing me to
Office
Counter-Strike,
is pretty
Half-Life, Garry's Mod, and Team Fortress 2 all
Confirmed?
at the same time.
I was distractible.
And yet I had never even played on it. This is the YouTube channel.
Let's check levels.
He's the creator of the Gmod Idiot Box series of
822, we
YouTube
can level
videos
up.
that lasted from 2008 to 2015. This series was one of the very first things that I had stumbled upon when I had first
Persuasion?
started watching YouTube as a small Bringus boy. These Gmod videos were the funniest things I had ever seen.
Espionage
and after
up wouldn't
watching
hurt.
all of them, all I wanted to do was go and play with all those funny characters by myself on my own computer. After a while, I figured out how to install Steam, begged my mom to buy me Garry's Mod, which I had pitched to her as Minecraft with realistic graphics, and the rest is history. But now that I'm older and debatably wiser, I see these videos through
Persuasion
a new
for
lens,
now.
and I
I don't
notice
want
things that I just wouldn't have before.
Investigation.
Like this
We need to have
specific
more
computer
crackdown
in the
ability.
background of Gmod
Yep,
Idiot
let's
Box
do it.
1. This specific model of computer appears in several places throughout the map. And anytime that I'm playing CSS or Gmod nowadays
the
and I'm
fuck
on
do
this
I
map,
look at the
I look at
policy?
these
Oh my gosh,
computers
here.
and
I look
because
at it
of my
here.
specific strain of ADHD, they really
I'm so
get me
broken.
thinking. What would it be like to use the computer from CS Office?
29th,
What kind of
29th,
hardware
29th,
might be in it?
29th.
What operating system would it have? What kind of games could it play? If you're familiar with my channel, then you'll know that I like computers. Weird ones. The more obscure, the better. The less they were intended to ever be gamed on, the better. But having worked in the e-waste industry, I also have a knack for recognizing extremely common ones.
How many do I have?
To me, the computer from CS Office looks a lot like an older Dell Dimension tower from around the turn of the century. And putting them side by side here, I think it's pretty clear that that's what it's supposed to be. And that means, for all intents and purposes, there is a physical, tangible version of the computer from CS Office out there in real life somewhere that I could buy. But there is one issue. Anyone who spent time messing around in CS Office could tell you that you can shoot the side panels off of these things and get a look inside. Valve fully modeled most of the components that make up the PC.
1, 3, 4.
You can see a video card, a sound card, some hard drives, a DVD drive,
campaign aborted, likely because we were good.
A motherboard that's clearly not from a Dell Dimension. So is the CS Office computer really a Dell Dimension then? Because after seeing the inside of this thing, it just kind of looks like some unholy cobbled together PC that's just using a Dell Dimensions chassis. So now we're faced with this dilemma.
Influence?
If I want my own CS Office computer, do I find this exact motherboard and make an exact replica of the computer down to every last component in here? Or do I get a hold of a Dell Dimension and just use it as is, as it was intended to be used with the hardware that they would have originally come with? By doing a reverse image search of the motherboard, I found out that it's an Asus A8V Deluxe. And you know, it's kind of impressive that Google Lens was able to pinpoint the exact board instantly with nothing else to go off of but this pixelated mess. But after taking that and throwing it into eBay, I only found one for sale, which is from the UK, and straight up does not work. So, for practicality's sake, I guess we have our answer. And either way, I don't think you could actually put a full-size standard ATX motherboard into a Dell Dimension case anyways. Usually Dell's cases will only fit their weird non-standard motherboards. The way that Valve made it fit was kind of by cheating. If you take a look at the texture sheet for the inside of the PC, you can kind of make out an Antec logo. All they did was take this image from an Antec Sonata case review, remove some stuff in Photoshop, and then just like that, they had a standard relocation coupon just like everybody else. They had a standard computer chassis in a Dell Dimension. So with Valve having completely faked the inside of this thing, plus the fact that that motherboard is apparently unobtainium, we now know with 100% certainty that a regular Dell Dimension is going to be the way to go. In typical Counter-Strike fashion, we'll treat the CS Office computer as a Dell Dimension loot box. I'll buy the first one that I find, and whatever hardware happens to be inside of the one that I get is what I get. But what about the other stuff on the desk in CS Office? A proper battle station is more than just a PC. What were the ancient gamers gaming on over here? There's a keyboard, a mouse, and a monitor to go with the PC. You think those are real too? Well, they totally are. And we have this image to thank for figuring out exactly which models. According to the image, a keyboard is a Logitech Internet Navigator model YBE22, the mouse is a Microsoft IntelliMouse Explorer, and the monitor is a Dell 1505 FP. But what are the odds of actually finding each of these obscure? I found them instantly for cheap. In fact, the Dell Dimension and the IntelliMouse are both so easy to come across that I was able to find both of them at a local e-waste recycler in the first 5 minutes that I was there.
Oh my gosh,
for the monitor and keyboard, though, I just bought these ones that I had found on eBay. The mouse. She's a bit crusty, but overall, overall, it's in pretty good shape. It's a mouse. I'm just happy this thing didn't end up being a ball mouse. That's just cruel and unusual punishment.
What?
But does it work?
Control point.
It would appear so. Beautiful. It seems like an all right mouse.
Oh, high on rest.
I don't really know what to say about it.
Oh, high on rest.
This is like being asked to review the design of a Kleenex.
Oh my gosh, high on rest.
There it is. Now the keyboard
persuasion
is pretty much the same. It's pretty nasty. Oh yeah, this is a Counter-Strike keyboard.
There we go.
What? Why is
my eyes are tearing up because I haven't blinked as well.
iPod Touch button.
One of the 7 wonders of the world.
This cable was used to wipe an ass. Look how much real estate they gave to all the random crap on this keyboard. The freaking scroll wheel over here, which actually clicks in, I will add, user, F-lock, email, messenger, SMS, webcam, rewind, fast forward, media, volume up and down, mute, play, pause, stop, iTouch, search, shopping, favorites, my home. The more I look at this keyboard, the weirder it is. But look at this. The numlock key has a 3-button mouse icon. All of the F keys have like random stuff that they do. And that's pretty common on keyboards, but like this stuff is just weird. Like there's a whole shortcut just for send. Can you tell it was an Office keyboard? It's also got printing for both Mac and Windows. What does the go button do? Okay, I really want to test out all of the miscellaneous buttons at some point, but for now, we'll just test all the standard keys. The quick...
How are you?
The quick brown fox jumps. Oh,
I'm changing from Ritalin to Adderall soon.
Over the lazy dog. Everything except print screen, numlock.
I'm laughing because of how on topic it was. I realized after the fact, okay?
And wait, what is that? What is that key? Not sure? What do you mean not sure? You're the keyboard checker.
Why, thank you.
Not sure. Pfft. Well, I'm pretty sure that that's supposed to be the Windows key, and it's not.
I'm gonna try an extended release finally. We're gonna see if this extended release doesn't cause anaphylaxis. If that's the case, I'm gonna be good.
Doing anything, but maybe the browser is just not letting it read it. I don't know. Print screen works though, because you can do this.
How are you doing, honey?
And numlock.
All in all, how's your day going? What's been on your mind this lovely day? Have you peed a lot? You might need water if you haven't.
Works because you can see the light. Volume up, volume down, beautiful. Media.
Sure.
Oh, it actually wants to open a media player. Okay, we'll save the rest of these for later. God, I want to know what the scroll wheel does.
How'd your investigation go?
The monitor. This thing is actually like shockingly tiny. It's only a 15-inch monitor. Oh my goodness, that is so small.
Ooh,
just a little baby boy. But does it work? It better, because I bought this one on eBay and I really don't want to have to send it back. It's already a miracle that it survived without cracking into a million tiny pieces. Hey, look at that. It's a bit dim. Cool. You can't open the menu without an input. All right, hold on. You wouldn't plug the Steam Deck into the Counter-Strike monitor, would you? Wait, no, that's the part where I was supposed to tell everybody about today's sponsor, Delete Me. Ever wonder how people get doxxed and swatted so easily? You'd be shocked about how easy it can be to find someone's address online if they're not careful about where their data ends up. Do you know where your data ends up? Probably not. But luckily, Delete Me can help you find out. And more importantly, they can help you do something about it. They'll remove your personal information from hundreds of data brokers' websites.
Oh yeah,
and it's all automatic. No need to get up and surgically separate yourself from your crusty gamer chair that you seem to have fused to at some point. After some initial setup, they'll get right to work submitting removal requests on your behalf to the data brokers that they found to be selling your information. And in just 7 days, Delete Me will compile a whole report for you that shows you exactly how many listings for your information that they got taken down. And these numbers aren't just nameless, faceless statistics. Delete Me will show you precisely which data brokers had your information and exactly what kind of your data that they had. Anything from your name, your family's names, your current and previous addresses, your phone number, and more. I'm personally signed up with Delete Me to take control of my data, and you can do the same by visiting joindeleteme.com/Bringus and use promo code Bringus at checkout to get 20% off any US Delete Me consumer plan. Yeah, this thing looks like crap. I'm hoping that it's just on some like weird settings right now. Factory reset. Let's give that a go. All settings. Oh, that's a little bit better.
Clandestine
picked up before, but it was overly like brown before. Now the colors are more accurate.
It's 300. Oh my gosh.
What if we get the lights?
Sort by cost.
Not bad.
Don't let me
It's an office monitor from 20 years ago. It will do.
Research.
Had to bust out the wide angle for this one. So these things kind of suck, and they open up like this. Oh, very nice. That
Audience
is actually
again.
one shockingly clean 20-year-old computer. What the heck?
I'm trying to pull through.
I'm struggling to find a speck of dust in here. Yeah, so this is clearly not what the inside of the computer on CS Office looks like. So my theory from earlier that we could not put a standard motherboard into here is probably entirely
true. Then we have one last.
Oh yeah, this is the cooling duct thing that I had modeled that cooling duct on the Xbox computer after. This one is way cooler because it hinges. But honestly, I'm just
Big Alliance.
This is beautiful.
Ooh,
Hold on,
the
what do we got for
16th
hard
of March,
drives?
we can make a big
got
nation that just shares
a whole
resources.
80 gigabytes.
Oh shit.
WD
Oh, shit.
Caviar. I always hated that name for a
shit.
hard drive.
Oh, shit.
And then we got oh, this is not a hard drive. That is a what? A Zip 250? I don't know, man. This is boomer technology. I guess we'll just roll with the 80 gig hard drive then. I can't imagine that I'm gonna need more than that for the games that this thing can play. There is a mysterious little graphics card down
Where
here.
is influence?
But, I think we'll save
I
that
don't know
for
where
later.
to see it.
I think our business in here is
Where'd I
finished.
get this? Oh, shit.
System battery voltage is low. You know what? I will take that. I
We're
have done
digging in.
literally
We're
nothing
going
to
into
get this
China.
thing working. I will take that.
We're going.
I'll pop a new battery in there later, but for
Fucking
now, I
going.
want to get Windows XP installed. I think the last time I
Did I just
installed
quick
Windows
save?
XP was on
No,
the
I didn't.
Trimble Yuma. I think we'll have a better time
Open
today
research?
on our
Oh, we're
beefy
good.
computer.
For another 100.
Been a long time
Yes.
since I've booted from a CD. Important. Read carefully. Don't mind if I don't.
Why refuse to
Figures
read
that
carefully?
there's already a copy of XP on here, considering this key right here that says
New control points. Take me. Malaysia? You will not be taking Malaysia.
P9GC2K6TVKMD
Hell no.
is a Windows XP key. To continue installing a fresh copy of Windows
Motherfucker,
XP without
no.
repairing, press escape. Sounds good. To delete this partition, press L. Okay, good partition deleting key.
We're getting clandestine
delete,
cells,
delete,
right?
and there we go. 76,000 whole megabytes. I
Audience
really hope that
research,
that's going to be
I'm
enough.
a fucking ignorant bitch. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Setup will
We
complete
need
in
the fifth
approximately 37
But I
minutes.
need the
There's a reason we
in-game
don't
money
boot from
first.
CDs anymore. Optical media, bad.
These other people take everything out of welfare.
Welcome
That's why I
home.
don't like them. That's
Your
why we're
computer
fighting
might
them.
be at risk. Yeah, because it has Windows XP on it. Notice I have not connected this to the internet, and I do not plan to. I'd actually prepared this flash drive right here with a big tool on it called Snappy Driver Installer Origin, because I assumed, hey, this is a Windows XP computer. There's probably going to be no drivers installed. But look at this. It got all the drivers.
We're
Like, look
digging
at that.
in.
I could not tell you the last time that I
There will be
installed
no
Windows
stopping
XP
us.
on a computer and the Ethernet driver was just there. And I don't even plan on going on the internet. Nice, they cheaped out. They got the value sound blaster. All right, what CPU do we got? Pentium 4. I knew that by the sticker on the
Okay,
front.
new run.
2
Let's
gigahertz,
go.
768 megabytes of
Nation?
RAM. Ooh.
Don't make me.
That's not very
I say don't make
that
me
may
like it's a
actually be an
fucking
issue.
bet.
We shall see. Our
No, we're
graphics
going
card
for
is
it.
a NVIDIA GeForce 3 Ti 200. I have no frame of reference for the performance of this device. I think I will get the proper
what's
driver
this?
for this one because the
Investigations?
fact that it says Microsoft Corporation, I think that means that's just like the generic built-in driver, and we will not
No
be
one's
getting our
investigations are higher
maximum
than
gaming
6.
performance.
Shit.
Wow.
We gotta crack
I
down
installed the proper driver,
Oh, that's
and it
influence.
just looks infinitely crustier
Under
now.
the-
Very nice. Color quality is set to highest. Are
I do
you
this?
certain?
Investigation.
Well, that's what I get for
Okay.
installing the driver from Dell,
Highest
I guess.
investigation is down
I'm
6.
gonna see if the
Damn it.
driver that's in SDIO is gonna work a little better. Less than optimal driver available, however, it's more recent. Also, none of them are signed. This is looking very good.
Relations
Well,
check.
let's see what she do. And
We
while
need
we
to
wait
break
for
the
that, I
protectorate.
thought it'd be a good idea if we took a look at the minimum specs to run Half-Life 2 to see if we can even hope to be able to play it at all. The basic
2%?
specs will require you to have a 1.2 gigahertz processor,
Bringing you
256 megabytes of RAM, and a DirectX 7 enabled graphics card. So we're good on the CPU. Surprisingly, we're good on the RAM, but a DirectX 7 enabled graphics card? I don't know. Does not support DirectX 11 or DirectX 12. Well, it's not wrong. Supports
Pushing
Direct3D
up, how are
8.
we-
Okay, we should be good. So if we can hit the minimum specs for Half-Life
So
2,
instead-
Counter-Strike Source should be fine. And I didn't completely destroy this Windows install, so that's good. And we have the NVIDIA control panel
10,
now.
0,
Oh.
10.
Or like the NVIDIA control panel's
29.
grandpa. Is this it? This is all you can do? Oh, nope,
Then we'll
never
try to
mind. There's
bolster.
something. GeForce 3 Ti. Look at that logo. Oh, 64 megabytes of VRAM. Oh, according to this driver, it can do DX9. Dude, we're chilling. This is gonna be great. Now I just have to obtain some copies of some games. Hey, I don't have a choice. Steam doesn't run on XP anymore. I gotta do what I gotta do. Yeah, it was too good to be true. So I'm using my Dell Dimension 8200 here. And all of a sudden, my room started stinking. And I checked, and this time it was not me. It was actually the power supply. Yeah, this thing just started smelling like straight up Sharpies. I'll give it another sniff for you. So that's great. And now I have to go ventilate the room even though it's 90 degrees outside. Oh, the table's getting some new scratches today.
For what we can do.
Luckily, this computer was made before Dell hated everything that's good in the universe. And this power supply is still very replaceable. You got your 20 pin, your 4 pin,
like if we split ourselves to take over another place,
connectors.
It's not gonna go well.
You were always number one, but it's time that I move on.
We'll try.
So rest in peace. Nobody else could make my room smell like Sharpies quite like you could,
that's all
Dell
7.
Dimension Power Supply. And for that, I will always remember you. At the very least, I'll probably extract the wires from this and they'll live on in like a GameCube and an air fryer or something. Sick. And our replacement today is a Seasonic Focus GM850. Seasonic did not send this to me. I spent $100 on this because, well, you guys know me. I always use the finest of components. And this is a GTX 745.
That should enhance this, which means our crackdown passes. We can break them out.
Nothing that a little bit of edge can't solve. Always. Always.
Open research. Immediately clandestine stealth.
Very specific hole
we can get this 300 soon enough.
And as you can see,
that's an extra player.
This power supply does not line up with it.
This one breaks down.
You know
We're
what
lucky.
That means.
It's a really low chance, but if it breaks,
you'll ever
that's
see
so
on
sick.
this channel.
Oh, pause. Check. Alliances.
Wow.
Good.
You'll really choose their discs.
Policy. Nothing yet. March 7th?
Might be time to bust out the big guns.
Big alliances. We're making big fucking alliances. Control success. Take me there. Where now? Oh shit, 28%, bro. Got it. Yo, my guy. What? Really? That's so sick. Holy fuck me. Oh. Because then we'll make the US protect us.
Hot.
They're not our enemies yet. They have to protect us.
Isn't it so much better now? Kind of annoying that our semi-modular power supply has baked-in PCIe power cables. Seasonic, didn't you ever consider that somebody would be installing an 850-watt power supply into a Dell Dimension? I don't need no stinking video card cables. Don't listen to them, little guy. You're good enough even without external power. At least I hope. That
We'll try 94.
really good.
That's a big push, but let's go.
In, 4 pin
Let's try to crack down these people out of here.
1, 2, and 3.
86%.
That was a fun little detour.
Let's get them the fuck out. Wait, no, we need to do purge now. Oh,
just
80.
Dell things.
Let's go to 93.
Is everything in the proverbial hood still good?
This is held down.
You bet your ass it is.
We need to
all
start
that
here.
work, and I still didn't remember to change the CMOS battery. It still stinks. I just don't understand where it's coming from. Every single capacitor in this thing looks fine. Here's the GPU
You need
ones.
frills inside your computer so you can abate airflow
These
and
two
catch
over
fire.
here, they're the definition of chilling. These ones back here, they look great. And the reason I'm looking for capacitors is because there was an era where Dell was making computers with horrifyingly bad capacitors. It was a whole thing. They were just blowing up left and right. And they're also full of this kind of liquid that can smell really, really bad when the capacitor blows up. And so that was my thought process, but like they're fine. And I'm pretty sure the reason that I thought the power supply was making the smell was because there's a lot of capacitors in the power supply, and one of them
If it's
could
on
be
fire,
bad.
yeah.
But no, it's the intake
Sorry,
fan
I'm being
of the
a goof.
power supply.
I love you,
I
fam.
didn't realize that the smell from something was
The
getting
purge
piped
should
out through the
follow
intake fan
the
of the power
crackdown.
supply. And
The crackdown precedes the purge, so the purge is more likely. We've taken over a nation again. It's a volatile keep, but we're doing it. better social welfare, and we're gonna go. We'll make alliances soon. Before year's end, there'll be another alliance on the field. And we'll mean fucking business. Goddamn business. Business with our pants on. Okay, let's try to enhance this really fast. I don't need to even do that. Can we send you to consistently try to sow appreciation for us in China? Oh, cool, thank you.
And then out the power supply.
They can't work in volatile areas,
So I
so
owe
we keep
you
them
an
kind of
apology,
close to where we
but that
wanna go.
doesn't solve my problem. Now I guess I just get to sniff everything. It almost smells like it's coming from the CPU. That doesn't really make any sense though. It's not like an electrical burning smell. It's just like Sharpies. I feel like I'm huffing Sharpies. The fan like kind of
There's someone else
smells
in
like
Japan
it, but
to
again, I think it's just
investigate.
because the smell like goes through
So
the
we're
fan.
gonna do it.
It's probably not the hard drive. Oh, no, it's not the hard drive. But the
We'll just
floppy
block
drive
those.
kind of stinks. Or not the floppy drive, but like the zip disk thing, I think this was called. The front of it smells kind of bad, and the back of it.
Other factions have dug in.
Okay, we found it. Hopefully. I guess I'll just start it back up with this unplugged and see what happens.
10%? 28%. Big push.
Our Dell Dimension is more or less ready to go.
Big push to make every one of the superpowers
This
take
is
us
not-
seriously.
I'm not using this until I desmeg it. And that is
Desmegma?
precisely why I keep some Goon Gone on me at all times.
Always.
Watch this. We're gonna go.
Don't goon. Edge. Edge. Do not goon. Edge. Do not goon. Edge.
Go from completely gooned on to completely gooned off. Honestly though, this stuff is kind of insane for
Edge.
getting gooped
Don't
off.
goon.
You know, like sticker residue and stuff, all the sticky
Control-nation
stuff.
failure.
And we'll hit it with some of this to get the goo gone residue
Had
off.
hope.
Don't forget to gone your goon gone. This is what half the audience really wishes I would do to the dirty Cherry keyboard. Imagine a clean Cherry keyboard. Disgusting. Very nice.
44%, let's go.
But don't forget to wipe your backside. And speaking of wiping your backside, ugh, white cables are a
85.
mistake
That's who should
on
be there.
anything.
Support? Nope. You can't even get a crack in.
And that was just the first wipe. Wipe number 2. Wipe number 3. We're getting there.
Come support here.
My goodness, dude, it's endless. Okay, that should do. I don't think this cable will ever be completely free from the atrocities caused against it, but this is pretty decent. I'll take it. Now that I'm willing to use this keyboard.
The state is
the
boxing us
helper's
out
here.
too.
Oh, you gonna clean the mouse for me? Oh yeah, that's right. Good mouse cleaning.
Mongolia is an outstanding push
Okay.
for boost component as well.
You may in fact be hindering the process.
Or no,
and not helping
Kazakhstan
it.
is.
So the mouse isn't that dirty. It's just kind of yellow. So
I
I'm gonna
forget
clean it up like
sometimes.
normal. But I also want to try and do some
will
like
not make this
retro
trade.
brighting
We
stuff.
will not contribute
So I've
to
never
that.
done it
That would hurt
before,
us.
but I know that you kind of just get this spray and then you stick this whole thing in like a plastic bag, throw it out in the sun for a few hours, and then it
Everyone else
magically
is
becomes
pushed
less
in.
yellow. I think we could probably do that. Nice. There was no screw under that. Took off the
10%
foot
low.
for no reason.
We're gonna try it.
Aha. Oh, I just
Low's better
realized
than
there's
no.
a giant chunk
Level
missing
up
out
check.
of the corner. This looks like it was
Yes,
from
2 of
somebody
them level.
bashing their mouse into the corner of their keyboard.
Okay.
Oh,
Hacker.
that's
activist.
okay. We
Where
probably
are
did
you?
not need that. Or that one. Wow. That's filthy. Ugh.
Taking over.
It's
Okay.
orange. Dude.
Hacker. Where are you?
Things I
gosh.
do for gaming.
I'm so
That is,
sensitive.
dude, that's just nuclear orange. I mean, the
Persuasion
scroll
is
wheel
your
looks
public
great now, so I
campaign.
guess it was worth it.
Is low.
Okay, but the
That's fine, I
shell,
guess.
we just need to separate the white from the
Purchase
gray.
org. Let's go. Anyone else?
Oh, we flew too close to the sun. Well, I mean,
espionage
task
goes
failed
up.
successfully.
Maybe.
This piece can't be that important, right? Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And we'll get these buttons out, in theory, without destroying it.
Persuasion's
And there we
low.
go.
Investigation
Our yellow pieces.
could go up. Investigation's most reasonable.
So here's the stuff. Restores yellow
Crackdown
plastic.
would be good.
In
We need more
theory.
investigation for
So I guess we
crackdowns.
just spray
I
the
just
stuff
left
on.
myself a little bit ago when I almost missed it.
That looks like cut. Well, there's probably a deeper meaning to why it looks like
You're
that.
also a
It's because
crackdown?
it gives
No,
it
you're not.
new life. But at what cost?
More persuasion.
Okay, might have laid it
Let's
on a little
go.
too thick, and I think if I make a joke about that, I'm gonna risk demonetization. So we're gonna call this good.
Yes, you
All
will.
right, plastic wrap
Yes,
is
you
on.
will.
You can actually already see
Yes,
this
you
one
will.
condensing a little bit. Enjoy your reverse tanning sesh, little guy.
Oh, we're confirming. Last thing. Check.
All right, let's
75-ish
check
more.
these suckers out.
Clandestine
Can't
cells.
really
So we have
tell
one
if
more
they're
person
any
on the
less
team.
Yellow, to be
Easy
honest.
peasy.
Either way, we got
I need to
games to
snack
play.
soon.
So now we just take these, stick them back on. Hopefully this part being broken in half doesn't cause any weird issues. Oh, wait, hold on. The mouse buttons go under that.
BRB.
Then
Look
we
at
put
space.
the ultra broken pieces in. Then you put the bottom back on.
Back down,
Whoop,
took
nope,
over in
just
the
kidding.
Philippines.
Gotta put the screws back
Public
in.
campaign failed.
And then we have the greatest gaming mouse of all time. The greatest gaming mouse of all time is a little bit loosey-goosey up in the
Okay, wait,
front
no,
now.
I gotta do this first.
All right, hold on, hold on.
Clandestine
Just gonna
outpost
put some
core.
of this here,
Yes.
some of that there.
Put
That
people
should
in
be good.
space.
There
Let's
has
go.
quite literally
Me.
never been a more solid Intel
Oh my
mouse
gosh.
on this desk.
Stop making me not
No, hold on,
go.
let me revise
Control
that.
vision
Ever
success.
since
I don't
this was
care.
taken apart, there
Purge
has
fail.
never been a more solid Intel mouse on
Take
this
me there.
desk. There we go. I'll stand by that one. And there we go. Look at that. Complete with functional panel gap. More than the Cybertruck can say. Now let's see. Was this a complete waste of time? Here it is now versus what it was like earlier. Obviously, I have to do this part in post, so I don't know if it actually looks better. I'll probably throw something up on the screen that says like, yeah, it looks way better, or no, it still looks like dog. And hopefully it's the former. And for the final touch, there we go, there we go. It's a little lumpy, but you know what? You get the idea. And just like that, it's time to game. So as you can see, or maybe not see, because this monitor is really dim, for some reason, the right side of the screen got cut off and it got put on the left. See, look, if I move the mouse all the way to the right, it's on the left now. I do believe our graphics card is currently failing because this is also not the native resolution that it's supposed to be running at. It's supposed to be 1224 by 768, I believe. But when I set it to that, the whole bottom half of the screen disappears. So we're gonna get started before this thing completely burns itself out. This should be easy enough on a failing GPU. It appears that we're going to be playing in 512 by 384. That's a very normal resolution. Greg Coomer, classic. Right off the bat though, look at that. Half-Life's running like a champ. Yo, that's a big ass dragonfly. What the heck? Yo, that's a big ass dragonfly. I can't wait until I get somewhere light enough to see anything. Oh my goodness, look at that, 70 FPS, it's hitting the rev limiter. Unstoppable. This thing is a Half-Life playing machine. Never doubt the power of 384p. I do not need to hear all this. I am a highly trained professional.
I snacked
I'm
while I
very
was
lucky
up.
that I know this game like
So
the
it
back
didn't,
of my hand, so the fact that I can't see anything isn't really a problem. I am
Butter up my
planting
area.
the bomb.
It was just my popcorn.
All right,
and
well, we
Takis.
did the thing. 50, 40 something FPS. Oh, I even saw
I had,
30
like, a
for a
half bag
second
of
there.
Takis still.
Thank you for your contribution,
that
Half-Life, but
motherfucker.
we got a lot of games to play today. We're gonna move right on
Great.
to Half-Life 2.
Prepping for next mission.
As you can see, our graphics card ain't doing too hot. Come on, little guy, you got this. Maybe you don't got this. All right, restarting. I think we're gonna have to make sure that everything that we play runs at 640 by 480 or else it's gonna crash the whole graphics card. I can't even get to the apply
True.
button. It's down here somewhere.
Is it me?
There we go. I think I got it. Oh no.
94 days.
This is fine. We're gonna set everything to low because I have zero faith in this device right
3
now.
more months.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? That's not bad. That's like over 60 FPS. Look at that. That's not too shabby.
Oh, y'all took the
What are we down to
station.
now? Like
Goddamn.
30? Still not bad. Still not bad. 640 by 480, all low. Still can't see literally anything. Get out of my way. Go away. Look at that. This is more than
14%?
playable. What the heck? I could play the whole game
50%.
like this. Wouldn't like it, especially on this keyboard and mouse. Honestly, the gloves are a bigger
Campaigning?
problem than the keyboard and mouse, so we're just gonna ditch the gloves. How many keys can you hit before it stops responding? I'm interfacing with at least 4 keys right now and we're still good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Look at that, we could even do 5. Dude, this keyboard's good. About that beer he owes me. We're bouncing off 100 FPS right now.
Just
looking at
actually
Barney.
cracked Taiwan.
Insane. Actually.
Okay,
this is surpassing my expectations. We're gonna put a pin in it right there though, because I did promise you guys that we'd find out what some of these buttons do. Okay, what does the go button do?
Play CSGO, which it can't
Nothing. What does the arrow button do? That might be mouse 4, hold on.
Opens the hub.
Oh, yes. Okay, so you hit this, and it goes back. All right, easy enough. The scroll wheel. Hit.
Opens the hub?
Scrolls.
Oh.
So you just get a few buttons of a mouse?
Lame.
Does the middle mouse button work? Well, it doesn't do anything here. It doesn't even do anything in Internet Explorer. So in the real mouse, it does work. On this one, middle mouse doesn't do anything. I wonder if that's just like a leftover from just taking a mouse and shoving it in there, or if this registers as a whole different key. I don't know. Interesting. Okay, user.
Now comes our purge.
Oh.
We're progressively trying to take us
It
foothold
didn't
in
just
Taiwan.
sign me out. It just turned off the computer. Very cool.
So everyone
Thank you.
has to deal with us.
Oh, put it to
We
sleep
failed our
because there's a
crackdown.
moon.
This is probably gonna fail.
Oh,
How did the
F-lock.
10% when
I'm
we
guessing
know
that
shit?
just does
But like
these.
also, god damn.
Turn that off. Email. Microsoft Outlook Express
Relations.
6. Display
Let's
name.
immediately get
Brungi.
ready. Let's not forget.
Email address. Okay, we're not setting this up.
Yo, this
Messenger
is wild.
SMS does nothing.
Oh my
Webcam.
gosh.
I don't have one connected. How about iTouch? iTouch and it do nothing. Search. Oh, it found the dog.
What's our cap like?
My home.
Fine, for now.
Oh, it just does that.
This is
which
behind.
doesn't do anything because there's no internet.
We'll
No
take
shopping for us. Favorites. It
200's
hits
a big
favorites.
stretch,
Go
but
figure.
we can do it.
All right, well that's all those keys. What about this one? Other than that, though, good keyboard.
normal?
I can hit
We're used
5
to
or maybe
aliens
even
being
more
all up on
buttons
our
at the
shit.
same time. I have
Okay,
nothing to
we can
complain
level.
about with the mouse, so I guess that makes it a good mouse. I think it's about time that we play the game that we're all here for.
Remove trait.
I forgot to set the resolution. Dude, this is so messed up. And what better map to play on than CS Office? Look at this. Look at how
We'll give you
ridiculously meta
and
this is
Survivor.
right now. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna go high. Everything high. We're getting what, like 30, 40 FPS? Not quite as good, but hey, still great. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, well, hold on. Let's add some bots. We got a full stack. And we're still getting 30 some FPS. Well, not when we go down here. Dude, I really can't see. All right, switch into the OBS cam. I've got home peripheral
Bonuses.
advantage right now.
Some organizations provide a bonus to your stats, which is helpful. Okay.
We all dead? No, we got one guy.
We can try to
Is
push
this him?
the last.
Yes.
We've apparently just
Is this a
unabated taken
10,000
Taiwan.
IQ strategy?
Damn.
No, it's not. Well, hold
That's
on.
good.
Hold
We're
on.
gonna hold out.
Let him cook.
People can
He's still
fuck
at
with
100%.
us.
He's playing the long game.
Oh.
Dude, Oren's got this.
We can't
He's got one
move
guy
it?
left, Oliver. Wait, where'd he go? I lost track of him. He's hiding in the corner. His adversary's on his way. Oh no, they're going to a different entrance, aren't they? Oh, so close. Wait, he's deploying. Oh, he doesn't know where he is. You did your best, Oren.
What is this? Investigation.
Why hasn't he won?
Investigation,
He got the
espionage.
hostages to the garage.
Esper's 1,
okay.
Esper's 5, Esper's
All right,
11.
run it back.
You can't do purges.
Oops.
Shit.
I forgot how much fun this
That
game
sucks.
isn't when you're the first one to die.
Esper
Next game. How
1.
about some Portal?
Esper 2.
For some reason, it seems to be okay with being in full screen with Portal specifically,
low-tier
so
Espers.
I'm not going to change that. We're going to go everything high
We need
again. Why not?
more powerful
Look
Espers.
at this. This isn't even a challenge. To be honest, I didn't even know if we were going to be booting these games. Well, now that we're actually in a test chamber, it's not doing so hot. But you know what? I would be glad to play this at 30 FPS on this computer. And now we've got ourselves a dual portal
Trying.
gun. What's better than this? Well, I can tell you one thing. Team Fortress 2. Oh,
We still
maybe
can't
not.
steal.
Oh, no way.
We're
It's
gonna work
still
on that.
loaded. So if you're wondering what this is, this is like a highly cursed, extremely
double-check our
old
policy
build of
shit.
TF2.
Go to manage
Somehow
relations.
It kind of just works. I don't know
Shit,
whose
not yet.
statistics these are. Damn, this also runs pretty good. High, low. Okay, hold on. Let's put them all to high.
Zoom.
Nice.
We're
That's some
aligning
good
everyone
anti-aliasing.
in our path.
Wow, that is running
It's
decent.
helpful.
Why is there a scroll box in the middle
Oh,
of the screen?
144 days.
Let's see if it'll keep running good
101
with
days.
15
Oh, cool.
bots.
Now we
Where are
see
the
what our
bots?
time
What are
in a
they-
place
what are they
is,
doing?
or time
I'm
in
capping.
12.
You're not doing anything about it. Stupid
Oh,
idiots.
they gave us new
Are
UI
they in here?
elements. That's super cool. Okay,
No?
let's get
Where
it.
are the bots?
Oh yeah.
I'm so confused. I'm
So
sure
sick.
there's
Okay,
a
audience
way
research
to
is
get them
queued.
working. This runs great,
can't go
though.
to
I'm
space
sure
yet.
with bots it would not be nearly as good.
We can.
And this is
Can't
also
we? I
like
forgot how
a
to do this.
day 0 build of TF2. But dang, man. Little Pentium 4
How
and a
did I do
little
this again?
NVIDIA,
Oh my
whatever the
gosh.
heck it was. Pretty good little combo. But what if we exited the Valve sphere, huh? What about some GTA San Andreas?
Epilepsy warning in 3, 2, 1.
And which I'm begetting. Epilepsy does not run. It wants
Epilepsy
to.
warning over.
It tries.
Warning over.
But nope. Something
Confirm.
with the no Steam
Assignment?
crack is not working correctly. Oh well. But can it run Doom?
Why did I send you to go do a go to ground? That
Hold
was
on.
so
I seem
ignorant
to
of
have
me.
misplaced my Doom 3
Ew.
disc 1. That's
Gross.
all right. We'll just do one of these, and all of a sudden, oh, hey, look at that!
What's
Doom
it,
disc
Bruce?
1.
41.
Wow, it's kind of windy, huh? This also appears to be playing nice with the monitor.
In order, we
We're gonna
should
go in all low.
bolster our next person for the purge.
I think the GoPro overheated.
Investigate got
I've never
through.
played Doom 3 before, but this is working pretty good. I'm starting to feel like we kind of lucked out with this GPU. Like, yeah, it's kind of
Public
dying.
campaign.
Either that or my driver is
Passed.
just completely
Purge
fucked.
is now
But this is
55%
like-
successful.
This is
We
great.
get it through.
I completely
2% can't
underestimated
succeed.
what we were going to be able to do on this.
We took Thailand off of
Completely.
tins.
Oh,
You
that's
know?
evil.
I'm just saying.
Or, never mind. He's not evil.
Why did I
He's
say
just
no?
a
We took
sleepy
Taiwan off of
boy.
tins.
I would like to shoot something. How long in this game until you can shoot something?
brother,
I'm just gonna follow this dude.
Where's there a
little
crack
guy,
down here?
Show me where I can get a gun.
Oh no.
Well, you can't go to sleep on me. I trusted you.
Allies.
Oh, I found fists. You know what? I'll take fists. Let me beat you. Let me beat you. Oh, oh. This is a staggering
15th.
development. Aha.
We're building it.
Mission complete.
We're building it,
Is that gonna
baby.
hit me? That was actually not very janky. Now finally, Quake 4. Oh, wait, hold on. I actually have the disc for this one. Ew.
Area
Ew.
methods?
Ugh.
Sure. Purge successful. Hello, Yov. How are you doing, lovely? How is your day? We're taking over the world. We're trying.
What's that?
And then we're taking
Not.
over Luna.
Why is it
and then we're
doing that?
taking over the
I think
fucking
the
solar
computer
system.
crashed. What is happening? Epic
What
Quake
is
4
happening?
moment. This is what happens, guys.
Ooh,
What
good
happens?
morning.
Notice this is the only game where we put an optical media disc into the optical media
You run
drive.
corporations
Coincidence?
that take over nations
There
in
was
this
an
game.
error in your video settings. Brother, there's an error in pretty
Brother.
much this whole entire setup.
Valid.
Oh, what the heck? I have also never played this, but it seems to be working pretty
Steel
good.
Project.
There
Yes,
we
we've
go.
got it.
Now we're shooting stuff. Now this is
Yes.
how you start a game right here, boys and girls.
All those
I'm
ops have been
shooting
waiting
stuff
for a
in
reason.
the first 2 minutes. Oh my god, it's Master Chief. Whoa, that was
Oh,
disgusting
we need to
and
set
weird.
up a purge.
Okay, a bit choppy,
we need
but
to do a
overall
crackdown.
not too bad.
The good
Investigation.
people of the Map CS
Do we have an
office
Esper?
had quite a decent
Can I make
computer
an
to play
Esper
on,
yet?
I would say. Especially for the time.
18.8.
But to be honest with you, I
Not
think
yet.
I've had enough.
We need to make an Esper. Our control points are saturated too. That's oops. Being over the cap costs us. It's apparently not enough that I'm mad, but it's not great. Oops.
Also, there was a
Checking what
minimum
we can do
order of
policy.
like 25 of these
Alliances
things
are
at the sticker
bolstering.
place. To recoup some of that, I'm gonna throw these on the Etsy store. Go ahead and check out the link in the description.
We tried. Got rejected. Shit. This is our push. we're spreading our push out. No, we're not. We're going to advise. Here.
This is a Framework laptop motherboard, and in this video I'm going to show you how I turned it into the heart of this, a custom cyber deck of my own design. It's a fully capable Windows computer, but it's also got some really unique features. And I'm going to be making everything open source, so if you like this project, feel free to download the files. But what really is a cyber deck anyway, and why build one? The term was originally coined by William Gibson in his 1984 novel Neuromancer. But the best modern definition I could find was an artisan-crafted computer. In other words, these things don't really exist in the real world, so it's kind of up to individual interpretation. I feel like we live in a world where every phone looks something like this, and every portable computer looks something like this. I miss the crazy designs of the 90s and 2000s, where every computer, phone, and MP3 player looked different. And I love building stuff, so why not make something cool?
Oh,
First of all, I needed to decide what type of hardware to build this project around. The most popular choice for something like this would be a Raspberry Pi. They're small, low power, and they have GPIO pins that you can control stuff with, and they're pretty cheap. Well, if you don't count the scalpers. The downside is that they're kind of slow, even compared to a mediocre laptop. And there's no M.2 slot, so you're stuck using micro SD cards for storage. Now they also run Linux instead of Windows, which is either a total deal breaker or the greatest thing ever, depending on who you ask. I don't want to get involved in that debate. I also thought about using a Latte Panda. They're small and powerful, and they run Windows, but they're also pretty expensive. Which brings us to our third option.
You're investigate. We can pull you off that, actually.
Now, before I get ahead of myself, I should probably explain what Framework is for those who might not know. Basically, they're a company that's making laptops that you can build, upgrade, and repair yourself. This isn't a sponsorship or anything.
Confirm?
I bought all of the parts myself, and they had no idea that I was making this video. I just really like the idea of being able to upgrade things over time instead of having to replace the entire device. So here's why I picked this. It's got cells all the parts individually. The motherboard itself is really thin and pretty small, so it's easy to fit into a case. And I managed to get one on eBay secondhand for a pretty good deal. I also went ahead and grabbed one of their and cooling fan Western Digital Black SSD.
I don't want to blast the twatch there, but we got what we got.
You are a fucking...
Hey everyone. Did we? There's no easy way to say this.
Play character. I have no feelings for the person on the other end of my roleplay character's fucking shit. I have no intentions of speaking to them out of
I'm cursed. Hey yo, the bot's working.
Someone who loves his wife so much.
Oh, let me do our background audio cleaning up again. The decleaning. Because we actually did.
Someone who
it's just
loves
the
his
intro.
wife so
I
much,
did fun.
Comma, not risk losing all that his wife so... Wouldn't someone who loves his wife so much, comma, not risk losing all that by, in quotes, role-playing a, in quotes, fake relationship? One.
We got you, honey. Always and forever. But yeah, no. So, it's a tumultuous little getup. Honestly, it's awkward. Someone got their heart broken, and they laid their heart bare in front of everyone. And the person that broke their heart, since we are generally, you know, staunchly opposed to cheating here, we've been clowning. We clowned on them for the whole of 5 minutes. Basically, bro was projecting. Do I have our clip? I do have our clip. Hold on. I have the most condensed version of this, actually, honey. One sec. It's in our sidebar channel on Discord. Ugh. There's a lot of shit in our sidebar channel on Discord, actually. Like, gotta be honest here. Okay, got it. Hey, gotcha. Come here. So, we found the OP post. You want the post? We got you, cousin. We read these dramatically as we could. If you go through this... Oh, actually, I do have a way to tantalize you about this. Icky poo poo. Icky poo poo? Wait, no. Icky poo poo. What did I say? Oh my gosh, it broke me. Yes. I'll have you bent over and knocked up day one. That's a promise. I swear to God, my ovaries couldn't get any warmer or fuzzier. Like, if you want the raw audio to cut it, you can have it. TBH. If you want the raw ass audio, I got you, fam. If you want to cut me dirty, I understand.
The main board comes with the processor and cooling fan pre-installed. I went with 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I also found a good deal on a 500 gig Western Digital Black SSD. These should be plenty for what I want to do with this thing. I booted the system up and installed Windows to make sure everything was going to work.
I thought it was funny. Okay, so I need to be very honest here. I'm sucking ass. Like, I'm righteously sucking ass. Icky poo poo. Nasty. Where did I do the thing? Oh no, where's the thing? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot what I was looking for and I got distracted. Oh, I remember. It's terrible. You're gonna laugh at me still. Okay. I've yet to plan we haven't made a VOD for today. Like, we haven't done shit today. I have been... I'm glad. It's a lot of it there. It's my usual, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. We're gonna do a dramatic reading voice. It's everyone's voice. Everyone gets this voice, no matter where they're from or what they're doing. Everyone gets the same voice. There's like a slow iteration of them. Like, oh my gosh. It's like, it's actually everyone. You're the match. A girl. 26, 5 feet, 5 inches. It's literally everyone. College, slender, college education. It happens again. It doesn't go for long. I don't know, cousin. I don't know. Rawr. Subpixel thingy. Oh, it's like getting the background. I suck. I can't keep a subject for 2 seconds. Where were we? We were
together
here.
Properly. So far, so good. So with that sorted out, it was time to start designing everything else around it. I've always liked the look of slab-style computers like the old Tandy TRS-80 Model 100 and its modern counterpart, the Clockwork
It's
Dev
better
Pro.
if it's
I don't
everyone's
know why, but I just think
voice.
these are cool. I fully understand why clamshell laptops
No one deserves better or worse. Everyone's the same.
took over. You get a much bigger screen, and both the keyboard and screen are protected when it's closed for transport. But where's the fun in that? Of course, it is pretty useful to have a screen that can tilt toward you, especially if you're going to use this thing sitting at a desk. Otherwise, you end up looking at it from a weird angle. But don't worry, I've got a workaround for that. I feel like laptops in general aren't that ergonomic to use in a lot of situations. I mean, does anyone actually sit them on their lap? It's pretty uncomfortable. I wish you could hold the computer with both hands and still use it at the same time. By using a small thumb-controlled trackball mounted on the right side, you get the option to hold it and still navigate around.
Yes,
to address
we
the
just got
screen
free
angle
planet
issue, a
carry
simple friction
warships.
hinge mechanism can be added to allow the screen to flip up as much as 45 degrees, which is probably the most you would need. With this design, I'm able to use the computer in virtually any position comfortably. Well, almost any position. So that's the overall form factor sorted out. But what about the features and functionality? I mean, I did call this thing my CyberDeck, so it better do something cool. Here's what I expect out of it. I want all of the features of a normal laptop. I want decent performance, I want it to have solid input-output options, unlike certain computer brands. I want it to have the ability to be easily wired into electronic circuits to make testing them easier. This basically means a built-in Arduino. I want it to have a cool cyberpunk aesthetic. And I want it to be small enough to fit into a standard laptop bag. Easy, right? So with the basic design parameters in hand, I set out to find perhaps the most important part other than the motherboard.
We're in full swing.
The screen.
Let's go.
This needed to be determined early in the design phase because it directly affects the overall dimensions of the device. I looked at a ton of options before I settled on this. A 2400 by 900 IPS display I found on Amazon. I picked this because of its aspect ratio and size.
What's this?
It's 8:3 ratio,
Monthly
which is a
income.
lot more usable than some of the
Yeah,
32:9 ones that I
our
found. Those are so short and
espionage
wide that
points?
even browsing the
Better
internet's kind of a
espers?
challenge. This screen is also capable of
Okay.
both being powered and supplied with
215.
video by a single USB-C cable, which is important to minimize clutter in my design. It's got this driver board that connects to it via a ribbon cable, as well as a little control board for menu options like brightness, as well as input, source selection, volume control, and more. So I'll have to find space for those in the frame somewhere. The next important part to figure out was the keyboard. Now, I wanted to get something as thin and light as possible in order to minimize the bulk of the design, but I also wanted it to still be completely usable. I have a lot of issues with Apple, but they do make a decent keyboard. So I went with a Magic 2 keyboard for this project. It's supposed to be used wirelessly, but it does work if you plug in a cable as well. It's thin, light, and very similar to my daily driver, so perfect for this project. As for the cable, I found this one which has a super low profile plug on both ends, which suits this project perfectly. Next, the trackball. I found this mini optical trackball made by Logitech on eBay. It's actually PS2 format, and for my younger viewers out there, I ain't talking about PlayStation 2. Well, it's all good because we can interface that with an Arduino Pro Micro. So we can write a simple script that reads the PS2 data from the trackball and translates it to commands to move and click the mouse over USB. Here's what the code looks like for anyone that's interested.
If you get a good
I'll also put the link in the description.
they're outstanding.
Additionally, I soldered on some wires so that I'd be able to use the other pins later. The one physical modification I had to make to this was to desolder and replace the capacitor with one that had longer leads so that I could bend it out of the way of the keyboard to avoid a minor clearance issue. After that, speakers. Framework already makes and sells these pretty cheap, so I decided to just keep it simple and pick some up straight from them. The only modification I had to do was to lengthen the wires on one side because they were way too short to fit my design. These just plug into a 4-pin connector on the main board. Pretty easy.
Our policies are pretty consistent.
One feature I really wanted to maintain was the swappable expansion port cards.
Someone took over here briefly.
Laptops
We're the welfare
you get 4,
investing
but
people.
Because I was using one of these ports for video and at least one for input, I was down to 2 accessible ones. Still, it's such a cool feature to have that I decided to keep it and design around having the ability to swap them out. In my design, they're accessible from the left side of the device. But I wanted a lot more I/O ports than just that, though. And I also needed one USB for the keyboard and one for the trackball. I found this 6-port hub for a few bucks on Amazon and decided it was perfect.
Yeah,
it's got 3 USB-A ports, 2 USB-C ports, and a full-size HDMI. So I incorporated it into the design in such a way that I could use all of them. Now that I had all the electronic components sorted out, it was time to design a housing for them.
And then we're going to push back into China again, since we're the only ones showing influence there.
If only there was some way to make them fit.
Can we start again? That's a 0. Okay,
since that wasn't an option, I decided to use my 3D printer to make a perfectly fitting skeleton to mount all the parts to, and then cut some faceplates to hold it all together. Think of it like a delicious sandwich, except the bread is aluminum plate, and the meat is the laptop parts, and the cheese is the 3D printed frame, and the mayonnaise is JB Weld? Okay, I was hungry, but that last bit just killed my appetite. Unfortunately, my 3D printer is a little on the small side, so printing it all in one piece was a no-go. Which means I had to divide it up into 4 parts and glue them together. Given the complexities of all the components and how closely they fit together, I had to do a couple of revisions. Okay, maybe more than a couple. For the faceplates, I wanted something sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing. So I went with some 1/8-inch aluminum sheet. I was able to cut them out with my homemade CNC machine. If you haven't seen my videos on that project, be sure to check them out after this because I go into detail on how I designed and built it despite having limited tools. But if you don't have access to a CNC machine, there's still a variety of other ways to make these plates, since they're really just 2D shapes.
Bring them
you can cut them out of acrylic with a laser, 3D print them, or even make them out of wood. Or better yet, you could use this video's sponsor, PCBWay. PCBWay offers a variety of services ranging from PCB production and assembly to 3D printing in a variety of materials, sheet metal fabrication, injection molding, CNC machining, and more. You can quickly upload your files and get a quote immediately. So if you want to build something like this, you could simply download the files, link in the description, and select your material, finish, and any post-processing operations like anodizing or tapping holes for threads. PCBWay makes it easy to get custom parts for your projects, even if you don't have the necessary tools. Now, back to the video. I found these plates on Amazon. They're 12 by 18 inches, and they came with these protective coatings. After peeling those off, I bolted them down to the CNC spoil board and cut out the shapes with an 1/8-inch 2-flute end mill. Each part required multiple tool paths, and I did the interior cutouts before going around the outside for the outline cuts. I had to leave some tabs so that they wouldn't move around during the final pass. These I just removed with a hacksaw blade and then filed and sanded the edges of the material to clean it up. I also sanded the faces of the material because I wanted a nice satin finish instead of the obnoxiously reflective and fingerprint showing surface that the material came with. This also better matches the Apple keyboard finish.
If I set it now?
In addition, I cut out some small plates to glue onto the frame where the hinges attach. This was because I wanted to have more than an 1/8 inch of material to tap for the bolts that secure those hinges, given that they get a decent amount of force applied.
Speaking of those, this is what I went with. They're pretty compact and just about right for this application, even if they are a little on the stiff side.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, having the option to pivot the screen forward 45 degrees is important for usability. There were a couple more minor issues I ran into, like the power button. Because of the placement of the keyboard, I couldn't directly access the little power button on the main board, so I had to solder on some wires and make a plug that would connect to an external switch.
No,
because, you know, being able to actually turn on the computer always helps. One more thing that I should probably mention is that I had to cut the outer rubber sheath off of both the USB-C hub and video cables. This is because these were just too stiff and I needed to be able to bend them into the right positions. So I carefully used a razor blade to remove them and then wrapped the remaining cables in black electrical tape. Now with that done, it was time to start putting things together. To do this, I used JB Weld to hold the 3D printed parts to the aluminum plate. This stuff is really strong and seems to hold up well over the long run. I also glued the power button and the header pins, as well as glued in the keyboard to the main faceplate. For the 3D printed parts, I used brass threaded inserts wherever a screw was required. And for the aluminum plates, I used a tap to create threads in the appropriate places. Once everything had dried for a solid 24 hours, I started installing all of the electronic components. I soldered the wires to the header pins, then the battery went in first, then the display driver board and control board, which are actually mounted upside down because of the way their ribbon cables connect to the screen.
That's what we should be doing.
That, the motherboard went in, along with 5 M4 bolts that secure it to the aluminum plate through standoffs which are incorporated in the 3D printed frame. I also plugged in the 2 expansion cards to make sure they were properly aligned. Then I inserted the Wi-Fi card and its mounting bolt, as well as the trackball module and the Arduino, which is kind of just tucked in between it and the USB hub. Finally, I screwed in the front keyboard assembly with the trackball buttons in place. Those were also 3D printed.
Advised mission should always fail.
I attached the hinges first, then slid the display into its holding frame. Then I screwed in 2 short M3 bolts at the top, which terminate in threaded inserts, as well as 4 longer bolts that go all the way through the front plate, frame, hinges, and into 4 nuts at the back. And last but not least, I stuck on some rubber feet to prevent the slick aluminum plate from sliding around on flat surfaces, and also to provide some space for air to flow into the fan intake area. Let's take a look at the finished product and walk through the design features. Right away, the first thing that's noticeable, apart from the form factor, is the extensive use of aluminum. Along with the exposed screw heads, this really gives it a cool industrial look and feel. Another thing you might have noticed is the diagonal cuts on the right-hand side. Those are mostly cosmetic, but they also do provide a nice surface to grip when picking it up. The trackball also stands out in a world where touchpads have become the standard. It's definitely on the small side and it takes some getting used to, but it's fine for basic navigation. As I mentioned earlier, you can hold the device and still use your right thumb to navigate. The buttons are a little bit unconventional. I have the top one mapped to left click and the bottom one to right click, but this is strictly a matter of preference since it can be changed in the code. There's no scroll wheel, which is kind of annoying to be honest. I probably should have tried to incorporate a rotary encoder or something, but you can obviously still use the up and down arrow keys to scroll. I generally use this and all other laptops with a mouse anyway,
like, I'm not fucked, but I'm dug in right now.
Else. Regarding the keyboard,
and I don't want them pulling me out.
It works fine. The only thing worth mentioning is that there are a couple of Apple-specific buttons that don't do anything. I'd like to find a way to map those to some custom functions if it's possible. One thing you might have noticed is this shiny spot on the screen frame. That's because it's hitting the other plate when I open it. Apparently the beveled edge isn't perfectly consistent and this must be a high spot. I should have anticipated this and made some kind of plastic end stop to prevent it from rotating quite that far, but I didn't think of it. Now let me show you some of the input and output ports. On the right-hand side, we have a USB-C and an HDMI
being able
port.
to break away easily.
Unfortunately, this USB-C is power only. I guess there must have been some sort of bandwidth limit or something, but it's still useful for charging. The HDMI port also has a slight limitation. It can only do 4K at 30 Hz or 1080p at 60. But that's not really a big deal since I can just plug in an HDMI or DisplayPort adapter into one of the expansion card slots and get the full performance that way. Moving to the front, we have 2 USB-A 3.0 slots. These are the main ones
They're plotting against
us.
us.
Then there's the exhaust vent where the air gets blown out by the CPU fan.
They're being
and of course you
sketchy
can
in the
see
shadows.
the main power switch here on the other side. This little row of female header pins is connected to the Arduino. I have it wired up so that it provides 5 volts, ground, 2 analog pins, and 6 digital pins.
I was not paying attention.
True,
Where did I
it's
fuck
very
up?
limited compared to even a standard Nano in terms of pins available, but if you just need to do some quick testing on a simple circuit, it saves you from having to dig another Arduino out of the dreaded parts bin. Just don't forget to leave the part of the code that handles the trackball control. In fact, why not use the tracking data to control your project directly? On the left side of the device, there are 2 swappable expansion cards. You can see that I currently have a USB-C and an HDMI card in, but Framework makes a lot of different ones. and I've even seen people in the community starting to make their own custom ones. I did incorporate a hollowed out area that should have let me pull these out easily, but they ended up fitting together more tightly than I thought, so I do have to take the front plate off to change them, but that's still not that hard to do. It only requires unscrewing 4 bolts. Towards the top, you can also see the controls for the LCD. There's a button as well as rocker switch and a 3.5mm headphone jack, although that didn't seem to work with the USB-C. This board primarily serves to let you do things like change the input, brightness, contrast, and other settings. There's a setting called DCR that dramatically boosts the brightness, but I noticed that the driver board does get pretty hot when it's enabled. Not sure if that's a big deal or not. If we take a look under the screen, you can see that everything means they can't break us out as easily. This is because I was trying to keep it all as thin as possible, but also wanted a flip-up screen, so I had to compromise somewhere. One cool and unusual feature this thing has is additional video inputs. We're the only people that have any popularity here. I'm using one of them for the screen, but you can plug stuff into the other ones and use this to, for example, set up another computer that doesn't have a monitor. Or theirs is just the highest persuasion in the bunch. If you want to test something, there's no need to get out a whole monitor. They're what you would call, it in and you're ready to go. Flipping the whole computer over is basically just one big aluminum plate. At the top are speaker slots, since those are downward firing and would get pretty muffled without them. These are the screws that hold them in. And of course, here's the air intake. I made it a little bit oversized just to really ensure that there was tons of airflow. There's no particular reason for this grill design, I just wanted to make it look cool. You can also see the 5 larger holes where the M4 motherboard mounting screws are located. We're just gonna keep winging is the added functionality of having a thick aluminum case. The whole thing really does a nice job of absorbing and spreading out the heat from the processor. Oh my gosh. On that subject, let's talk about performance. I gotta say, I'm fairly impressed. Okay. This is an older board running an 11th gen i5 processor, so it's hardly cutting edge. But with the SSD and 16 gig of RAM, it's pretty Surveillance snappy. Was likely not to fail.
The system does not have a dedicated graphics card. And that's because I never intended this for gaming. But you know I had to try it. Now, can it run Doom? Obviously. But can it run Doom 2016?
Surprisingly, yes. I've got it on low settings with a reduced render scale, but I'm getting over 60 FPS. What more do you want from a system like this? Actually, it's kind of cool looking on this ultra-wide display.
We're gonna buff up our Esper on everyone
I was also able to play Overwatch 2, albeit with some occasional
lag.
Like,
we need a lot to crack down.
I won a few rounds, so it's certainly playable. Now, obviously, you could use a newer board if you want even better performance. I was just trying to save money.
Trying so hard.
As for the overall form factor and ergonomics, I personally like it, despite the limitations. But I suppose it's a matter of opinion. It's
have weird, I played this game before?
It looks like it came out of a portal to some alternate timeline.
You know?
But I do genuinely enjoy using it for some odd reason. And ultimately, that's why I built this. For fun. Because computers should be fun.
Anyway, I hope that you enjoyed this video. If you do want to build something like this, be sure to check the video description because I will leave links to the 3D files, as well as the code and any other relevant information. If you have any questions, be sure to leave them in the comments. Thanks for watching and have a great day.
Supply Depot lets us do commerce in space immediately. And so does Space Dock. Both of them do. We'll push, but I think, honestly, I need to do management. We're fucking up. I'm controlling way too much for how little management power we have. I'm kind of hinging a lot of it on upgrading management potential, but that's like, when is inserting management not fucked us in a dirty way? I need to back and forth for a minute, so I'm gonna put you on this with my love of all of my heart.
What were you saying? I went there to see the lifestyle. Right. And I saw it. And it was, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking
I am walking
at.
away for a little bit to get some shit together.
In the music industry.
I'm gonna go to the settings really fast and see if I can make it not pause.
Rapper has taken several artists under his wing at a very young age, who later rocketed to stardom. But as he sits behind bars, those relationships are being scrutinized. And we're gonna take a closer look at one particular connection, Usher. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Yeah, so let's talk about Usher, because that is the name that he's known by worldwide, but he was born Usher Raymond IV in Dallas, Texas, back in 1978. The family moved to Atlanta, Georgia when Usher was a teenager, and you might recall this, he appeared on the televised talent show Star Search when he was 13 years old. Fun fact about that, he actually set the record for the longest note ever held by a child on Star Search, 12 seconds. So what happened? That got the attention of famed producer L.A. Reid.
We're going to Alt Skybox
according to his coaches, reportedly during puberty, when Usher's voice started to change, he kind of had trouble controlling his vocals. Now, L.A. Reid reportedly considered dropping Usher from his label, but when Usher begged him to stay on, Reid sent him to live with Sean Combs in New York for a year to train. And at the time, Combs, who was then known as Puff Daddy, we believe was in his 20s, there were these apparent training sessions. And these training sessions were known as Puffy Flavor Camp. Now, through the years, Usher has spoken about this time in his life with Combs. For example, in 2004, Usher told Rolling Stone that Combs introduced him to essentially sex. He said, quote, "Sex is so hot in the industry, man. There was always girls around. You'd open a door and see somebody doing it or several people in a room having an orgy. You never knew what was going to happen." On the Howard Stern Show in 2016, Usher talked about his time with Combs too, saying there was definitely a lot of wild partying, but he doesn't think he was really able to understand what all was going on. And when Howard Stern asked him, would you send your own kids to something like Puffy Flavor Camp, this is what he had to say.
He did a successful crack down.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
Usher also spoke with People magazine back in February, saying some of the most valuable
I'm nervously
lessons I could
fixing
ever
this
learn
one.
as an entrepreneur.
Then we'll go
picked
back
up
to
when I
our other
spent that
shit.
time in New York with him. This unwavering desire to create and make certain that your creative ideas are executed. I saw him in real time working it out, him building something from nothing, him understanding how culture and collaboration can build careers.
Or they're just doing all they can. I don't know.
Now remember,
we don't have enough points to. Oh, we do. Oh shit, we do.
Had legal guardianship over Usher during that period. Can't confirm that for sure.
We might be able to save it.
And since his time with Combs, Usher has worked with several other producers and record labels, and he's become one of the top-selling R&B artists of all time.
Where is it? What's the bottom one?
Are almost too many to count. He's won 8 Grammy Awards, 18 Billboard Music Awards. He's been inducted into the Georgia Music Hall of Fame, star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Rolling Stone magazine recently named the album Confessions Part 2 as the #1 greatest R&B song of the 21st century. The magazine also ranked the song's music video among its 30 sexiest music videos of all time, and VH1 wrote that he was the best dancer in pop since Michael Jackson. And of course, Usher recently performed last year at the Super Bowl halftime show, so he's not just any musical artist, he is a superstar who, you gotta say, his success has been at least partially attributed to his time spent with Sean Combs. The two have been photographed together at different events throughout the years. You can see that connection. But having said that, Usher has been quite silent on his former mentor's very public arrest and indictment. Combs was arrested on September 16th after a Southern District of New York grand jury indicted him on charges
I need to learn how to
conspiracy,
stop it from
sex
pausing.
trafficking, transportation to engage in
Can I do this
prostitution. The indictment reads, the defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The allegations come after Combs' mansions in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by to his time spent with Sean Combs.
I got it. I learned how to do it.
The two have been photographed together at different events throughout the years. You can see that connection. But having said that, Usher has been quite silent on his former mentor's very public arrest and indictment. Combs was arrested on September 16th after a Southern District of New York grand jury indicted him on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. The indictment reads, the defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The allegations come after Combs' mansions in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by federal agents. Multiple victims, both men and women, have filed sexual assault, sexual harassment, sex trafficking lawsuits against Combs. One of the allegations is that he forced individuals to take drugs and participate in sexual performances known as freak-offs and to keep quiet about all of this. Now, Combs and his attorneys have denied that he did anything wrong, but thanks to allegations of witness tampering and fear he might flee, 2 different judges denied him bail. He's being locked up right now in the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn. Hey, by the way, thank you so much for coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We really, really appreciate it. We don't take it lightly. You're trusting us, and we're going to continue to keep bringing you these updates and analysis. But one of the reasons that we're able to do this is because of the support that we get from our incredible sponsors. And I want to call out one for you right now, a great partner of ours, our partner who has done our YouTube takeover for the day, Morgan & Morgan. Look, if you should get injured, you need to know your rights and whether you can be compensated. And this firm, America's largest injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys, may be who you want in your corner. They have quite an impressive track record. I mean, over the past several months, they've won verdicts, $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia, $6.8 million in New York, and all of these, mind you, considerably higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. And even if your case isn't worth 7 figures, why not start a claim and get the money you deserve? The whole process, so simple, can be done straight from your smartphone. Their fee is absolutely free unless you win. They only get paid if you get paid. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/YouTube takeover.
Okay, hold on.
Now, to be clear, going back to Usher, he is not mentioned in this criminal indictment against Combs, okay? I want to be very clear about that. And he has not been accused of wrongdoing by authorities in any way.
Oh, shit.
Having said that, many people are wondering what he might have seen at a young age when he lived with Combs in the 90s. This is a very common topic of conversation right now. Deep dives into the people surrounding Combs. Justin Bieber, Jennifer Lopez, Usher, so forth. What do they know? Will they be a part of any kind of case? Now, days before Combs was arrested, another of his apparent mentees filed a civil action against him, Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard is a former member of the girl group Danity Kane, and then she joined a trio group with Combs and another singer, Kalina Harper. It was called Diddy Dirty Money. She filed a lawsuit claiming that Combs sexually and verbally abused her for a decade. She also claimed that Combs owes her more than $3 million in unpaid salary and royalties, as well as unpaid wages for touring. And going back to Usher, Richard claims that Usher witnessed Combs' alleged abuse of his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Ventura had filed her own bombshell lawsuit last fall, seemingly kickstarting Combs' significant legal troubles. In the complaint, Richard's attorneys write, in the weeks and months leading up to the Bad Boy Interscope deal, Mr. Combs had frequent meetings with producer and then CEO of Interscope Records, Jimmy Iovine. On one such occasion, Combs hosted a dinner at a West Hollywood, California restaurant, which Miss Richard and Miss Harper were requested to attend. Among the guests at the dinner were celebrities like Neo and Usher, as well as Mr. Iovine. At the dinner, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura had an argument. In front of the dinner
34
guests,
days
Mr.
till
Combs
alliances.
hissed at Miss Ventura in
Taiwan's
a
coming up
whisper
soon.
and forcefully punched her in the stomach, causing her to double over in visible pain, crying. Mrs. Clark escorted Miss Ventura out of the restaurant, and Mr. Combs remained and continued socializing with the dinner guests. At this point, Interscope Records clearly had actual knowledge that Combs
that
was
used a
dangerous
lot of
around
our
females,
shit.
and that Combs was willing to brazenly batter a female.
This bolsters us
Erica
here,
Wolf,
so we don't lose it, because we're getting a crackdown here. We're gonna get kicked out of the Philippines. We got to come back in.
Disappointed by this lawsuit. In an attempt to
I'd explain
rewrite
why
history,
it's
Dawn
okay,
Richard has now
but it's
manufactured
okay.
a series
We'll come
of
back.
false claims, all in the hopes of trying to get a payday conveniently timed to coincide with her album release and
Maybe.
press tour.
Probably.
So let's go back to Usher.
I think
there was
so.
speculation around him, and that
pretty
increased
sure.
dramatically when all of the singer's tweets suddenly disappeared on the day before Combs was arrested in New York. There were rumors that Usher might be trying to cover up any past mentions of Combs on his feed, but Usher later tweeted, or wrote on X, "Account got hacked and damn, y'all ran with it," followed by 3 laughing emojis. His tweets also seem to be restored on his feed. Now, Usher is not the only up-and-coming superstar that got special attention from Combs. There was a video posted to Justin Bieber's YouTube page.
Okay, and we'll break
when the
them
singer was just 15.
the best we
It's
can.
gone viral again after the
We can toss in the one influence and hope we take it.
Justin, he's in. You ever seen the movie 48 Hours?
Fuck it.
Right now,
I don't want to lose it
48
either.
Hours with Diddy,
I want to dig
him and
in.
his boy,
We're on
they're
it.
having the
We're
times
doing
of
the
their
thing.
lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's
If you
dream.
unpause it
Now,
while you're
Usher
in the
was
menu
actually
pop
the
up
one to
already,
introduce Bieber to the
it doesn't
world of
give you
Combs
other
and Bad Boy
pop-ups.
Entertainment. Usher told Howard Stern that he'd heard about Bieber through the grapevine, he'd seen some of his YouTube videos, and had his people set up a meeting. And that led Usher to oversee Bieber's debut album, My World.
Go to ground was
Now,
gonna work.
Most recently,
Surveil was a likely.
Knight, the rival of Sean Combs, music executive who's currently sitting in prison after
Product
pleading no
management
contest
we
to
needed.
voluntary manslaughter after running over a man.
Immediately
he
pivoting to
spoke in
Space
a
Doc.
bombshell interview with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and one of the things he alleged was that music executives had used alcohol and drugs to compromise Combs' manhood. He told Cuomo that Combs was taught that, and he got Usher as a kid. Alcohol, drugs, sex, Justin Bieber, and they do these things to take control.
And we're trying to break these people out so we can
what
stay.
are we supposed to do with all of this? Well, let me bring in right now civil rights attorney Joe Richardson to help break this down. Joe, so good to see you. Thank you for coming on. When I mention this, any possible connection
we're gonna dig
with
in
Usher here, anything legally speaking,
we do have
that
a
sticks
single
out to you?
crackdown on us.
It's not necessarily
That's not
clear
great.
that there is, which Usher can continue to hope for. That
I thought crackdowns would
However,
heal
because
when you did
they
stuff.
get to cast such a wide
They
net
failed a
in
purge mission
charging
in the
him.
Philippines.
They're charging Puff Daddy.
They
with
were
a
trying to.
conspiracy.
They failed.
And so,
we dug in
as
hard
part
enough.
of that, they can use things that they didn't prosecute because they ran out of time. They didn't prosecute.
We don't need to
for
do
any of
that.
a
We need
number
to
of
do
reasons.
that
They
right
can put
now.
them all
We're
in
getting
together
60
and mix
plus
them all
now.
up, and that gives you your
We've
conspiracy.
done it.
So if
We've
Usher
secured
witnessed
ourselves.
things, and they could go back
Okay.
20 years. They could go back
Priorities.
a long time. If he witnessed things,
Welfare
if he was
everywhere.
part of thing, all of that
Buck
could
economy.
potentially be admissible. And
We're driving it into.
I see why there was this.
In this case,
reaction
we're holding
either by
off on
him or
Army
his
for a
hacker
sec.
to get rid of some information.
You don't believe
In
it?
space,
You
because
don't
we'll supplement
believe
that
it?
from elsewhere.
You know, I don't have to figure that out one way or the other, but the irony is crazy. You know what I mean? His hackers got good timing. Let me just put it to you that way.
Not much.
And he's not the one being, he wasn't named in the indictment.
Economy's
et
just
cetera.
wealth
But,
extraction.
by the
We're
way,
about to be
nobody
okay.
else was
Don't worry
named
about
in
it.
the indictment, but it is a conspiracy. And that normally means with or
we need
together
funding
and
too.
others. So
We
he's
do have
not totally
funding.
safe
Spoils are
just
the
because
wealthy
of
getting
how
richer.
broad the
Fuck
potential
the wealthy
is
getting
for
richer.
things that can go in to helping to convict Puff Daddy.
We'll put one throughout
I still
everywhere
am
else,
confused
in every
why,
other sector.
if, let's say there was no hacker. Let's say he intentionally did it, or one of his team members did it. What would be the goal there to delete the tweets? Is it to delete it so from a PR point
There'll be no
of view,
spoils taken.
nobody
The
can
military
dredge up
will
old
grow.
tweets? Oh, Matt, look how he's praising Sean
Why is this
Combs
one not
right
done?
here.
You.
Because from a legal point
Oh,
of
because
view,
we lost it briefly?
if you delete
No.
potential,
No, we just fucked
I
up
don't
and
know if you
didn't pay
wanna call it
attention.
evidence or not,
Okay.
that could get him into shaky territory.
You know, and that's true.
We're building our
but
armies.
sometimes you're not even thinking about
I guess
whether
we're
you're
holding off on
gonna
our
be,
armies for a sec.
potentially legally wrong. I
In
think that
Singapore to,
handlers
again,
and people
just-
that are around artists, and remember, Usher is one of the biggest acts in the world.
We're gonna
not just
cause
R&B
this
acts.
peace to stay,
so
and we're
it would
gonna
be very easy for somebody
bring
on his team
co-fucking-hesion.
to quickly overthink
We got
a
this.
situation and to be correct.
Actually, yeah, we're going space program.
No, we don't want to do that. And here's
And a
why.
little to the army.
Because
We'll do
there's
it
so
like
many
this.
People probably that rely on him for their livelihood. So many
Like
people
that.
on his team.
There we go.
And they're very protective about his image. They don't want anything about sex going on or being talked about off stage. He's super sexy, super sensual
Okay, direct
on stage as
investments.
part of his act.
Direct
but that's part of his
investments.
act. They don't want it to be dealing
We can't
with
do any.
situations
We don't have
that
enough for it.
lend to
I was just
criminal
curious.
liability.
We could
So
do
someone
economy.
over there could have jumped the gun. You couldn't put it past him. And if that had happened, he wouldn't exactly
We'll get to
be
it.
admitting it right
Hold on.
If you witness something, so
I know I
one
have
of the
to
allegations,
unpause.
as I mentioned before from Dawn Richards, that he
I'm getting way
witnessed,
too excited.
Combs beating Cassandra Ventura, who I think we
Actually.
can make a fair argument is probably a key figure in this indictment.
Monthly
a lot
income
of
goes
her
up.
allegations are echoed in this indictment. Also, the
Funding
government's
goes up.
subsequent letters to the court. If you witness
Score.
that, not saying you participate in these freak-offs, not saying you're forcing people to go be a part of the freak-offs
Okay.
or anything like that, but you witness an act of violence, which is a characteristic of the overall racketeering case, a characteristic of the sex trafficking charge. Does that make you an accomplice? Does that make you a co-conspirator from a criminal point of view?
We're taking it back.
Not necessarily. I think it's a lot
We're going
harder
deep.
to connect someone
Deep
and make them a
AF.
co-conspirator, particularly somebody like Puff Daddy
What's
that's
this?
not necessarily somebody like
Esper.
Usher that's not around
Esper.
Puff Daddy day to day and
Esper.
things like that. Now, there's plenty of room for other co-conspirators, but I'd be just as
Esper.
worried if I am people
We
around
don't
his universe,
have the time to spend the money
record
on
companies,
affluent.
et cetera, as it pertains to the civil lawsuits, because depending on who you're naming, if you're adding companies, if you're adding
you convince people to join us,
you can impute knowledge based on the things that everyone saw. So you got to remember, there's not just what's going on the criminal side. There's this dozen or so civil cases that are going on where they can press
Persuasion
buttons
is our
and
next
connect
best
dots,
here.
and they can also, just like they do on the criminal side, the prosecutors do on the criminal side, that the attorneys can do on the civil side to press and get pressure on particular individuals to help make sure that they render or get from Puff Daddy what they're looking for from a civil standpoint.
Do you think that he hasn't said anything since the indictment and the arrest? And actually, that's common with a lot of the people around Combs' orbit, a lot of high-profile people. Do you think they're not saying anything because they don't want to get wrapped up in it? They don't want to say something that could hurt them? Or are they already speaking with federal prosecutors and investigators, or they anticipate they might?
There could be some of both. I would say
this shouldn't be a
that,
1-2.
You know,
it should crack
if I really thought, if I'm Usher, if I'm whoever else, fill in the blank, and I really thought that I was potentially part of this or could be seen as such. Now I'm talking with my lawyers about, should they be calling us before we call them? What do we do with that? Are we jumping the gun? Because some people, I don't know that any other big profile star is going to go to jail here, but someone could lose their career. Someone could be negatively affected. Maybe Usher's a little bit too big for that, maybe so, but there's a whole lot of people out here that participated in these things and that talk about these things. They talk about the freak offs, and they might talk about them in different ways, but everybody understood that Puffy could put on a party and that all kinds of stuff went on. Entertainment, 2.1. In other words, you always hear things about big entertainment parties and sex and all of these other things. But some people are thinking
done the
hard
transfer.
about,
that was negligent.
Are we potentially liable here? And does that mean that we ought to be part of this thing at all? And are we worse off if the prosecutors call us before we call them?
And to be clear, there's a difference between a wild party and a freak-off, which allegedly was a coerced, drug-fueled encounter. One more point I want to get to before I have to sign you off, Joe. You mentioned they can go back and talk about what Usher experienced as a young kid.
I'm scared to lose Philippines.
Look,
it's sort of like
Combs
current
Combs is not charged
location
with
of we went to not
underage people, with minors. Even though there were allegations in civil lawsuits, even though there's been rumors out there.
Where is?
But when you talk about young performers like a Justin Bieber and an Usher, people start wondering, could he be hit with a superseding indictment that is about that is in relation to minors, which would make his defense incredibly difficult, right? There's one thing you could say, maybe it was consensual, these encounters, no one was being forced to do anything, but when you deal with minors, the game changes. Do you think that is a fair conversation to have about a superseding indictment when he seemed to be around young people? It could be absolutely nothing. There might not be any evidence of that whatsoever, but now that he has been criminally charged, now that we are talking about people from his past, do you think that is a fair question to ask?
I don't know whether or not it's a fair question, but it's a real question, right? It's amazing that so many young people, underage folks, seem to have something to say about things that they witnessed when they were around Puff Daddy. And so that might mean a real thing. And I don't know, the prosecutors seem to be very confident about what they actually brought. I think that their case really runs, even though they have a lot to allege, and they're alleging a lot over a lot of years with a lot of people. I think their case flows from Cassie. And we can do a separate sidebar podcast about how crazy Puffy was to allow Cassie to not get settled out before she issued this lawsuit, because that not only created the floodgates for other civil lawsuits, but that also allowed for this criminal case to basically be written out. But it seems like to the good for Usher, but for Usher too, but for Puffy, that this seems to flow from Cassie. There's a lot of things going on around her, but she seems to be the center. That's dealing with her as an adult.
We'll call it temporary because that's all we needed for.
Plenty to deal with, dealing with people that were adults that were nonetheless coerced, nonetheless were
apply globally for now.
Perhaps traveled, transported for prostitution, etc. So my sense is that's where they start from. But that doesn't mean there aren't other things out there. They still have to make choices about where do we want to lie in terms of what do we want to convict, who are our strongest
Oh, it is
witnesses,
really spread. I will
those
give it
types
that.
of things. And for now, they seem to have arrived on the adult side of things, and that's probably good news for Puff Daddy.
Civil rights attorney Joe Richardson, thank you so much for coming on.
Indonesia itself is going to put more into the
again, my friend.
military and army for the moment.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Okay, cool. We need to get caught up on nuclear. When the aliens are set to come and literally invade in the game, we need to be ready.
Well, because I was still kind of, even after we were...
It's a lot, okay? It's a fucking lot. Hold on. I legitimately looking at something. Here, come on. The watch later was going and then I fucked up. We're here for a minute. We got space dock done. Fusion pile, better fuel. It's nice.
I want everyone here to remember this. The reason why KSI, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast have been tweeting about this whole situation regarding Lunchley, and I swear to God, if I say Lunchley one more time, I'm going to end it all, okay? I'm going to drive blindfolded into the night. By the way, big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's
I forgot
video.
How to put satellites
More about
up.
them later. The reason
like, legitimately, we're gonna go Fusion Pile actually.
Started to happen was because of one tweet by Dan TDM.
We'll get on the moon as fast as we can.
Had KSI, Logan Paul,
I forgot how
and
to play
Mr.
this
Beast
game.
tripping. More Logan Paul and KSI, and Dan TDM just went back to normal, making his content, moving on. And these guys are still talking about Dan,
I didn't notice. Thank you.
I said this on my last two videos. It's not that serious. You guys didn't do anything that horrible. You guys didn't, kill babies or ran over infants or blew up towers. Like, no, you guys really didn't do anything bad. It's just that your product, I don't have to keep it real here, it just looks whack. And it's funny to make fun of. Like, it's not that deep.
Also, it says healthy and it's not, and kids are impressionable.
A few days ago, he was still talking about Dan TDM and making fun of his tweet. The one that calls KSI and the other guys for, putting out the product. This was about a week after it happened. I think I made a response to it. Yeah, I said, just let it go, man. It's almost been a week. And I did not know this, but it turns out now Logan Paul made a response to it. And they just once again, a tweet made you guys have a mental breakdown and make two videos talking about a tweet. Now, some people may say, is this the worst thing Logan Paul has ever done? Is Lunchley worse than what happened in Japan back in 2018? Yeah.
What happened to YouTubers, man? I can't not say anything anymore. This is selling stuff for the sake of making money.
This is the fakest laugh I've ever seen in my entire life. That video was beyond cringe. The fake laughing is insanely annoying and cringy. It's not that funny, man. It's just not. And I know humor is subjective and jokes are subjective. Yeah, I get that. Even the KSI and the Logan Paul fanboys, we all gotta admit, this is the definition of fake laughing. Like, I get it, you guys are business partners and friends and stuff, but dick riding gotta stop.
That's exactly how I interpreted it as well. Like, let me put this in a context. Imagine being a motherfucker who's angry that we made this. Crackers, bro? You mad because we made crackers? This is what you're mad about? Bruh. It's a turkey, real cheese, and cracker stack. And by the way, it's great.
Okay, but you say the word healthy explicitly. That's the concern.
I don't think Dan was mad. I don't think he was having a mental breakdown, ripping his hair out. I don't think he was mad. I think he was just critical of it. I don't know, it's a situation that really didn't need two videos, one from Logan Paul and one from KSI, and an infinite amount of tweets from both of them. It just wasn't necessary. I think it would have been much better for you guys had you guys not tweeted or maybe, responded to a few of the claims. But dedicating two videos to this, kind of cringe. I don't know about you guys, but I like to save money. I know one of these days I'm going to fall off, and I gotta be smart with my money. That is why today's video is sponsored by Rocket Money. I'm sure this has happened to all of us. We sign up for a trial, we forget because life gets in the way. Next thing you know, we are paying for 2, 3, 4 different subscriptions that we completely forgot about. And that is only one of the reasons why Rocket Money is for you. That's when Rocket Money comes in, saves you money, saves you time. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. This could be a phone bill, an electricity bill. They take all the hard work from calling them and then pressing button 1 and then pressing button number 3 till you get to a human being. They make everything so much easier and simple. I personally love using Rocket Money to cancel the unwanted subscriptions. You can even cancel from within the app itself with just a couple of taps. Go to rocketmoney.com/sensitive or click the link in the description to get started for free. Thank you so much to Overreacting. Yeah,
I got it.
Of course they are. Once again, it's just cheese, crackers, Prime, and Feastables. It's not like they're selling you heroin with fentanyl and a little bit of cocaine as a little snack afterwards. I think what is happening here is the law of the jungle, which is once everyone sees that you're down or you're being affected or it's tearing you down, everyone's just going to gang up on you. If you show weakness, everyone's going to go after you. I don't actually believe there's people out there who are ripping their hair out at the thought of Lunchly being sold. I don't think those people exist. I think right now it's just so funny to clown on them.
Yes, we made nachos as well.
I mean, it is also fun to clown on them.
About nachos. That's a you problem. Oh, and the pizza. It's literally called
How many more days? 4 days until we can consolidate.
Pizza? Like 500,000 favorites
it takes
because we made
5
pizza,
for a
crackers,
policy.
and nachos.
Where was the same energy when Ryan Trahan released Sweet? Where was the same energy when FaZe Rug released Sweet?
Hey, that is true. I don't remember anyone having a problem with Ryan or Rug when they released their candy. It's just funny how that works.
It's not that people are mad about YouTubers starting businesses. I think it's, first of all, who it's coming from and the intent. You guys, for better or for worse, you guys started marketing it as a healthier alternative to Lunchables. Like, yeah, it's better, but you know, like Dr. Mike said, it's like going from smoking to vaping. Still bad. But one is a little better than the other one. But I think it's because it wasn't launched towards younger kids. When you think of Mr. Beast, you think, yeah, his fan base is like little kids, right? And most of them are. And I do believe these guys and their products, their audience is a little older. And once again, they never were like, this is a healthier alternative to blank. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong. It's not that people are mad that YouTubers are branching out and starting new businesses.
They did use the phraseology really healthy maracers, but I can take it
like you guys.
Problem with Ryan or Rug when they released their candy. Just funny how that works.
I'm not seeing people going crazy towards them on Twitter. You know why? It's because people just hate us.
They hate us. Because they hate us.
I realize now in my adult life.
I mean, no, if we were, we wouldn't have made those same choices.
You're dissatisfied with your life. You're unhappy. You're angry because your wife left you, or you suck. You might as well go hate on a cracker stack.
Oh my god, this is the most boomer response of all time. Oh, they hate us because they have pretty sad and pathetic lonely lives. I mean, by that logic, you can never be criticized. Oh, people are criticizing me because they're jealous that I'm Logan Paul and I'm a multi-millionaire, and people just hate me because, I don't know, they're just hating. So anyone that ever gives criticism towards anyone is just like a loser, salty hater. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, like, yeah, there's some people out there like that, but for the most part, people are pretty normal. And once again, this is just a situation that's just way too funny not to clown on. The way these guys are promoting Lunchly is like the second coming of Jesus Christ.
You suck. You might as well go hate on a cracker stack.
When it comes to Twitter, Twitter is just a cesspool of the most depressed people on the
boost component.
Hey, that is so true. Okay. Twitter sucks. I'm not kidding. Probably one of the worst places to be.
The only time I'll probably agree with Logan Paul and KSI at the same time, Twitter is absolute trash. And not just now. It's always been horrible. Twitter is literally if you got the worst kind of people ever and put them in the same classroom,
left the States
and it's like a nightmare blunt rotation. There is a reason why I'm never active on Twitter.
And the States. We're uniting them, and we're crushing people.
Success and dreams used to be celebrated, and now it's like, and this was my response to Dan TDM. We spent our whole adult, and without even know anything about.
I don't know. What was that like? Roommate thing
about this product, and the people that think they know about it still don't know about it. But yeah, community notes lies. I had a sports MD doctor on one of my tweets lie. But I'm like, bro, it's not sodium. It's the 400 milligrams of electrolytes that we mentioned in the drink. And I had to correct him. I was like, bro, you're a sports medicine doctor. You one by one. You can't read. The drink in Lunchly has 400 milligrams of electrolytes.
Fusion pile, got
making that up. And then I'm fighting with community notes. They're like, no, it doesn't. It has this many, is it? And then I corrected them, and I'm like, actually, the Prime in Lunchly is exclusive to Lunchly and has 400 milligrams milligrams of electrolytes, and they still just plastered their lie. Can't believe it. It's like there are so many forces working against us to make sure we don't win, which is why we're gonna work that much harder to make sure we do win.
It's okay, Logan Paul. I'm here. I don't know if you could see me. You probably can't. But my arms are open, and I'm just gonna wait for the next 20 seconds. If you want to reach in and
Federation,
we can hug it out, or
let's go
something. Because I know
we're making the fucking bigger nations now. A lot
of this could have been easily avoided. A lot of people making videos on this, a lot of people talking about this, and then
we're making the Indonesia Federation
come in and jump in. All this could have been avoided.
We're doing
had
it.
you not started having
we're going
mental
hard.
breakdowns on Twitter and in line. Not only you, but the KSI video.
Oops, we didn't need to send 2 for that.
I think that's the reason why Mr. Beast is quiet, because he knows.
Last thing, we're taking some shit back.
JJ's worked up right now. I mean,
Fuck
I can
people.
see why. Like, you can't engage with these people.
Fuck
it's
people.
like a game of tennis. If you don't hit the ball back,
Get
the
people.
game doesn't continue. And yet, he's falling in the trap. I'm falling in the trap. Like, here we are, like peons, trying to rationalize
We
with
fucked it
the
up.
community notes. That's not
You wanna
like a
gap about
person.
it?
It's not an entity. It's just a group of haters.
I think
who
you've heard
somehow
me
have the
whinge about
ability
my
to
roommates
comment on
before.
whether or not things are true, but they lie. Help me
I
understand.
don't know what other people's experience are like.
Where I make a product that is
My favorite person to live near or around, one of my old neighbors. He and I used to watch Bernie Mac together, and we would just talk a lot of shit. Like, he would drink beer and he'd offer me beer, and we'd watch Bernie Mac. That was our life. That was basically perfect. We'd drink a shitload of beer and watch Bernie Mac. Yep. Yep. No, it's so legit. You know you're proud. Or something. You know you're chill with this shit. It was cool. It was worth it. Let's go defend Malaysia.
better than the competition.
Right? Like, we just watched the show and we both had seen some shit, right? So when this man starts raising a hand, we would both, like, hand over mouth. Dad's coming. Look, not like dead ass, but like we would do the look of like, holy shit. Bro. We would just sit there and drink beer. It was so fun. Like, we drank whatever beer was cheapest. I miss that dude. He was super cool. In a world full of people doing crazy shit, he was my, like, reasonable homie. Like, everyone was up to some wild bullshit. I swear to fuck. Like, the degree of choice and, ooh, let's do, like, dangerous bullshit was a little bit nasty. And I think it was Steel Reserve. Oh my gosh. Like, golly gee willikers. That shit was fine. I don't notice a problem with it.
Well said!
His roommate was a sweetheart too. Made sure I had my first like little Chromebook and shit. Like when I didn't have a computer. Motherfuckers were so lovely. Oh my gosh.
I think we just see this fundamentally different than most people. Yes, we could have made a
10
lunch
out of
meal
10.
with carrots and
10 out of
celery
10.
and apple slices, but I don't eat that I don't! Look, sorry, that's not true. I will have those things, but for like a lunch meal, I'm not interested in that. I want and always have wanted a fun lunch.
You are not eating that. Come on, you cannot tell me prior to you making this, you were eating this kind of stuff. You're having, I believe, the prime, but you were having, you as a wrestler, boxer, athlete, you were actually having this. This is like so fake, and I think that's a big reason why people don't like these type of influencers. They just come across as fake. You know, it feels like a machine. Like Mr. Beast doesn't even feel like it's not Jimmy. It actually is a company, and it feels empty. Same thing here. Like, oh, you know, I eat carrots and celery and fucking apples, but when I want a snack, I'm gonna get Lunchly. No one is saying that. Okay, like just be honest. No one's like,
I do want to do my defense in
a little
Malaysia.
snack right now.
That
Should I
seems
get
most reasonable.
hot Cheetos? Should I get Fritos, Doritos? What should I get?
Yeah,
apples.
It takes a lot of our
baby
land
carrots. Nah, babe. You know what? Bring out the Lunchlies. Nah. Oh yeah, you know, Lunchly. I've been wanting Lunchly since I was a little kid. Like, I get it. It's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, this is just funny.
Grew up on Lunchables. I'll admit that. We all have. I wouldn't sell something that I don't eat
We need to
myself.
continue.
And I wouldn't find myself eating a carrot, celery, apple slice lunch. And the opportunity
We are
to
the
partner
most
with a
likely
friend,
to
Jimmy,
succeed
who I've
in
known
China.
forever, by putting a
No
piece of
one
both
else
our
is
product
likely
line
to.
and an entree and a lunch kit was like
We're
a no-brainer
likely to
for me.
fucking win.
Especially if, and this is what
Goddamn.
we're forgetting, it's better than Lunchables.
I'm good
That's
with
our
this.
stance. We see it just differently than the people who are are hating on us. If we can take shelf space and market share from a company that is not producing the best product that they can be doing in terms of what is in it, that is a win to us.
I mean, yeah. Well, once again, going back to the perfect example that was done by Dr. Mike, you know, smoking, probably not the best. Vaping, probably not the best, but going from smoking cigarettes to vaping is the better option, but it's still bad. And oh my god, the response on Twitter that KSI got because of this tweet. DanTDM got KSI like this, bro. Actually ran free.
No, fuck it. Something.
That is so accurate.
Oh wait, let's check.
I don't
20th
think
of May.
More accurate clip.
We're in here for 30 days. That's not long enough.
That is literally what's
relations,
going on here.
let's
It's
check.
been a week. Let it go.
Confirm ally with Taiwan. Let's get it.
Live rent free inside my head like that. It's over, Unc. Wrap it up. Let's go, Andale. Let's stop talking about it because it's just getting really pathetic and embarrassing.
Advise in
at this
Indonesia.
point.
There's way more crazier things happening
Crackdown.
in this world. But people want to go
Crackdown in
on this.
Cambodia.
I don't know if this is going
Let's
to hurt my
break
credibility,
these other
but
people
that
out.
did not feel like a natural reaction.
Look at how
As I'm
little
saying that, I'm like,
they are
holy
putting
shit, I'm
into
insane.
welfare
I'm kind of
and
losing it. I'm
knowledge.
tripping.
And
I'm losing. I'm
look at how
crashing
little
out.
they're
But that
helping.
did not feel like a genuine reaction. You know what I mean? Like it kind of feels like
We
someone
won't
was
stand for
behind the
it.
camera telling, "Yo, okay, Logan, grab the box, grab
Fuck
the
no.
box."
Fuck no. Not in this bitch. Not today.
There's way more crazier things happening in this.
All right, man. Okay, we get it. Lunchly out
Oh wait, there is
now.
one.
Even though, if you guys saw my last video and the ending in the
Your
vlog, I've been searching for Lunchleys
persuasion?
and I can't find a
Esper.
single one to save my life. I can't form my own
Continue to
opinion, and
boost
KSI
persuasion.
and nobody has reached out to me. Sadly, and I need a second to process this, but no one has reached out, being like, "Yo,
I
Sans,
don't
know
give
you
the
hate
ruling
us, or
class
you're a
any
hater,
money.
but here
They
try
want
it."
spoils.
So my heart's
I
kinda
never
broken.
give them spoils.
So I think
I
that's
don't
going
give
to,
a fuck.
I'm just gonna call it a day.
So far, I do a good job at uniting large swaths of the world.
If you're between
This is my first time
Lunchables
playing in a
and
while,
Lunchly,
and there have been
all
updates.
jokes aside,
So
serious
we're learning.
Oscar
We'll see
here,
how it
I do
goes.
think, yeah,
Shit might
Lunchly
have
is a better
changed.
option if it's between Lunchables and that. Two people in their almost
We need boost
30s
component.
freaking out like this.
We can't space
over
yet.
lunch and nachos.
We're making big-ass
and
federations to
criticism is
facilitate
really funny.
this.
And one tweet, once again, it was one tweet that set this thing
When we
off.
can.
It wasn't videos by DanTDM. It wasn't controversy by millions of
Okay.
YouTube channels.
Deep breath.
It was literally one tweet that got all
Can we
of these
plan a
guys
moon base?
crashing
Can we,
out.
like-
Like I said previously, I am a man of my word. I don't cap. I don't lie. The hunt for Lunchleys will continue, and I will
Lagrange
try them.
points?
I don't
Oh,
care
Luna.
if it's
There
in
we go.
8 months when no one cares about Lunchly anymore. I will
Sites.
do it, and I will make a video about it. I mean, stay tuned for that Lunchly review. Coming soon. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe
want
if you want
this
to see
one, but I
that.
need
Like, show
1.3.
love. And don't forget to
Okay.
check out today's sponsors, Rocket Money, link
how
in the
do I get
description.
that?
And with that said,
I need
I'm
to
out.
purchase it
Thank
from
you.
someone. No. No, no, no. Okay. I know what we're doing. Pivot McDivot. Hunbun McFun runs. We're doing Pivot McDivot. New template. Boost boost. Okay. It's gonna be fuck economy. We don't need to even consider Army or Navy. Military can come down. Boost and mission control. It won't really need many of these. We're gonna name it Boost Boost. Its name is saved. It's applied globally. This gets us into space. I think. Did I misread this? Hold on. Let me see if I've got this. Because then we have 30 days of just gearing towards this. And that could be like wild. Okay, cool. We're maxed out space. Nope. We are. Oh no, we are. Yeah, because space funding is counted under boost. Okay. Welfare, knowledge, funding, space. We'll do roads, a little bit to military, a little bit. Okay, cool. That's 8 total. Wait, where's the current percentage though? I don't know what our current percentage towards. Wait, no, is it 8% is currently towards? Okay. Oh no, wait, I'm bad at this. Okay. We're close to having an army. I think we need 3 of those for other shit. But we're gonna be closer to space program. Go to my watch later. Oh, it's empty. Yeah.
Scam graphics card. And even new version scam graphics cards. They seem to be hailed as a modern phenomenon, but the reality is these cards go way back, and they are far worse and much sketchier than you could even begin to imagine.
Guys, mission complete? Sure.
Now this here is a card that I bought off eBay as new old stock, and I probably paid just a bit too much for it.
We're making an
Indonesia
alliance.
It was from a company that I've never heard of, Phantom 3D.
Because that's us. Right now.
There were no results online for this company, what brand this even was, or what graphic card they were actually
outpost mining.
selling.
Let's get it.
Virtually
we need this.
No information
We're
about
prepping
it
for an
existed.
outpost. We're gearing to
so
space
it seemed like
boost.
it was up to us to figure out where it came from, which led me down a very ancient rabbit hole
The aliens
of scams,
did not come in peace.
disappointment, and a whole world of graphics cards that have long since been lost to time. Fortunately though, as our card is new old stock, we got the same experience that you would have gotten 20 years ago, excited for your new gaming graphics card.
This is primed and ready.
And inside the box is another box,
and
including one of the most disappointing looking graphics cards I've ever seen. It felt so light that I wouldn't be surprised if the heatsink is made out of some form of paper, and it does include
They're
a
both
warranty registration
75%.
card.
We can only hope.
Yep, you've got one of those. So if you bought this absolute scam of a card,
Purge aborted because I did
included,
both. I doubled up by
like
mistake.
No one even decided to do that.
We got
A
this.
manual is printed on a very sad-looking bit of white paper with some troubleshooting tips, but not actually too much else. And finally, you do get a rather nice-looking driver CD, which is something I suppose, but then again, that really is the bare minimum here. So why don't we set up a little system real fast?
Ooh, we're
and
getting
just double
space
check
components.
That after 20 years in a
Ooh, we've
box,
got it.
This
Ooh, we've
rather
started space
sad-looking
component
thing
stuff.
Actually
Ooh, we've
powers on
started.
and gives us a display.
Ooh, we're going. Ooh, we're fucking going. Ooh, we're fucking going to space. Ooh, we're gonna start strip mining asteroids and taking all the shit. Oh, I did put it in the browser. I did not watch it yet.
Now that might look quite exciting, but that is actually a signal from the name of the card was
Defend Interests
3D
Philippines
Phantom
Day.
XP 3800 AGP VGA card. So we're getting somewhere. Now we just need an operating system.
Rocket?
Now this is the weird thing with this graphics card. Usually when it comes to scam cards, you can try and research them all you want, and there's very little information on their origin out there.
1%
so you go back
success.
over 20 years, and you're trying to find out what is a 3D Phantom.
Well, we're
and why
trying
they
super
exist,
hard,
and
by
it
the
proves
way.
rather difficult. So I've done the best I can, found where these retailed, found who
No one
bought
else
them,
has enough persuasion
and
to hold
found
this
out
up.
That a lot of people were very disappointed.
We have to
but it took
give this
weeks
all
of
up
scrolling through old
to big
forum
persuasion
archives,
ruler of the world.
all of the Wayback Machine, just trying to
Monthly
find
income. I need more
an
space. I
inch
need
of
space
information
boost. How do I
on things,
get?
Because when you look at this box,
Okay, that's
nothing
handy.
about it screams SIS. I've given it to a few people and said, what brand is this? And no one has figured it out, because the only mention of SIS is here, a little line on the back.
Who wouldn't have Control Nation already? That would be like,
designed to make you think, wow, this is
oh, this
amazing.
person who can't equip
and
it.
half of it's lies
That's
anyway.
weird.
So, this is what I
Sabotage
managed to
facilities.
find on the 3D Phantom graphics card.
Military science research.
What is this one? The XP3800. And
Yeah,
why
we'll do
this
this.
thing exists in the first place.
Yeah. We'll try to do
Old
both.
traces
Oh,
of
we
this
can't.
card were found online through weeks and weeks of scrolling through forums and websites on the Wayback Machine, and it led me to very few references on this card. So, from what I can figure out, it was released sometime in early 2003 and retailing till the end of 2006, 2007 in some places. Trying to decipher most of this information came from forum posts on the older parts of the website, where people were arguing about the legality of owning a katana next to questions about graphics cards, and it made it remarkably difficult to
sounds
find
like
people
home.
actually talking about the 3D Phantom. Some of the best resources, oddly enough, was one
This
very
forum
confused
sounds so
person
homey.
that went onto the Matrox forums because he used Matrox graphics cards at
I did
work,
not see.
and was then convinced by a salesman in PC World, which is now Curry's, that this was a new graphics card from 3DFX and was vastly superior to the Radeon and Nvidia FX offerings. There was also a PSA over on the AnandTech forums of 2005, which consisted of a group of people having seen these on sale in Maplins, with the staff there eager to try and get rid of them. The general consensus was, though, that for people not too computer savvy or maybe outdated with their knowledge, they were being not sold these as SIS cards.
Like, I don't see it not adjusting without... yeah. You know, I know this is a really petty gripe, but a thing about this that contributes to my irritation is that that's displacing atmospheric gases, which are going to harm the area and people near it and people who depend on it and people who are trying to reduce their goddamn fucking load on resources in the area. But yeah. I also don't like the 4th of July celebrations in the States because of a similar reason of displacing atmospheric gas.
But to some extent with the 3D branding, some confusing,
I find it very tone deaf, and
sales
very
plays led customers into believing these were 3DFX cards even, when in reality, you are getting more or less an old iGPU from a motherboard stuck onto an AGP card and sold to you as a brand new product.
And then seed 20th of May.
Their website wasn't much better, with Pine, the company that make this, offering a variety of these cards. But they did offer them as what apparently are SIS cards on their website, and they must have known what they were selling, because no word of a lie, they have a quote about suffering from Mao Zedong right there on the webpage. You are selling a graphics card, and your main quote you're going for is suffering. Interesting. The rest of the advertising nonsense is mostly about realistic 3D graphics, but more interestingly, this company had also started selling their Nvidia series, no longer under the Pine name, under something else, and a name we will all recognize, XFX. Some very shady dealings going on here, and it's not just from those that sold the card, because at least they do list it as SIS cards.
And if I can be quite fair, and I know this is a petty gripe, they also very, very unbecoming in a world where sensory processing issue me has to deal with such a thing, which hurts like the dickens. Oh my gosh.
But still, very interesting how these ended up on the shelf as something a little bit different. Sadly, that was about all the information that did exist on these cards, but they did by all accounts have an AGP 8x flagship, and more depressingly, they offered one of these with a measly 8 megabytes of VRAM, which sold until about 2007, something that I will be keeping my eyes out for. Pricing wise, £50 for one of these is about on average what they seem to have sold for as retail in the UK, and that is an absolute rip-off, given that the Radeon 9200 launched at the same price, the FX 5200 from Nvidia that I am not a fan of, but you know, is generally a despised card, sold for either the same price or less, and then by the time these things have been on the market for a year, at the same £50 retail price, Radeon had the 9250 for half the price of this card. So I can only assume that these were sold to target people that fell for the false 3D naming and all the tech mumbo jumbo on the box.
That is
It just took clever words from a salesman to get rid of them.
I thought we'd be getting higher.
And
we will be.
We're about to. On the existence of this card.
On it.
Specifications-wise, this thing
I'm tearing
is
something very
absolutely dire.
Very ghastly.
Based on the SIS-315 chip, which was released in the late year 2000, this is actually an SIS-315
I should have changed out the other counselor as well,
which is from a motherboard, where performance was questionable at best. The 3D Phantom 3800 Plus comes with 2 pixel pipelines, 2 text units, and is based on a 150
We're dropping everything a little
process. Our card does come with a blistering 32 megabytes of VRAM, which is fortunately dual data rate RAM, and this card has support for DirectX 7, but this seems partial at best, so most games tend to utilize DirectX 6 to some capacity, or the alternative OpenGL 1.2, which apparently is meant to be 1.3, but I couldn't really get that to work all too well. Still, it does utilize an AGP 4-time slot. Not that it'll do a whole lot of good, but perhaps it'll make it better than the original graphics chip they based this on, or stole it from, or salvaged it from. I don't know how these things got made. It costs, from what I found online, around 50 to 60
We need to level it up. That's what we're going for. When it hits when it gets to 25, we've got it.
Quickly disappearing on from there. Little
and that
seems
happens
to be known
pretty
about
okay.
them. I'm assuming
Like,
very
that's
few
gonna
sales
go.
actually came through their website, and with the amount of these that do show up as new old stock, I'd imagine there's a good chunk of retailers that bought a ton of them in, and then as soon as they couldn't get rid of them anymore, they ended up in a warehouse until eventually, here in 2024, they are now re-entering the market. It's absolute insanity. They did have cheaper models on the market and slightly better ones as well, but those do seem to be rarer. In fact, you know, these cards are just rare now. It's weird. You will find them, and if you do, they'll be brand new in box. But there's nothing redeeming this card here. You know, these are spare SIS chipsets that were too old to sell, given some fancy branding, a basic cooler, and then trying to sell them as a competitor to ATI, Nvidia, and Matrox for the same money that their cards were going for. And funnily enough, it must have worked, because the company that made these, well, they're still in business.
Taiwan's gonna go make a lot.
As you may have noticed in the background, though, we have been installing Windows XP onto the Compact Test System, which is the latest operating system that this card is actually advertised for. All that came next was needing some drivers so we could truly utilize the card. Fortunately, our card actually came with drivers, so why don't we just use those? Well, they don't work. Maybe it could be data rot or something. I mean, it's been sat in a box for 20 years. All the files show up on the DVD. You just can't do anything with them.
This is what the whole world
they have
gets
some
for
form
doubting
of
me.
copy protection on it, as I couldn't even make a backup to an ISO. Just an original
once we have a nuclear weapon in our
of the original disc. And when attempting to
conglomeration
Windows XP,
of organizations which take over nations,
new versions of Windows,
or that we've taken over in conjunction with nations,
demo.exe has stopped responding. Attempting to copy files and just read them directly wouldn't work and would stop the disk from reading. We tried multiple DVD drives and had no progress. So I'm assuming that this might have been something common, given that the one forum post I was able to find on drivers talked about them not working.
That's the thing.
Interesting, that.
I just didn't give a fuck.
Fortunately, being based on an SAS 315E, it means there are drivers available for this chipset, and there technically should be drivers for even Windows 7 upwards if you fancy going down that route.
When I get to space.
Realistically, though, it looks like these drivers are the exact same ones that included on our DVD, so after installing those and making our way through the remarkably bare-bones installer, we saw that the card does actually have some features. But they are exceptionally basic by the standards of 2004, when Matrox was offering you super sampling control, 3D Phantom offers you gamma control. Really, that is about all you get here. There was very little it can actually do. It has an AGP test feature, which lets you confirm it's running at AGP 4-time speed, which is nice. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but it's nice. And so far, from what we've done, well, it looks okay from a VGA output.
We need to build more labs.
But then again, it should do. The main issue we ran into is occasionally I'd have to give the card a wiggle after I restarted the PC because it wanted to use its onboard graphics rather than this. And I don't blame the computer for wanting to do that.
They want to leave the Earth.
It just meant wiggle it about and then it started working again. I don't know. It's not the PC. It's the graphics card. These things are terrible. It's a scam. I've been working on this for too long.
We're trying to take
So finally, the part we've all been waiting for. We've done some testing with the compact PC that I grabbed from the boot fair a little while ago, running Windows XP Service Pack 3. We've got an AMD Athlon 64 processor, 1GB of DDR RAM clocking in at 400MHz, and really, this thing is completely overkill for testing a lot of these older AGP cards, especially these ones that no one has heard of. but that's why I decided to keep it around. All the footage you're about to see has been captured directly from the 3D
I've been looking
Phantom
through my
graphics
playlists
card.
too.
So painfully, you will now be exposed to everything that I bore witness to in the benchmarks.
Rock on.
Starting things off nice and easy with Half-Life 1 running in DirectX mode, with a nice enough 1024x768 resolution. Keep in mind, most cards from this era that this scam card came out in would run the game in 1600x1200 or even higher. Even those cards came in at a relatively similar cost. But it was playable enough with 42 FPS on average throughout the opening sequence, and OpenGL performed very similar, so it didn't matter what API you were using here, you were going to see this sort of performance regardless. So playable, but not a great start given that this game came out over half a decade before they started selling this card.
Esper. Cannot do. Oh, wait, hold on.
The Elder Scrolls
No, I can't give this to that,
Morrowind
Esper.
was not a great experience at all. Even with the lowest settings in a tiny 640x480 resolution, we saw some of the worst performance I have ever seen from a graphics card that can actually launch this game.
Other factions
with the
are
game
trying to get
sometimes
in.
being playable at around 20 FPS, but then you'd frequently run into issues and the game would hitch up for no apparent reason. This could be caused by dialogue. That's right, text appearing on screen could bring you down to around 1 FPS, and then you just have to wait to exit out of it and go back into it. And sometimes just walking too quickly. That could give you awful frame times, and you would see those appalling 1% low figures. Overall, I'm actually sort of impressed to see Morrowind load on a card that runs it this badly. Usually if your card launches Morrowind, you can play the game as long as you're willing to go low enough down on settings. But this may be the worst performance I've ever seen from a card that can actually launch the game. But this was the big one. The year is 2004, and you were buying a graphics card, so you were likely buying it for one thing.
He's always had some stuff to say,
those
though.
people that ran out
Cat
to
Williams said
mountains
it's
in PC
2024
World
and
wherever
everything's
they
coming
actually
out.
found a 3D Phantom graphics card. Well, I understand your pain now. Half-Life 2 ran actually okay in terms of frame rate at around 26 FPS. Trust me, that is good for this card. Despite the card saying it supports hardware transformer lighting and DirectX 7 features, well, the lies can be seen here. With the game barely operating in DirectX 6 mode, most models would show up with what looks to be their normal map being rendered, leaving some funky-looking fellas running about the map, and it did make the system blue screen for no reason once or twice. But for all intents and purposes, even in action, it was playable. But just imagine, you went out and you spent £50 to upgrade your PC to play Half-Life 2. And this is the only way you were able to do it. Because you didn't buy a Radeon card, you didn't want an Nvidia card, you weren't going Matrox. No, you were going 3D Phantom, and I can see why people regretted it. Older titles like DICE's first 3D game, you know, the same people that made Battlefield, well, they started with Volvo S40 Racing, which ran pretty good in a 1024x768 resolution. It was a pain to capture this though, as the card had a weird bug where it would default to 34.6 Hz for no apparent reason and disappear entirely from the display.
Let's fucking try.
No clue why it did this, as soon as you actually got in game and started utilizing the renderer, well, it would go back to 60 Hz, so bit of a strange problem there.
You can call me silly and a goober and on some bullshit,
you know, it ran alright with decent 3D image output, and I can't help but think that, you know, the performance for a 2000s card, not bad.
I get
the performance
my
for
agenda
a 2004
here
card
is explicitly
awful, given that one of our
to,
best
like,
performing titles so
take
far
China early
is a
game.
game that you got for
That's
free
it.
if
That's
you
what I'm
bought
here
a
for.
Volvo
That's what
in
we're doing.
1997.
It's what we're here for. It's why we're here. We're doing it. We have one person left. Let's see if we have a policy call to make.
Command & Conquer Generals ran like crap. I'm sorry, that's the only real way to say it. The opening cutscene struggled to manage any more than 8 FPS and was so slow the game ran internally at a third of its normal speed, nearly breaking cutscene events. I have never seen something do so poorly here that it would nearly break the game. The game would simply chug along, rendering one explosion at a time because it physically couldn't bloody manage to run more than one at a time.
Oops, that's a level
I hate
up.
to say it, but it's completely unplayable. For something that could run on an Intel Extreme Graphics 2, not a great showing for something that you were meant to put in your PC to replace that exact type of iGPU. Not great. Unreal Tournament 2003 ran with lower settings in 640 by 480 and was just about playable. I wouldn't call it good or competitive, as whenever there was someone on screen, your frame rate would halve. So in some ways, it's sort of a built-in player detection.
We'll level up
Maybe it's hacks. Who knows? Maybe you could use it to your advantage. You know, if you can manage the near enough slideshow it becomes when there are multiple people on screen at the same time. Still, there were no graphical issues or weird problems, which was nice to see after everything else so far.
We're still on it.
And it was, by all accounts, a slightly modern game
It's
from when the card came out.
Fast and loose still.
Okay.
I like it.
So it's a win.
We're just holding
a very
this up
small
through the whole
one
thing.
and a slightly terrible one, but this is a win for the 3D Phantom.
Just holds the rest of them, so we can just come and look and be scared.
Classic titles, on the other hand,
this is
weren't
our,
actually too bad
this,
either.
If it works,
with Unreal Gold
my
usually
shit, if this
managing
works.
to hit our 60 FPS
if this
target
fucking
with
works,
high settings
holy
enabled
shit.
in a 640 by 480
big
resolution,
fucking play.
as the card
Big
did struggle
fucking
with
play.
particle effects
Big
and much
fucking
more
play.
transparency, which would halve
Big
the frame
play.
rate. Still, it looks okay, ran
Stabilized.
okay, and just
Shit,
another
we're not
instance of
there
the
yet.
card being good enough for titles near on half a decade
Information
before it
science?
actually hit the
No,
shelves.
we need... We'll do audience research.
Mount and Blade Warband would at first refuse to work,
I liked
and I was
that
about to
game.
give up on it because it would just crash whenever the game opened.
I liked Mount and
until I
Blade
clicked
Warband.
launch without
Band,
realizing
band.
I still had Half-Life
Yes.
1 open, which for some reason must have jogged DirectX 7
More.
into working just enough for the game.
Well, Israel under the Protectorate had decided that they want to go and do some shit. Okay, the game is really trying.
To not crash. If you closed Half-Life 1, the game would crash.
Continue.
So it sort of has to run
We
in
know what
parity.
they're doing.
It
We'll
also
get there.
wouldn't work with the capture card, only on the CRT.
We can take them over
and
once
it
we
looked
finish here.
appalling.
We
With
can
settings
fold
so
everyone
low,
into
they
us.
shouldn't be seen by the
It's
human
cool.
eye.
I need a
Combined
foothold.
with this, it also
We're on
ran
it.
terribly,
I need
with
this
single-digit
foothold.
frame rates being the norm, and it was smooth enough thanks to the
I
input
have to
latency
cut our
of the
way in
CRT,
here.
as sometimes it
Take
could
me
go
to
up
it.
to sort of the
We're losing in
mid-teens
Malaysia.
in terms of FPS, but you know,
The fascisty
absolutely
people are
terrible
trying to take
performance and
Malaysia from
graphics
us.
for something that usually runs on absolutely everything.
Okay, titties. Our big thing is failed. We really wanted
I
a
did test
foothold in
Roller
China.
Coaster Tycoon 2
Fail.
just to get an idea on how it performs in 2D tasks. And honestly, not too bad. The analog output quality is relatively sharp with no glaring issues
Still
from
pushing it.
640 by
Just
480
shoving money
up
at
to
it.
1600 by 1200.
It's the best we
So there's
can
no
do.
problems here when it
Okay,
comes to
Indonesia
2D displays.
policy.
But then again, we really are at the bottom of the
May
barrel
20th,
for a card
August,
released
and
in
then
the
it's
near
May, right?
mid-2000s, and we are discussing VGA output
The
quality,
30th of
which mattered a
August.
lot more back
We
in
do
sort of the
have stuff
mid-90s
coming
to the late
in.
90s, as let's be honest,
I
Matrox
need
cards had that
to bring
covered
this in now.
and seemed to perform a blind sight better than this did. So
Bring
I'm a
Cambodia
bit of a
in.
loss for words here that I'm praising
New
it for
alliance.
something that is literally, can it display
Policy.
something
I think
on
I got
screen?
this. I think I know what I'm
It can
doing.
do it, and it doesn't look too bad.
Can we just crack
3
down
ran
immediately?
okay, but even
Yes, we
then,
can.
the
We can
game
purge
had
them
some
out
glaring
right away.
performance issues with 56 FPS on average,
Just
being hammered
hold
down to half of that
and
when
not
things got
lose.
heavy, or mostly when reflections
not
were being
lose a
shown on
single
screen, with being an
fucking
instant transition down to
anywhere
24
ever.
FPS, which is all the eye can
Okay,
see. So
let's have
absolutely
you
fine.
come here
the
for
built-in
policy.
benchmark showed that the game was playable,
And then
but
you
in reality, there was this heavy delay in some
do
maps and
stabilize.
scenes when the card was rendering more than it was capable of. Usually, this is a
Then
go-to
you
title that will
do
run on
advise.
anything. And I won't say it was unplayable, because it definitely wasn't, but it's interesting just how much this card is hammered by things just running. You know, the benchmarks run okay, but then you
20.
actually go to play the game, and you realise those benchmarks, well, this card is almost like it's optimized to show that it's good in them and nothing more.
Our inspector doing a stabilize.
But finally, can it run Crysis? Well, of course not. The card clearly can't even support DirectX 7 properly, and we need DirectX 9. But there were some funky issues on the installer which didn't clear up all throughout the entire time the window was open, and the game detects it as running on an SIS 315 base graphics card before crashing. So that's as far as you get. No Crysis, but the Crysis dialog box mentions the graphics card.
Nervous as fuck, but we got this.
Interesting.
Once we do policy, we're
overall
like,
performance
super
is
chilling.
questionable, especially with the
we're
card
gonna have the
being
best
launched at a
stronghold
rather
inside
high
of any
price
of our
tag
fucking competitors.
in the mid-2000s. And for
As
something
we
that's
take in
advertising
undecided,
all over it,
we'll be able to
about
just do
gaming
this.
performance.
We can roll everyone.
Well, in those 90s titles, maybe you could call this something resembling all-right
Pause for a
performance.
sec.
But compared to even
Manage
lackluster
alliances,
NVIDIA options
check
like the
everyone.
FX 5200, well, the
Go to
performance is
unaligned,
dire.
try to
There are
bring to
strange
neutral.
instability
Can't yet.
issues in most games from its release, and Half-Life 2, well, that was just downright strange. It's difficult to sum up the performance because, in the context of today buying one as a retro card, well, for 90s titles it is okay, but there's still better options out there. In the
Can we
context
put
of the year it was
pressure?
released in, this is
Ooh,
atrocious.
guess
This
what?
is like
We
buying a
have
graphics
big
card
nuts
today
now.
for, say, £80,
We can
which should,
do
by all
pressure.
accounts, run most titles out there today in at least low settings, and then you're finding
How-
it
we don't have
struggling
nuts
to
for
run the
this.
original release of Skyrim.
Okay.
I did discover another feature of the card though. It's meant to come with an on-screen display feature, but sadly that would crash every time we used it, every time we opened it, anytime we tried to do anything
Public
with it.
campaign
Sometimes
failed.
looking
That's one
at
of the
the game,
first
you were trying
to
to
do
load
that
it in with it.
in a while.
I'm not too sure what the on-screen
Stabilize
display
went down
offers,
well.
but when you can't actually open the feature, it's hard to know whether it contained anything redeeming at all. Maybe this is how you enable
We're
full-screen
just,
anti-aliasing
you know,
that this
we're
card
taking
apparently
care of our
supports, because the
corporation
drivers don't have
capital.
options for it.
Like,
And
came
didn't
in
matter if
too
you launched
early.
the game with
Shit.
OpenGL or DirectX, it would crash right after we started the process.
Shape the narrative?
Finally, the card did offer the stunning feature of DVD playback.
Whatever.
And usually for most
Fuck
cards,
it.
well, you take that at face value.
Yo,
especially
we're
in this
kicking them
era.
back
It's
out of
advertising
Malaysia.
DVD playback. It could
These people
probably
don't
do
put
it.
anything
But when the
into
card seems to have
welfare.
done
We're
so
not doing the
poorly
best,
at
but we're
everything
like
else,
trying to
the
push the
question
boost. Super
does
hard.
it even perform such a basic task?
They're trying to get us to space,
So after loading
so
up
we
Windows
can't be
Media Player
stranglehold
with
for
all the
resource.
codecs needed for DVD playback, just giving it software
Oh
it
my
should by all accounts
How dare
manage
you.
to use, it couldn't do it at all. With constant hitching and dropping frames,
Okay, I'm not
it made
mad
it
at
look
them.
like the scene was
They're
rubber
actually doing
banding
okay.
as the card struggled to
We're still
decode
pushing them out.
anything. This wasn't much better with
It's a
MP4
principled
videos when
matter.
loaded onto the PC, with them loading in a shade of green, regardless of which media player you were using. I did notice something similar
Hold
to
on.
this when launching Generals, with the video playback noticeably dropping frames before the game had even started. It's also worth noting that using this very scientific method of just prodding the heatsink while the card was running was the best way to indicate whether it was actually doing something. And this was the hottest the card got when doing basic video playback. Now I know this card claims support for Windows XP, but just to confirm that it wasn't having issues with the operating system, I tested it with a Windows 9X OS, Windows 98, and it was exactly the same, with the same drivers and all those types of problems. The on-screen display refused to work, and the performance was more or less the exact bloody same. So it doesn't matter what kind of environment you give this card, it fails to redeem itself every time, in every possible way. So there we have it, probably the original scam graphics card, and all I can say is I really want to track down the other two 3D Phantom cards. They did a high-end AGP 8x card, which I really want to get my hands on, and I can only assume, was the flagship that everyone wanted. Why would you want a Radeon 9700? Why would you want a Matrox Parhelia? Why would you want any of that when 3D Phantom had a flagship? They also had another card that is, all I can assume, going to be the most appallingly slow thing to exist, with 8 megabytes of VRAM
20th of
in
May.
the early to mid 2000s.
Okay.
And if people do want to see these on the channel, please do let me know. This video has been a while in the making, as trying to source any information on this card took hours to achieve. That and the benchmarking was so slow that even that took a while. I hope you've all enjoyed watching this video. Thank you very much for watching, and good night. I don't think he's a real policeman.
Linking our keys. Acknowledged.
They're so cute. They try so hard. Hi, goobers. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for letting me be a goof. I'm on until I get a little bit more gaming in. I was gonna say bored, but like not till gaming in, yes. Hey, lovely. I need to get to space.
Stay tuned for a vibe giveaway by Bellesa.
Oh, I've like totally ducked out their audio. Okay, hold up. Thank y'all for letting me stream to Twitch and YouTube and have fun doing both. I hope I've been managing the both, but I don't remember. TBH. Oh gosh, I averted my eyes to do something. Oh yeah, we're filtering out background noise. To a point of tedium. Okay, here. Oh my yikes. Here we go.
Stay tuned for a vibe giveaway by Bellesa. Therapy?
There was so much audio.
I've never heard of her.
There was so much audio lost. Okay. Well, for everything else, we had our own shit.
All my alter needs is, you know, a little TikTok filter, a TikTok account, some fangs. Today, we are diving into the world of the Pillow Fort system, or Vermin and Rats. They're a former theater kid who loves Steven Universe, role-playing, Dungeons and Dragons, but they also live with a complex range of disorders, including narcolepsy type 1, Tourette's, polyfragmented DID, ADHD, schizophrenia, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, dyslexia, hyperlexia, PMDD, BPD, OCD, and ASD. Despite the fact that a lot of the disorders they have tend to be the most faked online, they don't really share a lot about their diagnosis journey, it's important to say that, like, people obviously cannot choose what disorders they have. They also claim to have a wide range of alters within their DID system, including demonic alters, furry alters, My Little Pony alters, and one that reportedly needs to before bed. Of course, we can't forget about the Jesus alter, who comes forward anytime
I've pushed up.
One says, Jesus Christ, and then he just like goes back in the headspace.
A fictive of Jesus Christ. He pretty much just fronts on a rare occasion when somebody will say like, Jesus Christ, he'll just front and be like, hey, what's up? And then before we can ask any questions or get any clarification, he just laughs and then pieces out.
Push.
I do think it's fair to say they have embraced who they are on TikTok. Speaking of embracing ourselves, let's dive into the world of sexual wellness with Bellesa. My friends at Bellesa and I are literally giving out free vibrators and gift cards to everyone who signs up for my giveaway. Bellesa is a by women, for women company dedicated to all things sexual wellness. Their mission is to empower everyone to embrace, explore, and celebrate their sexuality. And I'm really excited to be collaborating with them because of my personal journey with sexual health. Growing up in a strict household, conversations about sexual wellness were pretty much non-existent. So I felt pretty far behind when I finally started exploring these topics. Now I'm learning to talk about sexual health more comfortably and understand that not only is it normal, but an essential part of our well-being. This pretty pink guy is the Pebble, a beginner-friendly vibe that is highly rated by users. It's designed for independent hand control, fitting perfectly in your hand and ergonomically crafted for maximum comfort. And here is the best part, there are no annoying pattern modes. So if you're looking for something easy to use and effective, the Pebble might be the perfect choice for you. This red essential is the Air Vibe. It has dual stimulation and just like the Pebble, it has a beautifully discreet casing. It's waterproof and rechargeable, which means that you won't run out of power when you need it most. Plus, it's completely silent and also deadly so that you can enjoy your experience without any distractions. And we can't forget about the toy that does it all, the Thump. It vibrates, suctions, and of course, it thumps. Designed to be the ultimate replacement for all your external vibes, the Thump incorporates Belessa's enhanced pleasure jet technology. So what makes it so special? The Feel True vibrations perfectly complement the suction at its targeted base. And we have to talk about the innovative Thump technology. It delivers natural palpitations right at the back of the pop.
I see how they're burying humor in the naming now.
Grip, which definitely enhances your experience.
You're going in the in the intake of the jet, kind of like
experience even further.
Like
Plus it fits and charges in this discreet carrying case, making it super convenient just to take anywhere. Of course, it's waterproof and USB rechargeable, made from a smooth, premium quality silicone. So if you're looking for a versatile pleasure toy that does it all, the Thump might just be your new favorite. Bellessa offers a wide variety of toys for sexual wellness, so if you are interested, be sure to take advantage of the giveaway down below. How plausible is it that someone could be dealing with 14 different syndromes or disorders at the same time? And how are Vermin and Rats portraying them online? So make sure to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe, and let's get into it.
We're gonna recruit. We look for spies? Is it can do purge and crackdown right now? Recruit.
Yes, you. The fuck was that?
What? That's how we do. Win.
Just fronted to kill a fly.
Fucking just won.
You climbed
I didn't
up
just
the
win.
wall
That's like
and
the
onto
most
the ceiling like a fucking lizard.
goober statement I could make.
It's getting away. You killed it with fire from your mind.
Because it's not.
Right.
We're gonna need that.
So the host actually explains to me. So different alters can have like different physical limits and abilities in the body. It's why Meg is allergic to honey, but the rest of us aren't. No. You don't get to fucking gaslight me. You're a goddamn demon.
Now it's our turn.
Yeah, but so is Greg, and I don't see you on his case. Greg can't grow claws at will. Okay, you know what? I don't need this right now. I promised the littles that I was gonna teach them the language of the ancients, and I'm gonna keep that appointment. You deal with whatever's going on here. You can act all innocent, but I got your fucking number, Carthax.
How do we abate them? We cracked out.
Oh yeah, just ignore me. He's always like that.
If you don't know, dissociative identity disorder is caused by severe and repeated trauma in which there are two or more distinct personality states. In order to seemingly survive, the mind might say, I cannot be experiencing this and continue living, so it splits off into multiple identities. And you're saying, stay with me, or that you want to destigmatize DID online while also doing the same, if not more, than what happens in Split. Sure, Kevin's alters can climb walls, but you know what? Yours also have laser fire eyes. So Split was stigmatizing because it's a fictional movie, but yours isn't because it's a skit on TikTok. I feel like this is the ultimate one-up from a movie that a lot of people say is extremely demeaning to those with DID. Some people say, I don't even want to tell my loved ones that I have DID because they're gonna look it up and see Split and think that I'm like that. What is also worrisome is that they are blurring the lines between what is fact and fiction. It is possible for, you know, one alter to be allergic to honey because of something like a psychosomatic symptom, but at the same time, may we reiterate that DID does not give you superpowers. I do understand that this was like a skit created by alters. Love how educational it was, by the way. This can blur the lines between reality and fantasy and perpetuate the idea that DID doesn't exist at all. Some people watching this might have thought it was funny. I don't know, it's up to interpretation, but let's talk about their backstory. After facing challenging circumstances that caused them to leave their home, they got a job at Starbucks and made a TikTok where they talked about their experience with Tourette syndrome. In 2022, they made a new TikTok primarily talking about their experiences with DID because they felt like some of their friends and family weren't ready to know in real life. 4 months after that, they made a TikTok saying, I have autism spectrum disorder, and so on.
You should do the ASPE quiz on Embrace Autism.
I need you to know that I have taken at least 8 other autism screening tests,
levels up
and
first.
I always score really high. So like, I was expecting, you know, it wasn't like I was going in thinking that I suddenly wouldn't be autistic, but god damn, I was not ready. Your score, 175 out of 200.
Where is it?
100% probability of being atypical. Is that even allowed? Like, I feel like just, like, you gotta put it like 99% just as like a disclaimer, right? Like, goddamn! So I think I have what I can just describe to people now as all the autism.
The thing is, autism spectrum disorder is commonly diagnosed in childhood, but okay, it absolutely does happen in adulthood due to things like masking. Whether or not they actually have this diagnosis, or if these screening tests they took were like online and they were like,
well, if online says that I clearly have it.
But they have claimed they went to therapy for 6 years, although they don't share a whole lot of details, and then said that when you have autism spectrum disorder, therapy might not really be helpful for you because they're just rehashing.
That's reductive. No, that's reductive as shit. Hi. Cognitive behavioral therapy didn't help me, but DB, well, it helped, but like I was into dialectical behavioral therapy and it's handy. It's just like also communicating with your care providers about what works and what doesn't so they can actually make sure you're in the right goddamn place.
Things you already know about yourself. But in my personal experience, and probably a lot of the people watching this, therapy is not just your therapist saying and pointing out what is wrong with you. They're not even gonna suggest like, you have symptoms of this disorder, okay, bye-bye. You know what I mean? They're gonna help you with symptoms. Therapy involves assessing your needs, developing personalized treatment plans, and practical coping skills. They mentioned in several videos that the financial aspect of uploading these TikToks is a major motivator for them, but you know what? The main thing they want to do is educate. So that makes me wonder, are these clips here, are they to educate or for the financial aspects?
So you're a sexual protector. But you front like a lot, and you front much easier than a lot of the other alters. Yes, that is correct.
Everywhere.
That's really interesting. I wonder why that is. Oh, I know why that is.
Here.
Do you want me to tell you?
Armored Thailand. No.
Yes. It's because we're autistic, and part of our autistic routine is that we have to play with ourselves before bed every single night before we go to sleep, or we can't go to sleep.
So not only is flicking the bean part of their autistic routine, but it is also an alter. Each case of DID is certainly unique. It varies widely from person to person. You know, it's highly based off of what helped you survive during times of trauma. Faking doesn't always mean that someone might not have the disorder that they're claiming. It could be that they're like exaggerating parts. But what lights up in my head as an indication of faking is when, you know, their behaviors seem inconsistent or exaggerated compared to typical presentations of the disorder, particularly in public or performative aspects. While it is common for alters to have different roles, to me this just seems very over-specific and performative. In genuine cases of DID, the behaviors of alters are often complex, you know, tied to trauma. They might have specific functions rather than simple routine activities, although I understand that they do claim to be a polyfragmented system. In the most basic terms, polyfragmented DID means that you might have like 100+ alters. You know, some of them can be fragments, as in they might have one role. Given the rarity of their symptoms and the anomaly of having so many disorders, let's take a look at the likelihood that someone might have all of these conditions. So I composed this chart to showcase the likelihood of someone having each of these disorders, one person in every 100. I thought that when I graduated high school, I would never have to do math like this again. You know when you're in high school and you're like, oh, I'm never gonna have to use this in real life. I was wrong. So I multiplied all of these percentages.
The likelihood of me, a person with autism, ADHD, and that has never been exposed to herpes. Wait, is that the one that gives you face? The one that gives you a facey thingy? The one that chicken pox is? Oh god, I don't remember right now. Titties, hold on. God damn it. Yee. Like, the likelihood of a person, me, an autistic person with ADHD that has never been exposed to a herpes virus, aside from the chicken pox, is like, in its own, so unfucking likely. Now, if you incorporate that I am one of the 3% of Asmongold's audience that are not dudes, I should not exist. I should not exist. I shouldn't exist.
And I got 0.000.
I do exist, but it's like, you'd expect the world to obliterate me by now, right?
0.00000.
Why'd this motherfucker unlock assassinate?
0.000000132% of people on this planet might have all of these conditions, or essentially very close to zero. Any mathematicians watching this, first of all, what's it like? But second of all, correct me if I'm wrong. With 8 billion people on Earth, and because of my Michelle math, as you might want to call it, less than one person on Earth might have it. So what does that mean? I don't know, like once in every few generations. It might be exceedingly difficult to find a case like this, if not impossible. I am going to sneak in here though, like how many of us, raise your hand, okay, it's okay, have exaggerated or lied about something online? Even considering comorbidities, you know, like BPD and DID are both caused by trauma, so it would make sense that you would have both of them. The chances are still astronomically low. Given this unlikely scenario, okay, let's just take a detour to their Jesus altar.
DID is so fucking stupid sometimes. Our boy JC, is a fucking asshole. He is the epitome of a 20-year-old white man who thinks he's funny. And I'm so mad he lives in my brain and is a part of me. So for a while, JC had a running bit where anytime someone would be like, fucking Christ, he would pop up and be like, hello? Which was funny the first couple times, and I swear to God, if this little bastard roller skates and or bikes into the front room again, the Vermins are collectively gonna beat his ass.
I do believe that they're talking about this as in their inner world. So a lot of people with DID even without DID can have an inner world.
This person can
they
stabilize?
say JC, Jesus Christ, gets triggered out whenever anyone says Jesus Christ, but then they're saying it and he doesn't get triggered out. But I'm not gonna question it. Whatever your goal is in therapy, whether it's final fusion or functional multiplicity, the main goal is to have compassion and understanding for your alters and why they're there.
I will power of friendship anyone in the system except for JC. I'm gonna kick his ass. He's been warned too many fucking times. This is genuine rage.
We're popping
Would a
our
therapist,
shit
let's put our therapist hats on right now. If I was a therapist, would I think it's okay for someone to just say negative things about themselves or beat their alter's ass internally. If this is a genuine experience, I'm not quite sure why they're smiling and happy about sharing this experience in their life. Switching between alters can have serious challenges, like, you know, a loss of control, memory gaps. Some people have physical symptoms like sweating, blood pressure changes, high heart rates. These experiences are not amusing. They can be disorienting and distressing for a person with DID.
Valid.
Is it just me, or is it giving duper's delight? Maybe they're laughing because it's just a way of coping, totally normal, or they're laughing because they know it's performance.
You know how sometimes people, you know how sometimes we grow and we get told, okay, when I was in my 20s, I was told I had a generalized anxiety disorder. As I grew up and was able to talk with my care providers more, we learned why I have anxiety, and not that I have a generalized anxiety disorder, I believe, but that it's a symptom of, right? So I feel like when you hear it from people who say that they ceased receiving care, you might be speaking to people who do not continue to get care in a way that benefits them growing and learning as things develop to support their needs and to make sure that they're supported, you know? Hey there, hon. How you doing?
Behavior, they might, I don't know, have a desire to entertain or perform for their audience rather than giving a genuine experience.
Why am I
paused? Our system internally does not have a traditional police force, but we do have like various type of enforcers in different areas to like deal with different problems. And close to front, we have what we call the furry police. They're not police in any way, shape, or form. They're just whatever furry alters happen to be close on hand, and they will just walk in, pick up whoever is causing a problem, and walk away with them. It's so unfair that DID is both so viscerally horrific and upsetting and like difficult to live with on a daily basis, and also so silly and stupid sometimes. What do you mean the backwards cat wearing fucking Jesus in Heelys got carried off by the furry police because he won't stop annoying the vermins because of a meme?
It looks like it's being presented for entertainment or a fictional narrative rather than addressing the real life experiences or challenges as a person with DID. I love how they contrast so sharply with the serious nature of DID, which involves trauma, referring to the
we're watching someone
furry
be critical
police, quote unquote. Does seem a little bit overly fantastical, although I understand that when you have ASD and DID, it can present a little bit differently. Let me know.
The
whimsical nature of these descriptions lacks the emotional depth and gravity that is typically seen in DID. I think it's fair.
I mean, also, moreover, seeing as people who have disassociated to a point when they would have experienced those traumas early in their life. That's to a point when they were before they were 13 years old, which means they should not be able to consent to having their visage in that state put on the internet without supervision that is outside of just them, you know? That's actually not constructive. So may it be performative or imitative, rather, or legitimate, there's a genuine concern in having people who aren't 13 use the internet. And when people disassociate or when people experience age regression, that's what's going on. Like, they will experience a loss of the cohesive cognition that might have allowed them to perform as we expect. And you really do need to extend the same protections that you would to a person under 13, you know? And so letting people exploit them on the internet also totally fucked up. Totally fucked up.
Let's look at their take on Tourette's and see if it has a little bit more of an accurate or respectful representation.
Fair warning, talking about it's probably going to make us tick more than usual. So I think it'll be a good idea to just cover some basic terminology around Tourette's. So if you have ever ticked, even once, you have a tic disorder.
Oh, okay, no, they're giving out questionable mental health advice by saying that if you have ever ticked once, you have a tic disorder. So apparently I think it's time to self-diagnose myself /S with a tic disorder, because, you know, sometimes my arms will just like do this little thing. This is like once every 6 months. It's not because I'm cold, it's just random, but it doesn't bother me. I go about my day. I don't have a tic disorder.
You have Tourette's if you have had at least 2 physical tics and 1.
See, I think we're here for the head nodding at the, yes, you challenge that generalization there. We like when people challenge generalization and misinformation. It's kind of a bop. It's a jam and we like it.
One verbal tic over the course of an entire year. Those are literally all of the qualifications to have Tourette's.
I don't understand. If you have Tourette's, why would you be giving advice out that goes against the DSM-5? The DSM-5, who... I'm a horrible actress.
So, in this case, dissociative identity disorder is a trauma response. Have you seen how this person has been, like, wearing it with a smile, misinforming people, and talking about it in a positive light when it is misinformation first off, but also, like, glorifying a trauma response? Right? Like, when they are bouting about how great it is, someone made a happy DID diagnosis cake, which is equivalent to saying, happy complex trauma cake, bitch. I hope you enjoyed getting traumatized. It's remarkably fucked. It's an odd amount of pageantry that gets perpetuated, and then it's coupled with a rife amount of misinformation. You know, it's like people who are uninformed is spreading misinformation, so they're underserved and they're causing others to be critically underserved. They're perpetuating misinformation about mental health in such an extreme way that it causes harm. And for people who are actually experiencing disassociation or age regression, this has like caused actual issue for people who are, but now feel as though they don't measure up to some make-believe-y bullshit, right? Because someone's over-reporting their symptoms on the internet, constantly saying it's fact, misreporting the DSM qualifications, and also, like, saying, oh, look at how great this disorder is, also while misinforming, also while misrepresenting what symptoms would actually be in line with it. It's that's very prevalent right now, and we look at it periodically because it breaks our hearts, seeing as we know people and love people who've gone through trauma and have picked up many different responses to it, many different solutions to the things that their brain needed to make manageable. And yeah, we care enough to continuously stare. Oh? Yeah, but like also, it's not just intent though. It's like, you don't need to misinform in public. That's like the thing, really. Like, you notice how when we talk about stuff, we do try to actually bring reference and not just misinform. Like, it's that they're misinforming, they aren't providing resources, or they're providing like non-authoritative and substandard resources. It's, they've been told otherwise. A lot of these people make money off their audiences and vulnerable people. They're on TikTok, honey. They're doing it for content. They're literally doing it for content. They're literally doing it for content. Like, their content is only misinforming about diagnostic criteria, you know? That's all they do. That is all that they wake up and do.
Get away from me! They're not just creating stigmatizing skits, but also giving out dubious mental health advice. This oversimplifying and misunderstanding makes me question if they're minimizing their experiences and saying like,
oh, well, I scored that I do have BPD on this test and therefore I have it.
If we all went off of these tests that you take online, like these little fun quizzes that have 15 questions, I guarantee you a lot of us would have 10 plus disorders, according to the internet, right? Also, when they switch between alters, their tics disappear, which is fascinating because Tourette's is a neurological disorder, so if one alter has it, theoretically, all of the alters would have it. But just like people without DID who have Tourette's, whenever you're going through trauma or stress, you might have more tics. They said a lot of their tics are verbal rather than physical, but that's inconsistent with what we see on their TikTok. Whenever they're ticking on their TikTok, tongue twister, their tics are generally physical rather than verbal. They've also noted that talking about their Tourette syndrome increases their tic frequency, which makes sense because of suggestibility. They've stated that the reason why they primarily tic whenever they're just talking about Tourette's is because whenever they're, making a skit about something else, they'll just re-record whenever they're having a lot of tics. But interestingly, they decide not to do this when they're talking about Tourette's fascists.
Yeah, Tourette's chasers are a whole fucking thing. So first of all, there are disability fascists. It tends to center around both enjoying watching a disabled person struggle, and the fantasy of being a caregiver or protector, savior. They're usually men, and usually they are good. Directing
as long as they don't die.
Attention at more at femme presenting folks, women. Obviously, I'm not a woman, but a lot of people think that we are. Under the subset of disability,
those are satellites.
There is a specific group of people who are into Tourette's and tic disorders. I don't like to think about how many strangers have beat off to my disability. Disabilities. Tourette's isn't the only one.
They talk openly about how they're aware that there are disability and Tourette's online, but coincidentally is also a furry who makes videos about what it's like being a werewolf with autism spectrum disorder.
I wish I could just be covered in fur all of the time. I hate wearing clothes. It really just puts a whole new meaning into puppy play.
They seem to know a lot about disability more than the average person. It's fine. Maybe they just had communication with these people online. But also, I now have more knowledge on devotees, yes, that's what they're called, than I ever
But the cake was only for content. They only got the cake for content, honey. They ate the cake on camera for content.
thought I would need to know. Thank you, Internet. On that note, let's talk about how representations affect public perception.
Sometimes we'll have people ask us, how do you deal with all of the stress in your life? You are dealing with so many mental illnesses and disabilities on a daily basis.
Why did I click national
what are
policy?
your coping mechanisms?
I'm already doing one of those.
And there's no right or wrong answer to that question, obviously.
Promoting smoking a flower in order to manage symptoms of DID or any of the disorders they're claiming can be quite problematic. It can be very similar to using a band-aid on a broken leg. This was your chance! Pillow Fort System, you could have talked about, your process in therapy, how you have such good communication with your alters, but no. DID is a complex mental health condition that requires professional treatment, including therapy. I don't see any scientific evidence that says that flour is an effective cure for disorders like DID. In fact, it can make things worse for some people. It can counteract with meds. It is great for other people, but at the same time,
60% approval in China.
Also,
we're killing it. We're fucking killing it.
It has the potential for misuse and dependency. Especially if you have trauma, you might be susceptible to more addictive behaviors. Hello. Yes, it is your responsibility not to take everything on TikTok as so literal.
How are you?
But at the same time, imagine you're a person who has gone through trauma.
Have fun
and
lurking.
You're watching this video and you think, hey, maybe this will help me. But okay, let's take a look at how they react to comments that they don't approve of.
I'm also keen to give myself a break when I need it. I needed to take a break yesterday.
I'm not going to do that. You're going to be blocked after this.
They got a video yesterday.
For the record, unsolicited opinions about our appearance falls into the category of audacity that will get you blocked.
What do you mean, if I'm taking requests?
I want to do 1931 drama. I swear to fuck I have 1931 drama locked and loaded. We're going for 1931 drama. I have old newspapers with personals and this shit is scathing.
You know I'm not.
And it's not the same Yiddish newspaper. We will be reading Murder Talk. I'm on the other hand, like The Day, lovely newspaper. However, we read that just for deadass personals. I found the most sexist editorials.
I told you I liked how they looked at the end of the video. That was the entire point, and you didn't listen. I am too mentally ill.
We're going so hard.
This is a no bullshit zone, okay? I don't have the spoons. I've had like 6 hours of sleep last night, and that was the most sleep that I've got in 3 days.
I'm not here to tell you how you're supposed to react to people making suggestions about your appearance. I'm sure everyone watching this video might have a different response, but I don't know, if someone were to comment on my YouTube video and be like, I think you'd look cool with purple hair, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. You know, it's too much work. I'm not gonna do that. But thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it. To me, this commenter seemed like they were making a friendly suggestion rather than saying, I think you look like a disaster right now. But I can appreciate that the Pillow Fort system set up a boundary that reflects their morals, but coming in hot like,
stop commenting on my appearance, Karen.
It can come off as argumentative and awkward. I don't know why they felt now was a good time to talk about their sleep and mental health issues. I want to say it was manipulation to make the person feel bad, but I actually do think it was just contextual. Now let's take a look at
this game is multiplayer, by the way.
Some scenarios where they caught their cataplexy on camera. If you don't know, cataplexy is a condition that brings on brief bouts of muscle weakness or paralysis.
Also, you really should rag on this game with me. Like, it starts off with the Russo-Ukrainian war. Currently, Russia is doing what I usually like. They are unifying all of Eurasia, which I'm for. Take it. Got that Kazakhstan. Let's get it. Let's go. We're trying to take up... We are now making the Indonesia Federation. That's us now. We're the Indonesia Federation. We're really, really fucking close. We're about to fucking crack it. That's all. We're doing some shit. This shit's wild. Eek.
What? There is no way that's a common name. The filter is clearly broken. At this point, we realize there are a ton of us using that name law. And there's the cataplexy. Down we go. Got to humid. Friggin' body.
It was fun. I like reading. I like dramatic reading.
Such a dumb joke to drop.
I didn't know if it counts as drama.
It's unlikely that someone would continue recording when they're having a narcoleptic attack or experiencing cataplexy. During these episodes, people might lose control of their muscles or awareness. Now, I mean, if someone has a milder form of narcolepsy or is experiencing something like a microsleep, they might retain muscle control for a short time, but even then, it would still be an unusual scenario.
Look at what we're taking.
It's also kind of unusual
Look at where
how
we're
you
taking.
Just, like, smile after a narcoleptic attack.
Look at what we've decided we're taking. Like, we're going to go through China. We can quickly unify Korea. Take Japan. We already have Taiwan in here. We're about to do some bullshit. It's about to happen. Like, they're not about to have much to do. As soon as... Because Russia tends to go to war with the States in this game. Like, hit up as a rival. We'll help.
If they are used to it, they might feel disoriented, groggy, or even embarrassed. A lot of people might develop a sense of humor about their condition over time, but when you first come to, you might be, frustrated or confused, not smiling.
Sorry if this is a rude question, but how did you faint with your phone in your hand? So I'm actually not fainting in that video. We're having a cataplexy episode, which is a little bit different. So if I were fainting, I would have fully or partially lost consciousness. When I have a cataplexy episode, we are fully conscious the whole time. Cataplexy is basically just partial or full loss of some of your muscles. So actually, we realize that we're about to have cataplexy a second or two before you watch our face go slack. But by the time it's hit our face, we're already aware that like, oh, I'm about to fall. Also, for us, getting that full body cataplexy where we lose control of our legs is usually a gradual process of like it hits our face and then it kind of like runs down the rest of our body. And it does happen quickly, but there is enough time to kind of slow yourself down and redirect a lot of the times. Especially because we've been having this for years and years and we're just used to it. So if you actually go back and watch, the angle that we're filming at makes it look much worse than it actually is. Yay, narcolepsy with cataplexy.
Oh. The things such as you won't see it right away, but like the land claim stuff you get as a affect of the research tree. Like, oops, that's my phone falling onto the weed tray. Oopies. Oopie, gross, nasty. Oopie, gross, gross, nasty. Oopie, nasty, gross, gross. Tech tree. It's a big ass tech tree. Eek. Oh gosh, I'm not in the right one. There's several. Where's the other? Full search? View full tree. There we go. View full tree. Here's the full tree. Inclusive of tech. This one, if we look at African Union, is an option behind me. South African Union. You know, you have many unions. Federation, if you look for. East African, Nordic, Norwegian. Where on earth is our land back when? Japanese Islands Independence Movement, Liberating Mainland China. Let's see. Where's the White Horse one? Nation. Oh. Blah. Here. You're looking for the First Nation tree, which is unlocked as an affect of independence movements. Once you unlock independence and unity movements, and also East African Federation, Restored Warsaw Pact, once you do like those, you start to open up like renegotiating all this bullshit, you know? Like Forward Russia, for instance. The Pacific Defense League. The UK grants claims the following. Oh, okay. The House of Islam. Covert Operations, you get another one. Greater United North America's one. A Greater Dominion. Restored Commonwealth is one. Right? I'm just saying. We're in this.
It does seem to me like they're trying to save face here.
I might get my ass kicked. We may not finish tonight, you know? We probably won't.
I mean, why don't you talk about how you've achieved this for people who are going through similar conditions? But the entire video is just centered around how you were able to achieve this. They also make a lot of videos where they talk about experiences that can be very normal or a very wide range of disorders, which is very confusing to a viewer because it's like, do I have DID, ADHD, ASD? I mean, I'm gonna be so straight with you right now. I was questioning whether I might have ADHD or ASD when I was doing research on this video because I was like, oh my god, I do that. Oh my god, I do that. And then I look it up and it's like, oh, that's actually a normal experience.
They've cracked me down.
Hi, back. Sorry, I got a long text from my mom and it's a whole thing. Hey, I got abusive parents too, I get it. What? No,
October? No, the 30th of October. We almost got it.
My mom is like,
okay, no,
she can be a lot,
we need to send them back
you know,
there.
like my parents aren't like abusive, you know, like they did their best.
Unification.
You're
Russia,
so right. I must have been thinking of someone else.
Single nation.
Sorry, I should not have assumed. Hey, could you?
Right. Scandal.
God, fuck, I'm sorry. I don't know
Taiwan
where my
have been
head
caught
is
in a
today.
massive public relations scandal.
No, I feel that though. Dissociation is such a bitch. Dissocia what? Okay, I thought we'd have this conversation. So the dissociative spectrum.
I know this is posted under the context of a friend you know really well, but it is posted on TikTok to strangers who you don't know. Zoning out, struggling to find words is not always dissociation. It can be a very normal experience. We all experience brain fog, whether it is because we're stressed or tired. I mean, how many times have you walked into a room and you forgot why you went in there? Your brain is just like
20th of May, Indonesia. Become one nation.
But this is a normal experience. It is beyond just forgetting where you put your keys. Dissociation can involve feeling disconnected from your surroundings or yourself. Telling your friend that you think they're dissociating can make them overthink their mental state. Dissociation is serious. It can be linked to trauma, and misusing it can trivialize the experiences that people go through.
I'm sorry if this is like a pain, but I know that you're bringing the salad. Would it be possible to set aside like a separate section for me with no dressing and like maybe put the toppings like in a little separate container? I don't want to be too much of a hassle or anything. Just, yeah, I really don't like salad dressing. Yeah, of course. I'm always happy to accommodate sensory issues.
27%.
No, like I don't have, it's not like a sensory issue thing. Like I don't have sensory. I'm not autistic.
Shit. We got this.
Sure, you're not.
This could be related to sensory preferences, but it doesn't have to be. Some people might just want to have control over how their food is served. You know, what if they don't like beets or olives or something like that? They might have dietary concerns. They want to be mindful of portion control and regulate how much they consume. But I do wonder if the Pillow Fort system is assuming that this person has sensory issues because they're projecting onto them, and their reasons could be entirely different from your own. And there you have it, the complex and colorful world of Vermin and the Rats. Make sure to comment below your thoughts, but if you can't think of anything else, comment below your favorite vermin. I was gonna say rats, y'all, because I used to have my pet rats, but I'm gonna go ahead and say wild boars.
Okay.
Anyway, why can't I just have a normal question of the day? Thank you so much to today's sponsor, Bellesa. Make sure to join the giveaway in the description below. And thank you so much to each and every one of my members for supporting my efforts on this channel. It does mean the world to me, but to everyone, I hope you have a good day, night, whatever the case may be, and peace out.
Oh, not a series, the singular game. Yes, indeed. I am like, I had a meltdown and a half today. It's been a bitch. I am like so cozy with this game. It is like, you know how some people make songs about sexual healing? This is like, this is something better than that.
That you'll never.
I don't know. This is Terra Invicta. Let's go. It's fucking fun.
You can't drink anymore.
It's the best healing. That's my point.
For the greatest degenerate duo the internet has ever seen. When Mr. Bass first got his greasy palms around World of T-shirts, I was like, this is going to end one way. Bad.
Influence.
There's no other options. Mr. Bass is going to be rolling in dough, and World of T-shirts will be in some kind of institution or giving his New York City tour to like 4 homeless people, just hoping to make enough money for a few twisted teas.
Let's try to make a contact.
And I
We're gonna try to buy.
Probably go.
We need boost component. Who are we talking to? Humanity? No, we're talking to these people. Who? Where have you taken over? It still wants us to have the states, and it's not going to make it harder until we've taken China. So we're going to take the states and China. What are they going to do? Fuck with us? Hell no.
Down that way, but my outlook has changed on it, people. I now think this is the life World of T-shirts wants to live.
Like, I took a break from this and played other shit. I'm back on it right now. Remember, I've been like between Elden, Baldur's Gate, and here. I can't really pick one thing to do. I'm just everywhere. I get you. But remember how like much time I've put into Nioh or Nioh 2 and Elden and BG and this and you know me.
Josh
hurt you.
Has a one-track mind, and all it can focus on is alcohol. Walks down the road, he's got to hit a bodega. He sees a bar, gotta stop for a drink. Sees Mr. Bass, where's the tweeze, homie? I really don't see him changing anytime soon. He can't wrap his mind around the fact that it's not good to drink every day.
I don't even know what people think of in sexy. I know that when songs only talk about sex, I get a bit annoyed because it's just very boring. I don't know.
The week, and I know it's all so tempting to drink every day of the week, but we know it's not good for us. And really, World of T-shirts doesn't have that many problems besides the ones he brings onto himself. So,
well, no, people talking about like how to like when we talk about sharing coping skills, I don't find that to be like glorifying stuff. It's people like people trying to self-diagnose themselves and then trying to like diagnose others unsolicited, like especially when they're targeting vulnerable people with misinformation. And this kind of bullshit is just really unkind and unhelpful. So they're sowing misinformation. They're giving people like bad guidance. Oh, you're fine. Sorry.
I don't know if he's necessarily a candidate for someone who deserves to get plastered drunk every day of the week. He's basically replaced water with teas. And as much of a bad influence as I think Mr. Based is, this is the influence Josh wants in his life. He's literally mimicking Mr. Based at this point, like repeating some of his catchphrases. And we was all joking before that Josh was going to move in with Mr. Based. He's really trying to make that happen now. Mr. Based is trying to get an apartment right above his for the World of T-shirts gravy train to never stop rolling. And is it a good idea? I don't think he's a person you should trust, and never, ever, ever, ever take a drink from the man. You'll end up like World of T-shirts.
Listen, the girl who just gave that donation, she sent us these tees that say Twisted Tees and Double D's with a picture of a girl with like a little outline of big boobs and twisted. You got it?
Yeah.
Twisted Tees and Double D's. So we both have a shirt coming. Is that cool?
Yes.
Ha! And they look really awesome.
It's just an energy drink. It's not alcohol. I'm waiting till later to have alcohol.
We just got Space Boost.
I got Frank Sinatra.
We got one Space Boost a month now. We can go to the moon. We're going. We're doing it. Luna, let's go.
I'm not gonna give him a whole pound, but
Luna, let's fucking go. Luna, let's fucking go.
I'm barely
we fucking
shaking.
go? Wait, it's 1.3.
Barely, and it's almost.
We're gonna be there
normal.
so soon.
I really haven't
1.1, 1.2.
Just blue zeros.
Yeah.
1.2.
They said that I'm not
1.2, 1.3, and 1.
And I even said to you, may I have a drink? And you go, I
there we
prefer
go.
you don't.
Yeah.
Crackdown successful. Close this shit.
If you were really
Pause.
drinking, you'd be like, I don't
Launch
care.
a fucking thingy.
Yo. Would make
Wait,
a
what?
cocktail,
Did it just target
with like,
one?
it's like a Bloody Mary.
I didn't mean to
but
target a
with the
specific
Diablo
place.
Sauce.
Oh no.
Let's make a video of you drinking those things.
Yeah.
What?
If I have anything
I accidentally launched it and I didn't mean to.
Should I just say it?
What's this location?
Josh shares his
Nuclear
life
test
for the last,
detected.
like,
I don't
7
give a
years
fuck.
with the world. Like, that's what he does.
Oh, okay. So, because normally,
we went to an
I'll say
unscouted
things in a
location by
video and they can
accident.
edit it later if it's too personal
We're
or
gonna
something
land as
like
much
that.
shit on the moon as we
But
can.
I'll just be aware
We're
that
going
everybody
super
can
hard
do
now.
this. And
Going back to
I'll be,
Philippines.
of course, very sensitive.
We're gonna hold
to
here.
him. I can't
We're gonna
think
dig the
what he
fucking
looks
hold.
like at the moment. So
Control a large nation?
I think I'll recognize him when I see him.
What? Did
I
we
noticed
just...
that you got us both Twisted Teas.
We took a point in China.
Ryan McMahon just subscribed on YouTube.
Oh shit, we're the ones.
All right, everyone at home, grab your Twisted Tea if you haven't already.
Would be flopping around like a
Wash your shorts. You've been wearing them since Dominican Republic.
I'm buying him a new pair of
$20
shorts. Oh, I'm going to give him a
Change your
choice of
shorts.
T-shirts in a
Your
moment,
walk
too.
past air
We got
smells
so
like
much
Yo!
So if you guys don't know, World of
so much of a
T-shirts is
win.
supposed
We
to
made a
be on a
foothold.
sobriety kick right now.
Oh,
well, it's
shit.
not really a sobriety kick. It's about as good as he thinks he can do. And World of T-shirts is even failing that. See, just a few nights ago, World of T-shirts went absolutely ballistic because someone told him to put the fries in the bag, Josh. And you cannot
Put the
say that
fries
to
in the
World of
bag.
T-shirts, or an absolute scorched earth meltdown is about to come your way. He was running around New York, kicking, screaming, throwing things at people, jumping up and down on cars. And Mr. Bass was even like, whoa, I've got to get out of here. I think Josh is about to go to jail, and I'm not going to jail with him. I'll go
Okay, we're
down with
taking it
Josh
back.
for a lot of things. But not that specific. But then Mr. Bass was faced with the real problem. How is he going to make so much on TTSs if he can't get Josh drunk? So he had to do it one way and one way only. You can drink 5 days out of the week. But
surveillance in China.
5% alcohol, and that's as good as it gets for you, dude. No other alcohol options. And that is completely obliterated already on this stream. He's taking vodka shots later, hanging out with some dude called the Wizard. It's a pretty good one. And I also gotta mention that it's absolutely terrible that Mr. Bass is feeding his dog ham. Like, out of all the meat products you could be feeding your dog, you absolutely do not give them pork. It could seriously hurt their insides. Like, take them to the vet, they might not make it kind of stuff. You never give your dog pork, especially how tiny of a dog Frankie Sinatra is. A pound of ham might really do some damage to him.
I blew up the toilet at Chipotle.
If you keep drinking like when the sun starts going down, you're never gonna have a problem.
With shaking.
You have a pretty good tolerance. You could probably drink any night you want.
JDKDKS just subscribe.
We lost our org that let us do more research. I just realized that I sold that.
Before from drinking.
It was worth it.
Remember, I don't remember.
We're going to space harder.
A lot of people aren't that concerned with it.
I know. I got neuropathy from drinking.
They're trying.
I have underwear for you if you want. I have socks for you if you want or no.
They're trying.
Rip that shirt right off your back tonight.
They're not getting us.
Fries in the bag's butt.
Daniel Larson sounds better than you at your work. Your version. I've been dancing to the Daniel version.
To be a butthole.
Daniel's about to get in more trouble.
Josie's Disable sent $15 just you're a rich disabled brat. When I see you and taking your hat,
we're waiting for the next.
I'm waiting outside, and as soon as you leave and taking all you have, you're rich and I need your phone.
Just called in, Josh. Who just called in?
Ryan Mickelson just subscribed on YouTube.
Caroline and who? Caroline and
Take us
Peyton
there.
just
We've
called
taken
in
the
to talk
Philippines
to
back
Josh.
entirely.
How are you guys?
And we failed to take another control point in
Josh,
China.
come on over here. Talk to Caroline
Alexander
and Peyton.
Film just subscribed on YouTube.
Not much.
I'm gonna smoke weed. Which awkwardly, I do talk to my professional because I don't hide things from them because I want to live.
You didn't have to send $400.
Like, not to be too silly, I kind of want to live long and not eat a house, you know?
Can we get a karaoke 17?
Just subscribed on.
Oh my god, my neuropathy is kicking in.
Oh shit, we better go quick. Maybe we'll go in 2 minutes.
Let's go in 5.
Okay, 5 minutes. Let's finish our game.
Do you drink a lot?
Do we drink a lot?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, we drink.
Have you ever gotten...
Like, I know it doesn't stop it, but when I see it, we whinge about it. When we try to correct things, we do so with proper resources and push people to how to learn, not just what we know. Because, you know, it helps us practice, and that's about it. Also, I'm whingy. I'm very whingy. It's very hard to stop me whinging.
Like pins and needles in your hand.
From drinking too much?
Like, you know, where it's like prickly, like pins and needles.
Here, hold it.
That happens all the time.
That's called, yeah, we all have alcoholic neuropathy. Yeah, I don't know, why do a lot of drinkers have alcohol neuropathy?
Don't you think it would be fun for your first girlfriend to be an alcoholic a little bit?
Maybe, yeah.
I think it
but
would.
if she's getting violent due to her drinking...
No, we're going to stay away from violent girls.
Violent alcoholics.
Yeah, like feminine women that aren't really that strong or violent, you know?
Your former neighbor has leaked your location and personal information on TikTok.
I appreciate you
I will
all.
destroy your operating system, Josh.
Tell me more about...
Josh
I don't know.
will cease to exist. I'm on
Tell me about what your normal is.
Right now getting food at
What do you
Maryland.
see when you go outside? What do you think about?
He's lying, though.
You're nothing without Josh. Just
So some guy trolled me. They said they were bringing us beers, and they brought us N.A. Heineken.
Here, stand over my shoulder right behind me. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the greatest streamer of all? You are, Jason. Ha!
Everyone I know. Absolutely everyone. Ooh.
Well, see, they tricked us. They brought us NA beers. They said they were bringing beer.
No, it wasn't a trick. The guy meant well. He thought that would be your substitute for alcohol. He didn't understand you found it disgusting.
Beer tastes like pee.
Now, if you jump up and down on this one, you can't dent it, because this thing could take... like,
13. Oh,
yeah,
we can buy
if
stuff.
you're going to jump up into... Come here, lean against the door. No,
Mill
lean against
goes
the door
up.
like it's yours, like you're about
Unity
to...
goes up. We'll go with this.
You think the more expensive the car, the more trouble?
HW just subscribed on YouTube.
Got
No,
it.
lean against the door
Worth
like you're
it.
about to... like it's yours. No, no one leans against the back door. Lean against the front door. All right. No, by the handle. By the handle. All right, act like it's yours. Hold on. Once again, college kids are going to make posters for their dorm rooms out of this. Wait. Say I'm king of the world.
I'm king of the world.
Mr. Based always gets what he wants. Whenever
Where
he loses Josh,
on earth?
even just for a little
Oh,
bit,
I didn't
he
put it in
always brings
anyone's.
him right back. He's like, there's tons of twisted
I'm
teas
such
in
a
the fridge,
goober.
Josh. You can come right
There we
in, be
go.
right at home. TTS won't
I
be
wasn't
blaring
using a
half the
bonus.
time, and it'll be a good
Now we're
life
making
for both of
2.1
us.
boost.
You know, come on back. And then when
We're
Josh
about to go to
returns,
space again.
Mr. Bass' true love
We're putting
actually
more
shows
bases
up
down.
when all of these young girls who are TikTok users who
that's
happen
what
to
we're
think
doing.
World of T-shirts is
People can
funny
eat our
and they can
asshole.
actually get a hold of him
We're
and
about
talk
to
to him,
strip mine
call
the
him,
fucking
FaceTime
moon.
him, and instantly Mr. Bass is like, hey, you need to come up to my house. Come to my apartment. I'll show you a good time. The best time you've ever seen in your life. I mean, what could she really do in Mr. Bass' apartment? There's no room to
1.3
do
is it
anything.
still?
You have to sit in a specific
Probe
spot
arrived.
in this awkward environment where World of T-Shirts
first
is just
one
so
is there.
enamored there's a girl there. He can barely spit out a word. And then Mr. Bass, he's even more enamored there's a girl there. And who
Where's one that
knows?
goes up to 2?
Who knows what he might be thinking in his mind.
was it?
And even if the night goes as planned, it goes perfectly fine. You know, Mr. Bass, he's minding his P's and his Q's. And World of T-Shirts, you know, he's been a little more outspoken, but all he's going to talk about is his alcohol neuropathy.
1.4217.
My hand is flopping like a fish. You see that? You see that? Let me look at your hand. Let me investigate it. That's a pretty good handshake right there. You might be the one.
And we'll take this after.
Are you excited about the wizard?
Yeah.
Do you
How come
believe
I
in
can't?
psychic stuff?
Not really.
But if it hits home, will you believe in it?
Maybe.
Oh, it's 9.
Are you open-minded?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. How long will this tattoo take to heal?
Give it 3 more
Okay.
days and then we'll go to the doctor.
Excuse me, what is this?
I'm moving so you can see more UI.
The rest of your arm is so much worse than over here.
What
It might be the same as this.
Why is there like a wound on it?
Because maybe it's one of these things over there. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was a wound. Why did this one get all bloody after the appointment? Remember, there
I
was.
heard that guy was drunk. He might have been drunk.
He made it
I
very
didn't-
permanent, though. You know, he went.
I didn't see
he put
nothing.
the
I was in the
needle
bathroom.
Deeper.
Really deep?
Yeah, remember I was making funny faces.
When people
My
go
face
deep,
is always
that
funny.
makes other people make
That's
funny
why I'm
faces,
laughing
you know?
so hard.
I feel like if you had the captain hat on, everyone would be jumping on us.
No, it'll.
Thank you very much for the
get
follow.
Stolen within 2
What's the name of that girl that does your toes?
Cindy.
Say hi to Cindy. We're not getting it done now. Tell her we'll see her soon.
Well, like,
Just go in and go say hi to Cindy.
here's the thing, though. Someone brought it up in my comments, and I think they're right. I told them they're right. Like, we talked about it and on YouTube, and I was like, they said, it doesn't matter how many followers you have, and that's all the context that needs to be used. And I say they're right, because I don't think it matters. Like, you know, at some point, even practicing spreading misinformation bakes it into my head and the head of those whom I care about. It takes not too long to go and research something and learn before I run my mouth. That's all. Like, it doesn't take too much more time. And I think it doesn't take too much more time to back up what I'm saying. You know? Like, it's fun to. It's a good practice because shit changes. Occasionally, I go looking and new stuff has come to light. And I get to, like, gab about that and how impactful it might be. And that's cool because it's, like, I don't know. Like, I can't get behind them, like, justifying it because they don't make money off of it or because they have a platform of a size. And I can't do it because of, oh my gosh, my brain. One sec. And I think I can't do it when it's glorified, right? Regardless of intent, the end result is the same. Glorification of it, along with spreading misinformation, isn't helpful. If they talk about it, like, appropriately, that's one thing. But to, like, tell people they have it and to be like, oh, it's the best thing in the world, that's the step too far, you know?
How are you? We're not going.
No, go just say hello. Say hello and tell her we're going to see her soon. See when she has time for you in the future.
We're not getting any nails done now, but we're gonna come in like it.
Say hi, right?
Yeah, we want to say hello, tell you we love you, and ask you, are you free for him tomorrow?
Easy.
Come here, ask her a better question than I asked her. Ask her a good question.
What's crazy? Then I can tell you if I've done it.
Right.
What's crazy?
I jumped into the Hudson River naked.
No, I've never done that.
He jumped up and down on a car across the street.
Oh no.
I jumped out of a plane.
Have you ever had like an ex-boyfriend you were mad at and you did something to him?
Nope. But
like a narcissist or something?
No, but I can tell
Those
you.
ears are cute.
I've had though the thing.
Control
So what
point
I
boss.
learned is that when you have like small claims court type
Oh, they're
of thing,
coming for Taiwan.
any of those
Oh, they're
networks
coming.
can like reach out to you and invite you to put your case on TV. And he said yes. That's embarrassing. So I said no.
Excuse me.
I was
the
not gonna.
craziest thing was this is a couple years ago. I got drunk and then I city biked on.
Which are we doing? Why are we doing this way?
Why?
I don't know.
Boost. It is for boost.
Woodhaven Boulevard
It is
all the way to Long
100%
Island
for
City on the
boost.
side of the interstate.
You're what? So he lives life
We're
on the
about
edge.
to hit that.
Clearly, I need
It
to
is for boost.
take a page of your
I
book.
licked the floor of a subway.
It is for boost. We need this to level.
When I read my,
We need to
when I read
dig
you my
in
cards,
and
I
not
ask
lose
you,
it.
not to smoke. I smoke
We're failing
myself,
to
but
dig
not during
deeper
the
into
reading.
China. That's
Okay.
fine.
I'll put one of these in.
I'm sorry about the
Why do some people's hands shake the day after they have alcohol?
Yeah, we'll do
Mine
that.
don't.
Why does that happen to some people?
I have no idea.
You know, like when you wake up and your hands are shaky?
Josh knows the answer to 90% of the questions he asks.
What does that mean, shaking?
When World of T-Shirts and Mr. Bay.
This one is entertainment. This is World of T-Shirts. Deranged lifestyle is out of control by Major Chinchilla, I do believe. They're just looking at this person and staring. We're just here to stare and see. They're doing it for informational entertainment purposes, yeah. They say don't engage in harassment, and yeah, we also agree.
Are walking down New York City and interacting with the public. I really want to know what these strangers think their dynamic is. I mean, if you was walking down the street and seeing these two, what would you think they are? A couple? A grandpa and a grandchild?
They're
Like, what could
trying
these two
so
be?
hard to break
I mean,
us
we
out.
know what it is. It's a former exchanger of activities who's found a new resource to give to the public, and he's using it to the fullest of his advantage. Who would have thought, like 6 months ago, World of T-Shirts would have been one of the most entertaining lolcows out there. He was literally walking down the streets of New York, seeing a lady dressed up as a purple cat, only doing this for attention. You know, she's probably got a lot going on. And World of T-Shirts out crazies her. He's like, yeah, I've done all kinds of wild things when I'm drunk. And like, if you would ask me
59% is
6-7
pretty
months
okay.
ago, would World of T-Shirts be such an interesting character? I'd be like, no. Like, I would have thought someone like Jupiter or Nova Online would be way bigger than World of T-Shirts at this point. But oh no, how the turntables.
Ooh.
Fraud. I don't know what a fraud is.
Frog, ribbit, ribbon.
Anyway, I was just showing.
You gotta get. I can't get you guys close enough. Can you go closer to him?
That Nirvana is mentioned a lot in my novel there.
Right there. Good.
Okay. We gotta.
Oh, the money. Yeah, let me go get
First,
it.
before we start.
Okay, I'm gonna go the other direction. You're gonna have it in your hand in 30 seconds.
Okay, no problem. Excuse me.
42%?
Excuse me. Is this what we're doing? A thing?
Yeah. Right.
It's actually, I need to pull one of them off.
It's you being...
Who are you going to? You're going here.
A beautiful
I need you to
lover
do
here.
stabilization.
Yeah. And it says the most important thing for you to know is that there's love out there for you. Yeah. This is gorgeous. I mean, it's beautiful. People would kill to have cards like this. We didn't even know you were going to ask about love. Right. I see you have a martini tattoo right there.
Yeah.
Just like a martini.
And I have this tattoo. Look.
Is that your hat?
Yeah. And look, this is the name of my song.
And what's the name of your song?
1700 Somewhere.
I mean a real...
We're going to destabilize
I'm talking about real,
on the other
real
one.
romance here. This card is called...
The other corporation. They've taken over media.
I know. Well,
we're going to do that.
I think it's time for you to have a girlfriend. This is an amazing setup.
But how do I get a girlfriend we're gonna find out. I've been banned off of Tinder?
Okay, we're gonna...
I got banned on Tinder. How do I...
Don't tell me. We're gonna
You're
find out
doing
right now.
Control Nation.
See the advice.
In China, that's persuasion.
But you got
our highest persuasion is now 15. That is way higher
very much go
than
together.
our second.
I think it
if
might
anything
be part
happens
of
to
that
them, we're
Jason
screwed.
has a love for you that to help you and to invite me over, and it's very beautiful. So far it's very beautiful. And tell me if I'm not supposed to ask a question like this, but are you seeing someone to help you at all, like a powerful woman?
Not really.
Well, she shows up in your future, in your near future, so you may be,
we have not claimed our site.
You may be seeing her.
We have been locked out of the higher yield stuff almost.
Yeah, does that mean I can't drink anymore?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know yet.
Right.
It's gonna be
I don't know yet.
Let me fly in as many girls that might like you.
Jason, Jason, I can't have you interrupt our stuff.
Sorry,
we're gonna spend next turn trying to
It's okay, but I can answer some questions.
Okay, we have other options.
I'm gonna turn the TTS on.
Oh, I can stay for a while. Yeah.
I've had enough though of the readings. I just want to chill.
You have had enough. I totally agree.
Yeah.
You've heard enough for one night.
All right, I'm turning the TTS on. You guys will let me earn a little money now.
Yeah, we
want
let
the child have fun.
The table
Karina B. Miss Rose sent $15. I bought the vodka because you guys said you would make a cocktail with a hot sauce.
I'm so bad.
Can you make a vodka exception for tonight?
It's not
Mr. Based, please.
Can't be in
Love
orbit
you
yet.
guys.
You want to make a cocktail with a hot sauce?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, let's bend the rules just for this.
Review alcohol platforms at $15. Now, please come over. I'm very lonely.
Yeah, I got it for you.
Campaign?
You gotta let them see you make it. Or make it on the drum or something. Let me give you something to cover it so it doesn't get...
Wizard Boy sent $15, so you're telling me Josh is autistic.
So my stance on this is genuinely that the man who used to work as a pimp, Mr. Bates, is exploiting Josh in that he can no longer exploit people who do sex work, as that's not something that is easily preyed upon. He will exploit anyone he can. There are protections for people. There aren't protections for this person. This person's exploitable. He just seems to lean towards going towards situations that he may yield an advantageous edge in, and that seems like a human thing to pursue. However, an unmindful human thing to do, and I wish that he would work on that.
Unemployed and you got punished, Josh, 3 times.
I'm not unemployed. I run a tour business.
You know.
To always have
I'm
exceptions.
bitchy, but I still stand that.
Okay, get the vodka.
No, you need the hot sauce first.
Mission to the asteroids.
Let the fun begin. Sent $15. Cheers, everyone.
Kyler, I want
That's
you
what
to
I want.
observe Josh in
That's
his
about to get
natural
crazy.
state so you can help in the months to come. So just
Wait,
let's
what?
observe him.
$15. Is Josh really gay? Does Josh take it in the can? I can't
Oh, it's
believe
the
he's
next
unemployed
one.
and gay now.
Crackdown
I'm
successful.
not unemployed. Shut the f up.
Josh, what are you making right now?
It's gonna be...
You're putting hot
Caleb
sauce in a
Shop
glass?
just subscribed on YouTube.
We're making a cocktail with it, with vodka.
Wait.
Tom Johnson
Is the
just
liquid
subscribed
hot
on
Oh, we
YouTube.
do have 3.
Yeah.
Hot sauce and
Oh,
vodka?
shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
shitty
don't
kitty.
really think this
Also,
wizard guy knew what he was walking into.
We are going
it
to
seems
hold this
like the
down.
kind of career that he has, a tarot card
Luna?
reader. You'd want to be in a very controlled environment where there could be no one else watching who could like correct you or talk down on what you're saying, because you want the people you're talking
took
to
all the
or
good
giving the
ones.
readings to have some confidence in you. While the person you're giving a reading to right now is
one.
World of T-shirts, so it's either going to stick or it's
Oh,
not.
shit, it was 4.
Funnily enough, the way he should be going about his
fuck.
alcoholism, like slowly cutting down the days of the week that he drinks on,
Outpost.
somehow stuck with him from that
Yep,
purple
that would
cat
be
lady.
9.
So anyone
That
can
would indeed be
influence
9.
World of T-shirts. I just don't really think the Wizard is that guy.
We have an
Especially when he
option.
can just
We
look
can build a
over and see
platform. It
everyone
makes it
in the
easier.
comments on
We
TTS,
can interface
even
from
though they
here. It
turned them
saves us
off.
fuel
You can
product
still
later.
see it flashing up how much the Wizard is a scam, a phony, nothing he says is real. But then again, all Josh does see from the TTS normally is how he's been scammed by Mr. Based, and he normally pays that no mind. But I'll be honest with you guys, this dude, he might not be a phony, and I'll tell you why. Because somehow, it's
New
probably
station.
through tarot card reading magics, of
It's
course.
been a while since I've
he
played this
pulled
game,
Mr.
so I'm
Base card,
gonna admit I'm
and it was
terrible.
very close to the love card,
we need a solar
and people who's
collector.
going to guide you throughout your life. And it also later says that a beautiful
build it in
old
space.
woman is going to lead him to the promised lands. Mr. Base has been dressing up in a pink wig
we're
very
held
often
back
on stream.
by
I think this
boost
guy, he
component.
might have hit it right on the head.
We'll go
Or
space.
Mr. Base did the same thing to him the night before, and he's like, listen, you got to make these tarot card readings exactly the way
Yeah,
I want them to
we'll
be.
do a space
Knowing
stuff.
Base, he was probably like, and whatever you do, make sure somewhere in those tarot card readings to make him stop mentioning that band joke, because every time
No,
World
not
T-shirt
talk.
says it, you can see his
I need
soul
the other
leaving his
thing.
body. Except for the one
This is a
time in
waste
this stream
for now.
where the band
It's not a
joke
waste
was
for long.
actually a little bit funny,
That's-
well timed.
that's sad.
Even Mr. Base was like, all right, I'll give it to him.
Said $15, Josh. You're unemployed.
Taking a second
You're
point in
not better
China.
than a homeless
Let's go.
person.
He's going to be the emperor. He's going to be terrific.
I'm
if he
determined
does
Josh
to
said
fucking win.
$15, Josh. That is way too much hot sauce. You are going to puke. Don't do this to yourself. You said
It's
you'd
o-
stay off the hard liquor. This is going to end bad.
I'm staying off the hard liquor.
You know, rarely someone invents a new
We're
drink
just
in this
pushing
crazy
hard
world.
into
I'm off
welfare.
the
We're
hard
cutting
liquor
spoils.
till October 1st.
We're going hard. Oh, actually,
Get the vodka.
Look at all
Get the
these.
vodka?
Yeah,
we are
Hold on
tearing
a
for
second.
get
these.
the vodka.
Wizard, do you see how crazy
I'll
this
put
is? Sent
one shot
$15.
in,
This
not
is
two.
spiritually corrupt, and the gods want you to save Josh. He is being sent down a dark path
No,
of
not yet.
alcoholism.
Later.
Last 5 minutes. Help him. Help
This
him.
is
Help him.
later.
Help him. Help him.
That's
Help him.
later.
Jesus Christ.
I put a
That's
little
later.
Someone take those cards from this wag
This is
job.
later.
Josh, what did you do?
I believe it's like one
This is
and a
later.
quarter shot.
Oh, that's nothing.
I can't really measure
This is
it
now.
without a
All right,
shot.
let me show everyone how fucking disgusting this. Let go. I want to show them how disgusting this drink. Stop it. Let go, Josh. No one's stealing your drink. May I take the spoon out of your disgusting creation?
We can get away
Thank
with
you
this.
so much.
Let me
Josh.
see how it tastes. I'm probably
Well,
not
hold
Yeah.
on.
gonna like
66.
it.
Let's go.
Just
That's fine.
Can't do it.
Now we have our station. Now
No, the
we've
whole
started.
Thing, Josh. Do it like a man. Put
Okay,
it back.
sick.
That sounds so bad.
Throw it back, Josh. Finish it. Finish it.
It's been so
Finish
long since I've played, okay?
All right, put it down so
I'm
we see
so
that that
bad.
disgusting concoction has been drunk
I
in
can
its full.
start
Put down the
killing
glass.
their
Oh my
people
God, he did.
just
All right, are
immediately.
you gonna vomit?
No.
I could try
You
to
like
just
it?
Could I
obliterate
get some
people
water in my
immediately,
mouth
but that would
so
be
far?
What did
so
it taste like?
terrible.
Was it
That
good?
is not how
Yeah.
we
Did it kill
win.
the alcohol taste?
Yes.
Are you ever gonna have it again?
Bullied out.
Yeah.
This cat.
What's this? Esper.
Jason is going to ask a question, and then
Esper
then it's
3,
my overload.
Esper 5,
I got
Esper
it.
5.
You got B again?
Esper 5 can't do it. Can we make Esper
Anonymous
5
sent
have that
$20.
skill?
I have a question for the Wizard. What do you see in the future for Josh
Still
and Mr.
project?
Base's gay relationship? Should they keep
Jesus
bumping uglies, or
He
should they
knows I
stop
own the
plowing?
biggest escort in
Also,
the world.
Mr.
Yeah,
Base
this is
secretly
for the
wants to help
win.
Josh change his diaper.
I asked a question. I don't know if it was
This
you
is still
about
project?
their relationship, but I
five.
didn't
Dan Ferry
say.
Esper 11.
I didn't say
The
sexual
Wizard Man.
relationship. I said
What
it
got
would
you
be
to
back
start
and
doing
forth.
readings?
I can't.
Also,
Oh, sick.
how do you practice your skills by yourself? Can you tell me if my poor
Now we
business
got our
will be more
backup
successful
Esper,
in the
able to
future?
hold it
This
down.
wizard man no one wants to hear you down by.
When they say wizard, are they referring to me or not?
20% of them are mean, 20% are not. It's just like Mad Magazine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't scam
Hey, we're gonna
anyone.
harden
I don't know who
ourselves
you
He's
are.
here.
the best of the best.
Fucking immediately.
$15,
'Cause that's
Josh. Tell
urgent.
this wizard boy to
We're
shush
gonna
up and
piss
eat a big
weight
bowl
the
of.
people.
I'm not a boy.
One
I'm
more
a
hot
man.
shot.
I'm a wizard
He's
man.
a fucking man! Don't talk to him with disrespect. It's all
Yeah,
fun.
I've been doing this a long time, and I really help a lot of people, and I love my work,
He
and
touches lives. He changes lives.
I believe in it.
18%?
And I'm very,
Whack,
very
that's a 30.
honorable and sincere.
Whoop-de-doo.
And it's my
Fuck me
life's
today.
Soul and blood and work.
70%.
You try me sometime, Let's do that instead. You will see that I'm anything but a scammer. I've got more integrity
Yeah, let's
than
just
you've
get you
got
out
in
of
your
there.
little pinky, in
Fuck
your
your
little
shit. Let's
dick.
stabilize
I've
nation.
got more integrity than you've
Northern
ever
Tadpole,
known in
just
your
subscribe on
life.
YouTube.
Now I should shut up and stop defending
No, they
myself.
love that. Just have fun. Think
All
of
up
it
in your
like Mad
bullshit.
Magazine from the old
Anonymous sent
days.
$15.
You
This
know,
video
with us.
stinks like
Just have
nigger
fun.
shit.
It's silly,
We
this,
will have
Kyler.
stability and peace.
Everyone's drinking
Goddammit.
watching us.
Yeah. I could tell you about scammers. I've been scammed myself.
Investigate
The more you
counselor.
interact with them, the more I appreciate it and they do.
Yeah.
If they're
Yes.
being a
The Tiffin Wizard sent $15. Hello, wizard, you scam artist. Your business is illegal, just like
Oh
block
gosh,
it.
should I
Go
check
ahead,
Why
it's
do you
illegal to
send
business.
money and then
I'm
call me a
stealing your-
scammer?
Okay, we can level up
You
midway
people
if we
are
want.
phonies.
Shit,
You
there's
people
policy
are
to do.
phonies. You
I
people
forgot.
are phonies.
No, there's not.
Phonies.
Help them yell, Josh. Help them yell.
I don't wear diapers.
You little rat.
There's no saving World of T-shirts. He was going to fight Mr.
Okay.
Based over that nasty hot sauce concoction with just a little bit of vodka because he's got a code he lives by now, people. And the Tito shot, it was breaking it, and he was in front of the camera, so he's got to live up to it. But that drink, that was just vile. I think we all been in a lunchroom in high school, middle school, and knew the kid who would always eat the weirdest concoctions of food for just that little bit of attention that he could get from it. And World of T-shirts basically pulled that, but in the bar room. And I've never seen anyone do something like that. But what do I know? Josh,
Oh
he
my
truly
gosh.
knows how to party. You
How
know,
did
I
I
normally
forget?
hang out with people
I'm such
my
a
own age.
fucking asshole.
You know, like
Cooper.
normal people. But Josh, oh no. He
'cause I've
doesn't
been
hang out with
struggling to
people
do
his own
stuff.
age. He doesn't do it
I
like
need to bring my
Cyrex,
Asian
hanging
states
out
in
with people younger
appropriately.
than him.
God
He doesn't
damn it.
like young gravy. He hangs out with the geriatric crowd. A bunch of old men just hanging out, getting drunk.
Defend mission
One who's just
successful.
not prepared for the criticism that Mr.
We've
Base of
hardened our
World
hold in
T-shirts
China.
receives. Every comment that says, hey,
We're
you're a
about to see
scam
if we
artist,
get
he's got to be
deeper.
like, I'm not a scammer. I am not
Fuck it.
one. I've got more integrity than you can even imagine, which really makes me think he believes he's a scammer for some reason. But I don't know. I don't know the
Nerve-wracking.
man. I've only seen him on this stream.
Fucking
But I'm not
nerve-wracking.
too big of a believer in tarot card readings myself. But I guess that's
We don't
enough for me
believe in
today,
them, but I
guys.
do
If you
them,
enjoyed the
you
video,
know?
make sure to drop a like. And if you
I like
haven't
doing
already,
them,
leave a sub.
but they are
and you can also
make-believey,
find
you know?
me over on kick.tv or
Okay, enemies
kick.com, my
planning.
bad, under Major Chinchilla. You can check me out there for some future projects. I know you're going to love them. But anyhow, guys, I'll catch you next time.
86%. We're gonna take the states too. Let's go warm them up. Let's go give them a lot of fucking hell on the way down. Let's make it fun. Let's make them suffer. Who the fuck cares? Like, we're gonna make every other faction really fucking miserable. And, you know, I don't know how well it's gonna go. It might go to shit in a handbasket, but I like having fun being a fucking shit basket. Okay, hold on. I know what I want.
On this video, I don't want to talk about her on my channel ever again after this, but
Thank you. We're gonna also take the states, so we can use it for
if any of you want to still believe
travel.
my stupid, crazy psycho
Basically,
ex's bullshit,
honestly, it's for space travel.
I got something to say. One
We're headed
is
for space
Jessica was
travel.
about communication, like she
Ooh,
claims.
we have an army.
Then she wouldn't
Yo.
broadcast or film our fights for the entire internet to see just so she can get clout.
Yo, but she
And two,
did.
Jessica was really in any fucking danger. She would have called the cops on me. She wouldn't have been filming it for the entire internet. And three, I never once recorded any of our
Oh, we can just
conversations
take
or our
those.
fights because I'd rather talk about this like mature adults.
Cute army.
You cannot reason with
Yay.
Jessica because she has mental problems. Her and Jessica both are mentally insane.
This man is considered the most wholesome lolcow. I like looking at what he has. I like listening to him talk and looking at his room. His room's pretty. I like the cute little lizard friend and the cute little snake friend and the cute little stuffed parrot friend. I think it's cute. I like his instruments. He says some off-the-wall shit sometimes, but
And the only difference is Messica goes out of her way to bully people on the internet because she's a bored and miserable person.
I think he's charming.
And her and Jessica Boyle just need to les it out. They seem to les it the fuck
Sometimes. Occasionally he's charming. Sometimes. I'm creeping around the map to see where
Jessica
I can
Boyle is
possibly
incredibly
insert
fucking
chaos.
toxic, and I don't need that shit in my life.
I will tell our story.
We're going to the part of
Look,
the
I
game
already moved on as soon as she
where
left.
we
And then Drunken Peasants covered
make ourselves everyone's problem.
all these other channels were
Best we
clipping
can.
what Jessica was saying
17.
before she deletes her videos, thinking, oh yeah, no one's going to save the videos. It's not the fucking
1.9
internet.
for space stuff.
Like, no, I don't need that psycho shit in my life.
Shit.
And if
I
you
need
are
to
in a
check this.
toxic relationship with
I
anyone,
need to just pivot this really
just
fast.
leave as politely as possible. If it's your own
I'm looking
family, where you're
for-
stuck with them, whether you like it or not. But if
I need
it's
to be
friends,
able
boyfriend,
to
girlfriend, whatever
make
outside of that, nah, B.
ship shit. I need to be able to build ships in space.
If it's family members, you're supposed to be there for each other. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Outreach. Commercial research, operational research, no.
The thing about Jessica Boyle
off
is
by
she tries
category.
to manipulate people with her words. And it doesn't
Information
work.
Science Lab?
Now, she does this by saying
Sure.
two things.
It's not that
She'll
expensive
try
to
to
get it
use
done.
sophisticated words to make herself sound more intelligent. And then
Where's
also claiming
Arnie?
that she's bad with
Look at it,
words.
it's cute.
And like nobody at this point believes her fucking shit. A lot of people are on my side about the argument, and I really appreciate that.
Good luck saving the world. Just know that
This is my third beer today,
Ooh, shit. I didn't mean to click that.
so I'm doing pretty good about that. I want to have one more and see how I'm feeling after that.
When did it auto
And 4 beers is enough.
Oh, that's quite a while
I can
ago.
make that pack of peach last a hot minute if I wanted to.
Be me, click the wrong key.
And like, I'm just tired of Jessica's shit, dude. She's trying to repost some of our old fights on her social media pages, and my YouTube fans aren't having it. And they're getting taken down, rightfully so, because she's trying to fucking ruin my reputation because she knows I'm right and she fucked up. And I'm the best boyfriend she's ever had.
order is returned.
Something the Drunken Peasant said was, oh, Jessica's supposed to build me up. I'm like, bullshit. Bullshit. You do not need someone else to build you up.
Oh,
I don't care
everyone's
what the
trying to take
situation
it
is,
over
you gotta
here.
build yourself
Oh
up,
my
you gotta
word.
believe in yourself.
Oh shit. I got
Or
dug
no one else will
into very
believe in
quickly.
you.
Remains unheard.
They
And unfortunately,
did not
when
give
you
much
date
notice.
someone, you uninitially inherit their emotional baggage. And
This
people are very
goddamn
good at
game.
masking their true
Alien base
intentions and
discovered on
their
Titan. Oh shit.
psychotic tendencies.
2024, 28th of January is a bad time.
I'm not going to let my
Hurricane
bad
succeeded.
experiences with Jessica
If we lose
Boyle
Indonesia, we're
ruin my
fucked.
opinion of women.
Control mission
I'll be the first to
successful.
say it. Not all women are like that.
We're getting pushed out of the
Jessica
States. We have
Boyle's
to hammer
always
down.
talking about when she gets her life together. I'm like, Chica, you're 40
We can't
years
take
old.
over
You
other
live at
stuff
home
yet.
with mommy
But we
and
can
daddy,
immediately
you
make
have 6
alliances.
cats.
As soon
Terrence
as stuff
Pop
goes
said
well.
that you are approaching the wall so fucking fast.
Army under resistance control. Let's go. We're taking over. Yes, yes.
Ready for my mission.
Yes, you are.
And when Jessica's not being
70%
a
will have
complete
to do.
psycho cunt, or trying to manipulate your
Yeesh.
feelings, or trying to use
They're
sex to
mad.
get what she
They're
wants.
not mad. That's not how this works. But we
She's
have to.
decent to hang around when she's not being like that.
We have to push
But
them.
then
back.
as soon as she tries to manipulate the situation, or
But we can't
something
do
pisses
this.
her off, she spirals. And it's not worth the the mental
Which is
bullshit I had to
Crackdown
put up with.
investigation. I think 5 is our highest. No, 6 is.
No, dude, I could find someone way hotter and way younger and way
Still won't
prettier.
crack it.
Who's less psychotic. And I'm not in a rush to find the next companionship because
if this
I
is going to
waited
be like
patiently
this,
for 6 years and I finally got some. And what did it teach me? That being patient and sticking to my guns is the way to do it. Also, fuck sickos.
okay, we'll protect in Indonesia. We can do that. We'll try to bolster ourselves here and dig in. We're not going to lose this. We're staying here. We want this place to stay cozy. This whole little crescent is our cozy little oyster here. We're going to pet the cozy little oyster. That sentence is cursed. We're going to pet the cozy little oyster.
Hello, everyone.
God damn it.
I don't really know how to start this video right now, so say hi to Kenji. Thank you very much, Kenji. But yes, the main topic of today, of course, is JoJo Siwa, because things right now are not looking good for her. And I understand that I've spoken about JoJo Siwa quite a lot over the last 6 months,
just money
but
now,
there's so many reasons to keep on speaking about her. And as most of you probably know by now, JoJo Siwa was exposed heavily earlier this year by Leah Sanderson and her mother Angie Sanderson in a situation where JoJo's own pop group XOMG Pop was called out by Leah and Angie for severely mistreating children in the group from the ages of 9 to 14 years old, in particular Leah herself, who was a member, and some of the things that allegedly took place not only had physical implications but also severe financial and mental implications. And just in general, my friends, the entire situation was a sad state of affairs because it was a gross representation of the child entertainment industry, but it also displayed to us that somebody who clearly is a victim of that same industry had now become the same issue that was causing so many problems in that industry. JoJo Siwa pretty much became everything that she had been critical and is still critical of to this day. And look, I understand if you didn't know anything to do with that situation, you may be a little bit confused right now. But if you're in that situation, I have a video right here going through pretty much every aspect of these allegations, and I'm not going to go through all of the finer details in today's video because I want to go through more recent things that have happened with JoJo Siwa, which in my opinion very much do relate to the previous situation, but I don't
think
really
once you take over a major power,
every single detail after
the game
I've done it so
tries
many
so
times.
hard
Because yes, my
to
friends,
take
in my
Indonesia
opinion,
from
things
you.
are undoubtedly getting worse for JoJo Siwa behind the scenes.
Because it wants to have
What's
it here.
interesting
The game
is
wants
JoJo,
to be here.
despite being talked about so much right now,
we're just doing the
isn't, in
thing.
my opinion, being spoken about for the right reasons. I feel like there are plenty of things that could be spoken about right now, but instead we're focused on this. JoJo is mothering is a thing I keep seeing, and it's fair to think that, but to me personally, there are a lot of distractions from things that are actually going on behind the scenes right now involving JoJo Siwa, and the main one being there is an individual, Leah Sanderson, right now making a documentary which goes through the severe mistreatment she received on JoJo and Jessalyn Siwa's own show. But what makes this even more ironic is what we're now going to get into, and that is JoJo Siwa herself recently featured in a documentary which speaks about the mistreatment of children
we have to get the capital so we can finish this
industry.
If we get the capital and we still have
weird and ironic
Indonesia,
thing that she's done here, given literally everything that I've spoken about over the last year on my channel. But things don't just end there, because there are plenty of other things that we need to go through today which make the situation oh so much worse, such as a big Reddit account being leaked which show plenty of exposés involving JoJo and Jessalyn Siwa, an interview between JoJo and Abby Lee Miller, which do just make things 100 times worse, schedules being leaked which gives us more of an insight into everything involving the world of the child entertainment industry. But yes, we're gonna get into it. Please subscribe, my friends. If you do subscribe, Kenji will be fed, and I mean, you should
have
feel
to bring
better.
them out of
I can't even say that.
Rival
Kenji
too.
will definitely be fed, but if you want to subscribe to the channel, please do so. I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to hit 1.1 million subscribers, and 50% if you aren't subscribed makes me very sad. Please do it right now. But yes, let's get into things.
Let's try our asses off, I guess.
So, ladies and gentlemen, when I heard the news that Jojo Siwa was going to be featuring in a documentary created by Demi Lovato speaking about the issues in the child entertainment industry, at first I thought to myself, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Jojo Siwa, someone whose entire life has been turned into a brand and being controlled by Nickelodeon and other corporations and streaming services. I mean, I guess of course this person would want to appear in this documentary. But then, you know, you take a few seconds and you remember to yourself, that actually doesn't make much sense anymore. Because aside from what we went through in the beginning of the video, this is Jojo Siwa. Yes, the individual that got famous from Dance Mums. And that show has spawned a lot of controversy. Not only is Dance Mums an absolutely horrific show, which still to this day is profiteering of children having breakdowns and crying due to the stress put onto them via that show, but also it spawned Abby Lee Miller, an individual who has faced multiple levels of scrutiny like this, and this. And Jojo, you think, given that the fact that well not all, but a lot of her former castmates on the show have spoken about the mistreatment on there, you think, she's featuring in this documentary, she also will be speaking up against Dance Mums. But obviously no, Jojo over the years has been somebody who has infamously defended Abby Lee Miller no matter what, and she even recently did an interview with Abby herself where she once again defended Abby Lee Miller. So no, aside from what happened with Leah Sanderson, just Jojo's, I guess, neglect of all her former castmates on Dance Mums, to me personally, is just incredible levels of hypocrisy that she's featuring in this new documentary. Now, the documentary is titled Child Star.
It's going to take us a long time to dig back in.
What it actually does is, yes, it goes through the child entertainment industry and the sheer horrors that takes place in this industry, how it profits off children, but also severely neglects children in that process. It's genuinely a pretty good documentary to watch, and it really does just show how terrible this industry is, and how it goes through all of this is by speaking to specific stars. And yes, one of those stars is indeed Jojo Siwa. And you know what? I have actually sat through this documentary. It was actually a bit of a difficult process because not only did I have to get a VPN, but I also had to then buy a gift card from Best Buy because my PayPal wasn't working on the app despite having a VPN. And then I got into Hulu. I believe that's the streaming service that has it. And yeah, eventually I got there, but then I decided, you know what? If I'm going to go to all that effort, I also then actually went and watched Jojo Siwa's own show, JoJo's Dance Pop Revolution, which is the show that obviously spurred all the controversy this year. Because they have actually, you know, watched clips from the show, but I've never gotten the sheer willpower to sit through the whole thing. But no, now I have, and my friends, it's honestly even worse than I possibly thought. And when you put that show up side by side with this documentary, it makes the whole thing even more confusing because, I mean, why is Jojo featuring in this documentary when she herself is clearly guilty of everything that documentary is criticizing? Because the documentary starts by saying that Hollywood turns children into a commodity. They'll put a monetary value on you as a human being and make you feel less. You'll lose friends because of this industry, gain corporate goals, and the whole thing will be a mental game that no child should have to face, and it will completely mentally ruin you over the years, given the sheer amount of contracts, confusing situations, horrible things that you'll be put through as a child. And I just started to think everything that's being described there is everything that is here. And then around 30 minutes into the documentary, and yes, obviously I'm not going to show clips from the documentary because I don't want to, you know, get in trouble with copyright issues, but 30 minutes into the documentary, they start to discuss Miley Cyrus and how she was pretty much the embodiment of the child entertainment industry when she was a child. Everybody wanted to be Miley. If you saw her on TV and you were a child, you wanted to have the rich, famous lifestyle that looked so wonderful that she was clearly leading, and the industry as well, they absolutely adored her because she was bringing in so much business and money. And money is obviously the whole key thing here. Because when you stop making these people money, they will no longer love you and throw you to the side. Which is absolutely what happened with Miley Cyrus, which they then go on to discuss in this documentary, when Miley no longer wanted to be just a child star. And then they basically go on to explain this kind of machinery, algorithmic sort of style that Hollywood has, where they will take a random child and put them through this machine of they were a regular child and now they're a Hollywood star featuring on Nickelodeon and hosting all these award shows or even featuring in them. That's something that's happened for around 30 plus years now, and it then moves over to JoJo Siwa. Because obviously JoJo Siwa's fame, the rise to fame that she had in the early 2010s, came pretty much straight after Miley Cyrus stepped out of that industry. And it very much seems that what the documentary is trying to say here is that the industry now saw Miley Cyrus as no longer profitable, so they then moved on to other people to put into their corporate machine, and that individual in particular was JoJo Siwa. And you know, I could completely understand the featuring of JoJo in this documentary, because aside from my criticisms this year, I definitely think that JoJo is a victim of this industry. I do think that there have been a lot of terrible things that have happened to her, and I think the only reason that she hasn't been critical of that is because obviously she is the 1%, the 0.1% of people in Hollywood that do break through, they do get rich, and they do get famous, and because of that, they think that everything that's happened to them is perfectly normal and should happen to absolutely everyone, because hey, look at me, I'm a rich millionaire, and that is the way it's gonna go through everyone. Now obviously, me and you, we're not silly, we know that's actually not the case, and Hollywood spits out so many child stars, forgets about them, and allows them to pretty much deal with all the mental trauma that they receive from the industry by themselves. But yeah, what I'm trying to say here is I could understand if they spoke about JoJo but didn't necessarily feature her, where they go on to say, oh yeah, JoJo Siwa, for example, she was turned into a commodity, her life was made into this complete monetary thing of everything she does is for profit. But actually featuring her and interviewing her, given absolutely everything that's happened over the last year, to me personally really does take away from this documentary and everything that it's supposed to represent. It's a very strange choice, especially given the fact that they're not necessarily critical that JoJo herself has become a massive part of the machine that is Hollywood. But yeah, when JoJo first appears around 30 minutes into this documentary, what it pretty much is JoJo and Demi Lovato walking through JoJo's own house, and pretty much Demi is extremely shocked by the amount of merchandise that JoJo has, and pretty much there is every form of merch you can possibly think of. And JoJo is clearly laughing about it, she's clearly smiling, she thinks it's a pretty, I guess, normal thing. She isn't really critical of this, and that's quite interesting considering the whole point of this documentary is to criticize the fact that Hollywood turns children into a commodity. But yeah, Demi's walking around, and honestly, from the vibe I get, she does seem a little bit disgusted by how much JoJo has been turned into this monetary thing of she is no longer a human being, and for 10 plus years she was just Nickelodeon's cash cow. But then JoJo goes on to say her original spark to want to become famous was, she saw Miley Cyrus on TV playing Hannah Montana, and she wanted to be that. And that is really interesting considering, again, this documentary is talking about how it's bad that children idolize child stars, yet JoJo herself literally has a TV show recently that pretty much preys on the idolization of child stars. The whole point of it is, hey, you want to be famous? You want to be a rich, famous dance star? Well, this show is the only way you're going to get that. And JoJo knows, obviously, that's going to put a lot of children under stress, and that is going to lead to good television. Translation, children crying in front of cameras, and weird-ass adults recording it, being like, oh yeah, smile, well not smile, cry for the camera. Never understood it, never understood why people enjoy watching that stuff. If you do, please comment down below why you really enjoy watching stressed out children on TV. I'm not saying it's anything sinister, but I'm saying it is a bit weird to enjoy watching that type of television. But yes, going back to the documentary, after it shows JoJo's merch and her speaking to Demi about the merchandise and how much she's basically been turned into a commodity, it then shows a bunch of footage and other people talking in general about how bad and exploitative the industry is, and how it creates self-esteem issues, and how they destroy young stars' passion for music, their confidence, and just in general how exhausting and confusing the entire industry is, as children are absolutely overworked to the point of where, in some cases, they have mental breakdowns, they can't breathe anymore, and they have to have years and years of therapy. But I did think this was a bit of a weird thing to include straight after showing JoJo Siwa, because pretty much this entire thing that it's describing here happened in JoJo Siwa's own show, Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution, where people in the original Rolling Stone article spoke about how there were children on set almost passing out from sheer levels of exhaustion after being completely and utterly overworked. And yeah, when I first saw that back in March this year, I did just think that was another allegation that was featuring in this article, and I did actually believe it. But it's actually been proven by JoJo's own show. Because as I said earlier, I went and watched JoJo's own show because I thought it was important to do so after watching this documentary, as I was watching it thinking this is incredibly hypocritical and now I need to go and get the full entire story. And it did turn out that full story was in JoJo's show, which did absolutely surprise me because I thought surely she's going to keep out all of the serious things that she's been accused of. But after I went and watched it, I took a load of notes during every single episode, and I was shocked with what I stumbled upon on this show. And I don't know if it's just because there was about 5 people, including myself, that actually watched Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution, but it was genuinely quite surprising, and I just want to go through some of the notes now so we can compare it to the documentary that JoJo's featuring in and demonstrate how much of a hypocrite JoJo is for featuring in this documentary.
To secure Indonesia as soon as we take
I noted that JoJo at the very beginning of the show says that she wants to make the first major kids pop group since the Jackson 5. And again, this is confusing considering the critical nature that this documentary has towards the commodification of children in the industry, and also just speaking about how the industry preys on people's talents and makes them no longer interested and passionate for music. Because just being like, oh, I want to make a pop group of individuals and I'm going to manage it, I'm going to be in charge of it, we're going to make a show on a streaming service ruled by $1 billion corporation. It's like, isn't this what we're being critical of? Isn't this just everything what's wrong with the industry? There's no natural going about this. It's just putting children up against each other in a competitive environment and making them pretty much emotionally fight with each other, whilst also having the mothers almost physically fight with each other. And the next note I wrote down is a quote of one of the mothers on the show saying, when she was 5, she put her child in dance shows, and speaks about how she saw potential in the kid. And my observation from this was that she seemed like she wanted to, as I said previously, live her own dream through her child and make money off her, which of course would be exploitation. And honestly, that's all these shows are, complete and utter exploitation. Do you really think that JoJo Siwa wants to make a show where she's working with a bunch of random kids, where she's promising them fame in these stressful environments? No, but she knows that it makes good TV. She knows that Dance Moms is something that was very popular at the time, and in my opinion, she just wants to recreate that because it probably is extremely profitable, which we'll get into when we speak about the contracts that these children receives in these shows. But then we move on to the next note, which speaks about how 12 minutes in, Jesselyn and Jojo were berating the kids, but also the parents were saying that the children were not doing enough. And I noticed that, yeah, in this show, parents are extremely demanding of their kids. They ask them to do so much, and it then leads to 18 minutes in episode 1, when one of the kids is clearly struggling to breathe and has to step outside and says, word for word, I'm trying to take a deep breath and nothing is coming in. And she then starts to burst into tears, thinking her dream is over. The camera gets in her face, records the whole thing, and tries to kind of present Jesselyn as this like wonderful person that comes to save the day by speaking to the kid. But realistically, the vibe I got from this was Jesselyn seems almost annoyed that the kid's doing this. She seems annoyed that they can't just continue to dance and this kid's wasting their time. And I got the vibe from that every single time a kid came into an issue throughout this show. And it's just really sick, in my opinion. I don't understand why that sort of thing needs to be on TV. They don't need to record a kid struggling to breathe and having to go to hospital and have tests. They could just say, oh, the kid had to leave for a minute. She was having a bit of a moment. It's personal. We don't want to get into it. Let's continue with the dancing. And then she could come back. But no, obviously, that wouldn't be good television. But then moving on to my notes from episode 2, things do not get better. As you can see, I quoted Jesselyn saying she's devastated people just don't want to dance. People being the children, and the children being the individuals who are exhausted from dancing all day. And then you can see another quote I took of JoJo saying she doesn't care what excuse it is because kids were simply not focusing on the dancing. But again, that just comes down to the fact that these kids were visibly, emotionally, and physically exhausted. You can see that halfway through some of the episodes, the kids just, they want a break, man. They don't want to be doing this all day, every single day.
This makes a lot of sense.
They like dancing, but getting driven to the point of exhaustion every single day will absolutely destroy your passion in any industry. And then that takes us back to Demi Lovato's documentary and gives us the reason to why I watched Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution.
We're about to go do some bullshit.
Isn't the whole purpose of this documentary to speak about how passion for music and passions for other skills gets completely destroyed by the Hollywood industry, and how children get turned into a commodity and overworked to a point of absolute mental and physical exhaustion? And is that not just what's going on in JoJo Siwa's own show? And does that not just make it even more confusing that she is featuring in this documentary, that she's going to the premiere of the documentary and being celebrated like some hero? It's all so utterly confusing and just makes Hollywood seem even more hypocritical than it already was. For example, in my episode 3 notes, I took a quote saying, "If you get tired, you push harder," and ironically enough, Jesselyn says that to Leah Sanderson, the person who came out and exposed everything that went wrong on that show. And that's also a very weird thing to say to Leah of all the people on the show, considering Leah herself is very open about the fact that she deals with pain all the time. And this all comes from just the first 3 episodes. That's not even halfway through the show. And I'm not going to go through every other detail that I've written down, but I wanted to basically give you a bit of an understanding of how bad Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution is. Because it's easy to look at this show from the face value and just see it as another kids dancing show. But the reality is this show is as bad as everything that Demi Lovato's documentary is criticizing.
To start getting rid of them,
of course, the reason for that is money. JoJo Siwa is a victim of an industry that wants to exploit children for financial gain, and JoJo herself is now exploiting children for her financial gain. And then that moves us into the documentary again, where JoJo actually speaks about the problematic contracts in the Hollywood industry, which again is very weird that she is speaking about this in this documentary, considering JoJo herself has been criticized for this exact sort of thing. But yeah, JoJo goes on to speak about how when she was younger, she signed a deal with Nickelodeon, and pretty much that deal stated that they owned nearly everything to do with JoJo Siwa. And yeah, that is very disturbing. It is disturbing that children are being are being prompted and pressured into signing these very lucrative contracts, which they won't understand at the time. They'll have some lawyer who probably doesn't have JoJo Siwa or any other child star in the best interests. It's just, oh, if JoJo makes more money, I'm gonna make more money. They'll prompt them into signing the contract, and they will be locked down for a very, very long period of time. And that contract will probably be very manipulative, very calculated, and absolutely will underpay the stars that sign those contracts. And yes, JoJo was a victim of that. For example, JoJo Siwa in one part of her contract only received a $4,000 payment despite being contracted to receive $10,000. And that's absolute. Oh no, wait. Oh, easy mistake. Sorry. That's what JoJo did to one of her stars. Sorry, we'll move into the actual issues that JoJo received. For example, JoJo was living in fear of saying absolutely anything against the corporate overlords in case she breached the oh look, sorry, easy mistake. That's also what JoJo was doing in that contract. Sorry, we'll move on to the next part. JoJo as well was only receiving 2.8% of the merchandising revenue despite her face being all over the map. Sorry, I've done it again. Sorry, that's also in the contract that JoJo gave out to her child stars on Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution. I'm sorry. it's a little mistake that I just keep on making. Okay, but seriously, JoJo does go on. I know it sounds like I'm going to make a joke again, but I'm actually not. JoJo does go on to state that the contracts that she signed were pretty much terrible. She word for word says, basically, I signed an umbrella deal for everything. So they owned all my rights to everything except for social media. We really wanted to keep that separate, but if I had a brand deal, I had to get it improved by Nickelodeon. So that was always that. But yeah, they own everything. And then she goes on to say, when I was 17, it just became something I didn't want to be a part of at all, and I would do anything I could to break away from it or get out of it. And I think the sad part about this is this would all make so much sense that JoJo got out of it, and she is acting in the way that she's been acting this year and is now featuring on this big expose documentary. If JoJo wasn't putting these contracts onto other individuals themselves. This is a real quote from an article earlier this year. After the show ended, the Sandersons and other sources close to the group allege the competitive aspect did not end. XOMG Pop members were required to put in endless hours making Snapchats, TikToks, and YouTube content. There was no direct compensation for that labor, but according to the Sandersons and two sources close to the situation, the girls were promised a $500 prize if their TikTok got the most views in a given week.
There's nothing approaching us.
Leah says she enjoyed making the videos.
If there were a thing approaching us, we could try to utilize it.
Everyone was still pitted against each other at the entire time. And then let's also include that they were also only receiving 2.8% of merchandising revenue. I mean, realistically, that all sounds very similar to everything that JoJo was criticizing in this documentary. And again, it just makes you even more confused and just depressed that these documentaries are very important. There have been a lot of them coming out recently where they expose the dark nature behind Hollywood. But despite that, we can't take this seriously because of JoJo's inclusion here. And JoJo may argue that her contracts that she gives out to her child stars aren't as, I don't know, manipulative or calculated as the one that she received when she was a kid. But honestly, from the more I read, the more I would disagree with that. Because there are some really dodgy things going on in these contracts due to some suspicious loopholes, like social media work and brand deals not coming under the Coogan Trust rule, which is pretty much a law designed to protect child stars of where a portion of a payment that a child receives must go into a Coogan Trust fund, where they will receive that fund when they turn 18. But this law is a quite outdated law, and yeah, it doesn't cover things like brand deals and social media, and it kind of seems, despite the industry is now very much, you know, completely bent on focusing on social media, there aren't enough laws and regulation to protect child stars in this part of the industry now, and it seems that contracts like this very much, in my opinion, are taking advantage of that. In my opinion, if JoJo really did care about changing the industry and making things better and different, she would see these issues in the contracts that she hands out to her child stars and just say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to change things up because I know how that feels and I don't want other stars to go through that. That's the whole thing with this. I'm not actually against child stars existing. Obviously, that's a world which just can't happen. There's always going to be child actors. So I'd rather just accommodate that. I'd rather the industry changes for the better of giving children contracts that aren't predatory, contracts that they actually understand and protect children. I don't want to sound like that person from The Simpsons of think about the children.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
But the reality is, my friends, Hollywood is one of the most vicious and despicable industries out there, and it hasn't changed much at all when it comes to protecting child stars. And someone like JoJo Siwa could have been a light in the dark of protecting children and changing the rules and the game in general, but no. She just did everything, in my opinion, that happened to her. Which is a real shame because in this documentary, aside from the issues of contracts and stuff like that, JoJo speaks about how she was blacklisted by Nickelodeon when she came out a few years ago. And JoJo went from pretty much hosting multiple shows for Nickelodeon, and the moment she came out, they then pretty much just ceased all contact when it came to hosting shows. They eventually came out and said, I guess it was a mistake that they did that. But JoJo goes on in this documentary to speak about when she originally came out. They said, you need to go speak to all of our brand partners and explain yourself.
It'll make us make more boost.
That she's gay. It's like, what's there to explain? And really I think that's a despicable thing, and that's why I still say JoJo Siwa is definitely a victim in this industry, and one of the biggest victims in my opinion, and that's why it makes it even more confusing that she chooses to go down this real egregious and terrible path. She could change things for the better, but I guess she just doesn't really want to. She could come out and say, oh, I'm standing up for people right now by, you know, acting all goofy and wacky in my TikToks, but it's like, you're just doing things that Miley Cyrus was doing 10 years ago. You're not changing the game in any way. You're just doing the most generic, rebellious star phase thing. It doesn't change anything, and you're still doing the exact same thing the industry has been doing for 10, 20, 30 plus years.
It gives us a higher percentage.
And one funny note, which is a little bit of a nitpick that I want to mention, is that when they were going through this whole issue of Nickelodeon blacklisting JoJo Siwa, they show screenshots of influencers supporting JoJo when she came out, and it just flashes James Charles on the screen. I was like, I don't think you want that bloke in a documentary about child safety. I don't know why he's in it, but yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny. Please subscribe. I'm on my knees, please. But yeah, this documentary has undoubtedly been a PR success for JoJo Siwa, and another one at that. It seems that JoJo in the media over the last 6 months has just been building and building her PR, and yeah, there have been mishaps here and there, but the reality is all the things that we've gone through in the Rolling Stones article over the last 6 months, my criticism of this documentary, it's not being mentioned anywhere. The media don't care about that stuff, and that to me is the whole glaring issue here. They're just happy to have their interviews with JoJo. They don't want to upset the corporate overlords, because if they do that, they're going to lose money, because they make money from interviews. And I kind of, as I said earlier, in a sick, twisted way, get it. It's the Hollywood machine. But if you're going to feature in a documentary about the Hollywood machine, surely you should detach yourself from that machine. JoJo has been seen at the premiere with a lot of the other people that featured in this documentary, and it just confuses me, because I feel like a lot of these people had good things and genuine things to say, but it all kind of loses a bit of input and impact when they're hanging out with JoJo. Again, it's just weird. It is just really weird, and I don't want to act like JoJo Siwa is the worst person on planet Earth, but I'm just kind of sad, disappointed, and confused by the whole thing. I definitely think there is still a chance for redemption. She could compensate Leah Sanderson for her time and the other stars in EXO, G-pop, and Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution. She could start to speak more up about the industry, start to give better contracts to child stars, but she could have done that 3 years ago, and she didn't. And I don't think she's still going to. And that's why I think these documentaries really don't mean anything if you yourself are going to be a hypocrite. But yes, with the release of the show, it did lead to a lot of people speaking about pretty much everything that I've spoken about in today's video. And that did cause some individuals out there to do some digging. And they actually found a recent post made by, I guess, JoJo Siwa's management, of where JoJo right now is appealing or requesting for young dancers to come to her aid. And it's like, JoJo, have you not done this enough? Like, geez, could you leave the child dancers alone for like a day and just give the pain to the adults? But yeah, pretty much JoJo is hosting a dance event, a charity dance event, and obviously I'm not going to criticize charity, but JoJo, if you do want to give the money to me instead, my PayPal, I can send it to you, right? JoJo's hosting a charity event, and good for her. But what I did find interesting about this event was that it comes with a schedule, and the schedule gives us a bit of an insight into the, I guess, grueling schedule that JoJo has historically put on her child stars. And this is going to be quite interesting, because yes, this is for a charity event, so naturally the workload isn't going to be as bad as if it was for JoJo's own pop group, and that mainly comes from the fact that, in my opinion anyway, JoJo is not making any money from this, therefore she's not going to put it on the top of her priority list, and of course she's not going to spend that much time on this. But then when you look at this schedule, it still is very, very busy, especially when you consider she's working with young child stars. As you can see here, the younger dancers will be working from 1 to 8 p.m. on Saturday, 1 to 5 p.m. on Sunday, 3:30 to 9 p.m. on Monday, and then all day on Tuesday. Doesn't necessarily entail what all day is. Are they literally waking up at 5 a.m. and working until the next day at 1 a.m.? Not 100% too sure, but all day is pretty extensive, especially when you read that it also includes a performance, and then again on Wednesday it's the same thing of all day plus a performance. Now yes, this is obviously all for a good cause, it's all for charity, and you know, the parents should know what they're putting their kids in for here when it comes to that schedule appearing, and I guess this is better than not including any schedule and just throwing them straight into the deep end. But at the end of the day, this is a very, very grueling process. From what I can read here, it's around 30 hours of dancing over the space of around 4 days for a lot of young kids, and that's pretty insane to consider that this schedule is the public information one. So only imagine what the schedule is for the young dancers that appeared on Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution. I can imagine it was far worse, and that probably explains why some people were were nearly passing out on the show when they could barely breathe out of sheer exhaustion. But then after I discovered this schedule, it did cause me to do even more of a deep dive, because then I discovered that Leah Sanderson's mother, Angie, actually has a Reddit account, which she's been using rather actively. She has been, over the last year, been pretty much exposing Jessalyn and JoJo for multiple things, which really weren't included in the document. It was like added information, and I was just scrolling through her entire account, and I was just shocked that I don't believe I've seen anyone cover this account, because pretty much it is just direct expose after direct expose of her calling out Jessalyn and JoJo for all of the things that happened on set. For example, in this post from earlier this year, it's Angie complaining that Leah has still not been paid for what she was fully owed. And yes, that comment was made about 3 months ago now, so maybe she's been compensated, but I haven't seen anything to necessarily suggest that, and I feel like if that had happened, maybe the Siwa's, PR team would have made a statement.
We could roll back everything we're holding.
It's pretty ironic considering JoJo herself was speaking about dodgy contracts in the industry.
Like, we're getting takedowns against
us. Dodgy contracts have put people in a lot of financial peril. But things only continued when people on the XOMG Reddit group were questioning members leaving the group, and Angie chirped in, basically alluding to something bad happening.
Yeah, it'll be hard to dig back in, so I don't want to.
It's all a sad mess, and that members didn't leave for no reason, and that Jess and JoJo should regret their actions that ruined the opportunity for all the girls. And I'm not going to go through every single post here, but pretty much every single one is a bit of a damning statement on JoJo and Jessalyn and how they handled this entire situation. As you can just see here, it does just show to us that the environment on the set of JoJo Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution was far worse than we ever possibly thought, and it does then make you even more confused to JoJo's inclusion in this documentary. Maybe the people behind the scenes that were producing this documentary just genuinely didn't know about this, but I think that's a really hard thing to buy. And talking of buying, there even seems to be financial complications going on behind the scenes, according to Angie, as somebody in the XOMG Pop Reddit group just simply asked, are they ever going to release the XOMG dolls? And Angie claims no, they were dropped after the Siwas fired Leah. All the toys went away and there was a lot. Leah was the prototype of the doll. They tried to blame us, but it was their own ego that got in the way of all the girls' success. Now, what Angie is saying here is, of course, just a claim from herself. There's no facts being laid out here, but in terms of the whole blaming aspect of blaming everybody else rather than taking any responsibility, we're going to go into an interview later on in this video, which does show to us that the Siwas definitely have a bit of a habit of blaming everyone for everything that's ever gone wrong other than themselves. But to carry on, Angie says they thought the girls were expendable because they were the important ones. I guess
we already have our first.
The girls were not expendable and were not replaceable, so no toys. And then she claims that the toy company dropped the Siwas altogether. And yeah, obviously this isn't necessarily the worst thing on planet Earth, but it is quite interesting that the companies financially involved with JoJo Siwa allegedly saw the situation and thought, we've got to pull out of this. But then things got even more interesting when somebody was reading a preview of an XOMG Pop booklet, and in the book it says thousands of kids auditioned on Zoom. 21 girls went to Los Angeles for in-person auditions and 11 made it onto the show, but only 3 of those brilliant talented girls, Brooklyn Dallas and Tiny T, got to wear the official XOMG Pop K-pop jackets. And pretty
This
much,
is about the highest
user
of each,
posting this outright claims
we still
that they are
can't crack
being
them.
gaslit right now, that history is being
I need
altered.
to pull
As a
out-
Reddit user says, this is a straight up lie. There were not
I
3
need
original
to,
members, there were
so
7,
we can,
and all of them were treated horribly.
not get
and
wrecked.
yeah, it basically does seem that the network or whoever is
Our
in control of
upkeep
these
costs
booklets and
are
merchandise
untenable.
is trying to
Because
gloss
our,
over the history and even change
thing
the
is
entire
22 high
thing
still.
to make it seem that Leah wasn't
want to
involved
pull out of
directly in
them.
the final process, which she was, which is obviously a terrible
But
thing.
we're gonna have to
but at this
focus
point,
on
I'm not
Indonesia.
shocked. And Angie went and added, try as they might, they can't rewrite history. It's on
deep-ass
Peacock for all to
foothold.
see. They are a joke for this, and the fact that
'Cause
Scholastic
we
went
need
along
to,
with the
like,
lies turns my stomach.
be the biggest
Especially when the
booster.
original girls were in the meetings. The only one I am unsure of is Kaya,
pull out of
but I
most
think she was in
everywhere
one
else.
meeting about it.
For now.
So gross.
For
And
now.
yeah, these Reddit posts are genuinely quite surprising because I thought they would
This
have at least been
helps.
picked
It
up
makes
by
this more
some
efficacious.
random media
Very
article
little.
out there, but there was absolutely nothing. So when I stumbled across
We're still
all of this,
holding.
I was genuinely really shocked, and I think it does just represent that things are far worse than we possibly thought they were. But yeah, just in general, things aren't necessarily looking that good. Not only are JoJo and Jessalyn being exposed on Reddit for multiple different things, but also, as I said earlier, Leah and Angie are
know
now
what?
working with, I guess,
I
a
think it's
company on a
time.
documentary about everything going on. And just in general, in a year's time, I'm really interested to see where we will be in regards to, I guess, the perception of JoJo Siwa.
I would
Because
just
right
start
now, JoJo is
yip-yapping
seen as
them.
more of like a memeable figure. Yes, not everyone out there loves her and thinks she's this amazing person, but realistically, when it comes to the things that I keep on harping on about in these videos, I don't think that the general wider audience actually knows about this, and it really does confuse me considering that if this was to happen to any other influencer or star, it would
Let's see,
be
are they
such
removing
a talking
stability?
point.
Nope.
Obviously, in regards to what's happening with Mr. Beast right now, especially
We
with
can
things
do-
on set, that's being spoke about so unbelievably much, and rightly so. But with JoJo Siwa's, it's barely even
very
mentioned, other than a few YouTube videos here and there, and
we can
it
do
does just
Inspire, so we
confuse
ought to.
me. But on top of all the alleged mistreatment that has taken place on these sets, it also gets made even more worse by the fact that JoJo Siwa,
works.
to this day, as I said earlier, is still defending Abby Lee Miller, and that does lead us
And let's
nicely
help
into
here,
our
'cause it
next
doesn't cost
chapter,
very
which is
much
the interview
to
that JoJo
blow their
recently
shut up.
did with Abby. And honestly, this interview just makes things a million times
I missed her
worse. And
station.
again, I'm just
Wait, this one's
confused
already
to
gotten.
why she would do this, but also feature in this documentary.
never
It just makes no sense. And I would like to have some like middle ground take on this of, oh, you know, maybe I can understand this thing, and maybe this would make reasoning here and make sense. But no, honestly, none of this makes sense. Now, Abby Lee Miller is somebody that genuinely confuses me when it comes to Hollywood, because it kind of seems that she has pretty much gotten away with her heinous mistreatment of a lot of children on set over the years, and she now, I guess, in 2024 is somewhat disgraced after multiple former child stars came out and spoke against Abby Lee Miller, and just in general, how they now view Abby in a terrible light. But despite all of that criticism that Abby is, I guess, facing nowadays, I really am confused why these shows are still getting so much traction. I'm really confused why anybody would want to watch that stuff, but also what makes me even more confused is the fact that JoJo has this obsession with defending Abby Lee Miller, not just once, not just twice, but multiple times. She has recently, as I said, gone
counts
onto a
as
podcast
we've-
with Abby Lee Miller,
it doesn't
doing
actually
an interview where
immediately
they
leave,
speak
by
about
the
a
way.
multitude of different things, and part
It
of
counts
that was
as a
defending
different state
Abby
of
Lee
stuff.
Miller from all of the criticism
We're
that
still
she's
trying
received
to break
over the
back
years,
in.
which is just quite
We're
insane
not
considering
giving
this
up.
interview came out a month before JoJo featured in a
um,
documentary which complains and criticizes the child entertainment industry. I mean, where is the shame? Where is
Yeah,
the lack of
investigation.
self-awareness? To me
Where's our
personally,
guidance?
it's just quite embarrassing that she's gone and done this. Obviously, everything before is also quite embarrassing, and you do have to say, where is the self-awareness? But this, in particular, is the main
78
case for it.
bucket.
Because Abby Lee Miller is the figure that really
I need
does
to get my water
represent
soon.
this type of television that gained a lot of popularity during the 2000s and 2010s. Abby is one of the main reasons that this became normalized, so JoJo's friendship and attachment to this person, and the fact that she still continuously does everything she can to pretty much rectify Abby's reputation is absolutely mind-blowing, considering how much damage, in my opinion, Abby has done to so many people out there. And I'm not going to go through every single aspect of this podcast, but there are a few clips that I've taken out that I want to go through. In particular, this part right here, where JoJo admits that she actually uses a lot of the things that Abby Lee Miller taught her in her career to this day, which is obviously interesting considering all of the context that we've gone through so far in this video.
Candace Salazar asks, what was the transition like from Dance Moms to where you are now as an individual performer?
Performing.
Check levels.
Honestly, I use a lot of the information that you taught me, and that Gia taught me, and that just the show in general taught me. Still to this day, I still backstage do 1, 2, 3, Professor, and I still kiss, kiss, Nene, knock, knock.
I think this is quite interesting because what she's saying here is absolutely true. I mean, we have seen JoJo take every single thing that Abby Lee Miller normalized in Dance Moms. She's kind of toned it down a little bit and made it into her own show. And I feel like that's quite insane, again, considering she featured in the documentary, but also it's a real sad story because sure, JoJo got rich and famous from this industry, but at the end of the day, how she got to that point of rich and fame, in my opinion, isn't right. No child should have to work the amount that she worked. No child should be put through those insane schedules of training every single day, being screened out on camera, having that shown to the world to millions of people. No child should have to go through that, and it's sad that the cycle has now repeated where JoJo is now taking all of those skills, well, I mean, not skills, but all of those lessons from Abby Lee Miller and applying it to even more children in the world. And it's just incredibly disappointing to hear. And, you know, we always knew this. We always knew that JoJo was taking inspiration from Abby Lee Miller. But just to hear her admit it a month before featuring in that documentary, it's just quite insane and, in general, extremely hypocritical. But now we need to move into the main part of the podcast I want to speak about, which is a direct defense of Abby Lee Miller, and some of the things that JoJo says here are just, in general, quite indefensible.
Last question. Sydney Banks, are you closer to Abby than you are to the other girls? And I just want to piggyback off of that and just say you always are so not defensive, but like one to speak out in favor of all that Abby has done, especially, you know, publicly. And
super defensive. I absolutely am defensive against you for sure.
Like what drives you to that? And, you know, like everybody always probably has an opinion about that. So just anyway, what would you like
to me, you don't ask for your flowers, but you know that you deserve your flowers.
I don't know what she means by you don't ask for your flowers, but you deserve your flowers. I mean, what does she deserve in this situation? She has made millions of dollars off making children cry on television. She's been criticized for things such as this, and she has still gotten away with it. She still lives in a massive house. She's still extremely successful and wealthy. What more does this woman deserve? In my opinion, she hasn't faced many repercussions or enough criticism for the things that she did on Dance Moms. Obviously nothing illegal took place, but just the sheer level of treatment of the people on those shows, I don't think she deserves any flowers, and she deserves much, much more criticism. And the fact that JoJo of all people is saying this is just so unbelievably wild, but it only continues to get worse.
And I think you deserve a lot more flowers than people have given you, and I think that my job is to kind of overcompensate and to overstand up for you because enough people don't.
I mean, you can't stand up for what Abby Lee Miller represents and at the same time appear in a documentary that stands up for the mistreatment of child stars in the entertainment industry. The two things do not correlate. They directly contradict each other. How are you standing up for this but also featuring in a documentary that speaks against that type of treatment? That to me is just absolutely wild, and I am going to keep on jumping in between these clips here because I am pretty much doing a live reaction right now because there is just so much I can say about all of this. But yeah, let's continue.
And I think where I'm really grateful is that I have a very loud voice in girls that have come from this show. If not the loudest voice.
The loudest voice.
Thank you.
Yes, JoJo does have the loudest voice, and that means she has the most responsibility out of everyone that came from Dance Moms. And in my opinion, she has completely neglected that responsibility in the name of making even more money and building her businesses. It's a shame, but it's the reality of the situation. The other people, they can't speak up as much. Their voice won't be as heard as much. But JoJo, you know that your voice will be heard, and rather than stand up for individuals out there that have faced mistreatment, you still stick on the side of the people that place that mistreatment onto those child stars, and it's just incredibly disappointing.
I think that I'm the only one that has no benefit in tearing you down.
I mean, what benefit do the people from Dance Moms take from speaking against the corporate overlords that hosted or produced Dance Moms? There is no benefit there. We have literally seen that when you speak against the industry, you get blacklisted. JoJo Siwa is someone that has been blacklisted before for speaking up about themselves, so why would she then mock people for speaking up against others for their mistreatment?
Habituation?
To me personally, it's just an absolutely wild thing to do, and again, another direct
she's used to speaking poorly of people who do that,
why JoJo
because
is so
that's the industry
insistent on
standard.
defending Abby Lee Miller, but in my opinion, it comes from not only
She may not
guilt
even
that
notice
she
she's
knows that
doing
she
it.
has made so
Doesn't
much
excuse
money
it.
from Dance Moms, but also she knows that she has taken the formula of Dance
prevalent.
Moms and
It's
used it to her
reinforced.
advantage. So she's now in a position where she
And it
has
is
to
gonna be
defend
hard
that,
to bake
because
out
if
of
she
it.
doesn't, it's only going to make her look even more hypocritical. And that's only proven even further in the next parts that I'm going to show you, where Abby and JoJo pretty much just go on to flex all of the successful things that they've done and just say, none of you guys that spoke up against Abby have those things because I guess they spoke up, which in itself is another contradiction.
I know you get it.
I do.
Because you left Dance Moms and you've done So You Think You Can Dance reality show. You did the what's the Special Forces?
Special Forces, Masked Singer. I've done 8
reality
Fox
show.
TV shows.
You did the Masked Singer.
Dance with the Stars.
You get it.
Yeah.
You get it's a TV show and how it works.
Just a quick note here, but I love that they don't mention Siwa's Dance Ball Revolution here. There's no mention of the show where multiple serious allegations have come from it. It's just the show that did well for you there, the show that did well for the one. We'll put that to the side. No one needs to hear about that. I don't know. I just thought it was incredibly fishy that they didn't include that in that list there.
Those kids have done nothing else.
Well, there's a reason why.
No, they're trying to take over
the
here.
one show that they did get to do, they on after.
It's incredibly interesting that JoJo Siwa not only rightfully
fuck this
criticized
noise.
the industry for blacklisting people,
I forgot.
but
We're
then,
on some
in my
bullshit
opinion,
today.
She word for word
Fuck
says,
this.
if you've got a negative opinion about the thing where you've been horribly mistreated, you are going to lose everything. That's what she's saying there. She's saying that the reason that they're no
Now we
longer
can
getting
harden
the
it?
opportunities that I get is because they actually speak against the mistreatment, whereas I won't speak against it. I'll accept it and actually participate in it. That is such a despicable and heinous thing to say, especially, and I'm sorry if I sound like a ticking clock, right? Is that the right phrase? I'm sorry if I keep repeating myself, because yeah, JoJo
We're
featured
pulling out a
in
lot
this
of places.
documentary, and then she's basically mocking
But we're
people
not pulling
for
out
speaking up against
everywhere.
their personal experiences.
We're doing this
It's
so we can
wild. I genuinely was
manage
shocked when I
to
heard this, because I
continue.
thought,
It doesn't
maybe
put
it's
an
going to be a fairly
investment in
nuanced
it.
and balanced approach to the defense, but no, this is
But
the
we can-
staunchest
and we can be
defense that
broken out
JoJo
more
has made
easily.
yet, and it really is
But they still have
confusing
to go
considering
to.
this is
We
a
can
month
still, like,
before Demi
make
Lovato's
policy calls if we need
documentary.
to.
I think you always have to remember where you came from, and you always have to remember the people that took a chance on you. And
Took a chance.
we're gonna be
I took
hardening?
Jill by the arm and sat her in a chair in our retail store.
Right.
And said, interview this woman.
Right.
She needs to be on the show.
Right. You fought for everybody. And yes, you were tough. Yes, everyone had their own
We'll defend here.
experience. Absolutely.
Go into the specifics, JoJo. Go into the specifics that there are videos still uploaded to this day of children having mental breakdowns on camera, being, I guess, described as entertaining content. Tell us about that and explain why that's a morally
I guess
right
we're
thing
going
to do
down.
and why you still to this day are defending that
Speaking
style of content and why you are still participating in that style of content. Explain to us why.
Wait,
Because
why can't I
describing it
move
as
it?
tough is not a justification. It's not. Maybe you could apply that to adults. Maybe if you're being tough on an adult in a workplace, maybe. But even then, probably not.
We can
Because
still do this.
recording people crying
have
and
a
having
policy thing
breakdowns
to do.
isn't a dance show. That's just mistreatment. What about this is to do with drama? Absolutely nothing. And just describing it as tough is just a poor misrepresentation of everything that happened on Dance Mums.
At the end of the day, everyone has to realize their life and their career
We don't
would
have
not
the
exist
to go.
if it wasn't for you. Not Dance Moms, you. Because Dance Moms Miami happened and it didn't work.
We will still be doing this.
You are Dance Moms.
Now, I'm
Why
going to
did I
say
get
something
scrolled
here
down
which is a
to-
bit controversial because I'm comparing it to a very, very worse person in Hollywood. And obviously, I'm not saying that Abby Lee Miller has committed anything close to what this person has done. She hasn't committed a crime as far as I know. I just think she's morally been a wrong person. But the argument that JoJo is making here is, of course, you can't speak up because, I don't know, this person made you famous. Abby Lee Miller made you famous and you shouldn't speak up against them about
Am
your
I missing?
mistreatment. But
Didn't I just-
if we applied that logic in other situations, that would make things so unbelievably worse. And the person I'm going to mention is Dan Schneider. That man is responsible for so many child stars being famous.
In
but are
Rivalry,
we
but
now
why
going to
can't I
say
end
that
the
they
rival?
can't speak
Oh.
up against Dan Schneider? Are we really going to do that because he made them famous and, you know, started their careers in some sense? Are we going to say that? Obviously not. And I don't think we should say that in much lighter situations like this.
Must not
Everybody
be
should have the
nations
right to
however
speak
away
about
from.
their personal situations, their personal experiences.
Oh, we have to do the
including
runarounds.
the individuals that
Okay.
happen to appear on Dance Mums. Just because Abby Lee Miller is responsible for them being famous doesn't mean that Abby Lee Miller can get away with absolutely everything.
Someone's gonna
And I
pierce
should
into the
just say
states.
that again. Obviously, Abby Lee Miller isn't even like
Okay.
I'm not trying to like compare them. I'm just saying that if we applied that logic in Hollywood, it would make things a million times worse.
we're
And again,
fine. We got
JoJo,
this.
you're literally in a documentary which
It may not
speaks
be
up
easy,
against the
but we
industry.
got this.
By your logic, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be speaking up against Nickelodeon because they gave you a platform. Obviously, that's silly logic, but that is your own logic.
I just don't.
I'm tearing up.
Well, this is
I
going to
don't
be
like when
scary.
people take that from you, and I don't like when people hit on you because it's fun.
Are they
People
going to
aren't
die?
doing it because it's fun. People are doing it because
This is
they had
sketch.
horrible personal experiences on Dance Mums and they have the full right to speak up against it, just like you spoke up against your experiences in Demi Lovato's documentary. What's the difference between you and them? The difference is you don't like it when people are calling out your business practices for being terrible, and you don't like it when people are calling out your personal friends who made you rich and famous. That's why you have a problem with it.
And I did fight for those kids.
Of course you did.
Every one of them.
Of course you did. And
I'm
you.
For
not
better
mad.
costumes,
I'm
for
just
better
like,
music, for better this, for more time,
for upkeep
for
costs.
everything.
We've been trying to get it down to
I
the to not
even
red
imagine
for a
the
long
stress
time.
that you were under with that show. And the
I got it.
There was so much more going on in your life than us 7 girls.
I mean,
That
my
has
dog
been
died. My mother died.
why we've been
Yeah.
fighting
I was
this.
indicted by the federal government.
Yeah, I'm really sad to hear about Abby Lee Miller's stress. I can't imagine the stress that the kids were. Oh, no, wait. I can imagine the stress because it was monetized. It was made into an actual show. Look at these thumbnails. Actually, I'm going to blur the thumbnails, but what
Oh,
is
not
on
enough
screen right
boost
now
component.
is a child crying. And by the way, I've not even found the screenshots
We're not
yet,
tearing
but I
into
can imagine it
boost right
says
now
something
very
like
hard.
breakdown or
We're pushing
in
Navy.
tears or something on those lines.
Shit.
These kids were clearly very stressed out.
Well,
so excuse me if I don't necessarily
good
care
try.
too much about the stress of the person that was putting the stress onto those kids.
You were trying to run a real business.
Yeah.
Like,
Remember that one too.
like there's so much more that goes on than what people see and what people remember. And I think, unfortunately, we remember what we see on TV. Right? So those girls, right? The other girls, myself, the moms, all of us, you, we see, I'll use me as an example. JoJo, have you learned nothing? You see that clip, you see you yelling at me. So I remember automatically being in a room, asking a simple question, and getting yelled at for it.
Right.
That's not how it went. I don't remember what happened before, and I don't remember what happened, but I remember that is not all that happened.
No, of course not.
You know what I mean? And so that's where it's like, unfortunately, you do only get to see your panic attack on TV or your stressful moment or throwing up from stress, but you don't get to see all the good times.
Jojo, are you hearing yourself right now? Oh, you don't get to see all the moments, but you do get to see a 9-year-old have a panic attack on TV. That's perfectly normal. It's like, Jojo, your defense is insane. Saying that, oh, you know, not everything is shown, but the panic attacks are shown. Why is the child having a panic attack? Why are they breaking down? Why are there multiple videos uploaded to this day of children having these mental breakdowns? Why? It's no justification.
I don't know,
that,
Inabber.
oh,
why?
I don't get the full context. All I need to really know is that there is a kid having a mental breakdown out of sheer exhaustion or because they're scared of the person that being shouted at on this dance show. I don't really need much more context. And yes, it all worked out for you, but it didn't work out for everybody else.
Yeah, the not entertaining stuff. Nobody wants to see a happy person on TV. No one does. There's no reality TV show that is successful because people are just happy and great. Like it's
Again, is this a justification for showing kids having panic attacks and mental breakdowns on television? Because if it is, it's a really, really bad defense. Just because it's a normality in the Hollywood industry doesn't mean that it should be something that continues because to you that's a normal thing. Maybe you, as the person that got famous from that stuff, should now be a shining beacon of we can change this, we can make the industry better. Because why does a dance show need to rely on children having panic attacks for entertainment? The show should be focused on dancing, not focused on making kids have breakdowns on set for entertainment value.
I think it's just unfortunate because you do see the drama, and this is where like I can give the other girls sympathy, right? They see the drama, and so that's just what they remember because that's what they've been conditioned to remember.
I guess I just some of them, Jojo. We have to wrap it up, but I just my relationships with them and things they've come out and said, and it's like, where? How do you not remember what I remember? How do you not remember me buying you your first pair of point shoes for your birthday? Like what?
Again, none of this is a justification. None of this is a defense. You can do a million nice things to one person, but you can do one terrible thing.
Switzerland already.
And
Let's
those
hit up
million
Denmark.
nice things you did doesn't really outweigh that terrible thing.
No.
You can mistreat these kids
Go
on
fuck
set,
around
make
here.
them work to a point of exhaustion, make them work to a point of
Let's go
having
be
a
an
panic
asshole
attack
everywhere.
and record that for
Can we push back
monetary
aliens?
value. But that doesn't get justified by the fact you bought them a birthday present. Oh, the rich, famous individual on set who has lots of money bought somebody a present one time. That makes this all okay. Of course not. And how they're shaping this whole thing out is just absolutely despicable. They're basically saying you're misremembering things. That's insane. And obviously they're saying this because, in my opinion, they have guilt and they know what happened, but they obviously can't admit to those things. Abby knows that she overworked individuals, but she's trying to justify it in her mind. So many people have spoke up about these shows. It's not a sheer coincidence.
That's not going to benefit them in any way. And that's... People really like quick things, right? People like a quick view or
You do,
quick...
but like you said, they're not on anything because they showed on the show they were on. I don't think that benefits them. Maybe it got you the cover of a magazine,
right?
Because you agreed to talk about me.
And in the end of the day, you look foolish. Even just now doing so, you think you can dance. Some of the kids that were on the show, I shouldn't say kids, they're young adults, that were on the show left and got eliminated and then immediately started talking it. You look like a fool, dude. Like, don't be saying that you had the worst time. You didn't.
You don't know if in 5 years you're going to come back as a choreographer on the show. Well, you're not.
Right. You just ruined that.
You ruined that.
And now when the next show is going to look to see how you, it's like you have to just be grateful and not greedy, but hungry.
Again, what they're basically saying there is shut up, keep quiet, and we'll keep giving you roles and money. That's
Ooh, are we
what
doing
they're
negatives?
saying. And that is absolutely wild to hear, considering everything that we've discussed in today's video. I genuinely don't know if they can't hear themselves here, but what they're saying is you should be grateful for the opportunity you've got, regardless of all the bad times and the horrible things that may have happened. Be grateful that we allowed you onto our wonderful show. And hey, if you ever say anything negative, all your opportunities are gonna be gone. Look at all the others that it happened to. They're now doing nothing. But look at JoJo Siwa, who doesn't say anything bad about me. She's doing great. Be like JoJo Siwa. It all is so unbelievably,
everything will be the same price.
Honestly,
when we get
borderline evil. The fact that they're saying this about an industry which is so known for mistreatment and horrible things, to me personally, is just absolutely wild. And especially when you correlate Demi Lovato's documentary into all of this. It's just,
what on earth is taking our boost
for
product?
words of how hypocritical somebody can be.
I'm not making it because I'm a fucking
goober. When I make these videos, I feel like some people may think, oh, I'm doing another JoJo Siwa video.
I'm making a Navy.
It's going to be some very bland thing of, oh, she did this on TikTok. But I think this is a very extreme thing, and I'm genuinely shocked that it's not being spoken about even as much as the Mr. Beast stuff. Because to me personally, JoJo Siwa is a major content creator who has a lot of hands in a lot of pies. She's somebody that does a lot of different things, and she is still working with a lot of child stars. And I wouldn't be surprised if she got another television show in the future where she works with younger dance stars, where she takes the same Dance Moms formula and applies it into her new show.
Well, one day she'll be a dance mom.
Speculation, but based on what I'm hearing there, they don't sound sorry. They don't sound apologetic over what may have happened on those shows. They're just still saying to this day, we gave you an opportunity. And it's just so utterly despicable.
Abby wasn't
always...
To
kind of conclude everything that we've gone through today, I think hypocrite is the word
Abby
of
used
the
to be
day,
JoJo's age, doing what JoJo's doing right now.
How JoJo had the nerve to go into Demi Lovato's documentary, speak about her experiences, be critical of multiple companies out there, yet in the same month she then says that you shouldn't speak up against people because you should be grateful, and if you speak up against us, you're not going to get opportunities anymore. It's insane, it's contradictory, and things really, in my opinion, are only getting worse for JoJo Siwa. But because she's such a media darling, I doubt it's going to lead to anything. I imagine in a year's time, even if Leah Sanderson's documentary comes out and it's a complete expose, nothing will come from it, because JoJo Siwa is very good at PR. She knows what to say. She knows not what to say. I feel like this podcast was a bit of a rare slip.
Y'all aren't building Boost either.
Word for word says absolutely terrible things.
Because the place that has India and Russia has
open to growth and change, and being a bit of a middle ground in conversations where something like this could happen, of where JoJo is a victim of the industry and maybe she's struggling to get out of it, but no, clearly she's just trying to capitalize on that same industry that made her famous, and it is utterly sickening. But I would love to know what you guys think about this. Please go down below, comment your opinions, and let me know what you really think about the situation, because honestly, it's absolutely wild, and I feel like it's gonna only continue over the next year, and I will continue to cover it. So please subscribe if you want more of that or other videos out there, deep dives, commentary videos, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, that is the ending of the video. Thank you very much for coming along. Do I have anything to promote? Yeah, Buddy's Podcast. Please go subscribe to it. Please like this video. Please share it around, because I think it needs to be spoken about. I mean, if you want to just go make your own videos about it, you're more than welcome to. But to make it easier for yourself, please share this video. Please like it. Please comment. And thank you very much for coming along. I'm going to go have a nap. And yeah, bye-bye, everybody. Peace out.
Bye.
See you later.
Contact?
On the 13th of February 2024, the Rolling Stone released an exclusive article about internet star JoJo Siwa, which details the horrific treatment that allegedly occurred on JoJo's TV competition show, Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution. This article goes into severe detail, explaining what supposedly happened on the show and in the forming of band XOMG Pop, and really goes on to explain that the picture originally painted around this group is far more gruesome and terrible than the one that the show originally presented. You see, shows like JoJo Siwa Pop Revolution deliberately target a younger audience, and they're designed to look fun, happy, and exciting. They're there to promote the idea that anybody can become a superstar, quite like JoJo Siwa, with no consequences whatsoever. Yet sadly, ladies and gentlemen, in this case and multiple other cases, there were definitely consequences. And this is just yet again another case and example of the entertainment industry taking advantage and exploiting children for their own gain and profit.
We
Yet
have
this
to continue to
story has a
destabilize.
twist. The twist,
Oh, wait,
of
this
course,
isn't the best
being
way.
JoJo
I don't
Siwa.
want
You see, my
to.
friends, when it comes to these entertainment competition
We'll
shows
continue
which
to
air on a lot of
stabilize.
children's network where they get kids to compete against each other, usually these shows
it's
are
more
spawned out of a boardroom full of 60-year-olds who are basically just
Oh, you're
trying
being
to work
detained.
out
I
the
forgot.
best way where they can exploit children for revenue. Because obviously, not really many people care about watching adults compete against each other in a dance show, but when it comes to having kids and their parents be there competing in a very drama-filled space, that of course is going to cause, as I said, drama, controversy, and of course bring in views and money. Yet this case wasn't a boardroom trying to decipher the best possible show. This was JoJo Siwa and her mother. But what's strange here is, of course, as you probably now know, JoJo herself is a former
Mine's our
child
best.
star who made her name from these very same terrible and exploitative shows. And a lot of people throughout the internet and throughout the world in general have argued that
Our best
JoJo is
investigator
a
is
victim. She is somebody that grew up in this system designed to exploit people like her. Yet now, she weirdly is doing the exact same thing, and JoJo herself would never admit to being a victim of the system. She would just simply say, oh, I worked hard and I've gained a lot of success from that. This is a very different story than just a bunch of boardroom,
That's amazing.
angry 60-year-old dudes trying to make a show to exploit children. This is basically a cycle of where this person has now gone through that
Information science is
system
good.
and gotten to the point of where they are going to engage in it themselves. Rather than being an old corporate head, it is JoJo
Detained
Siwa
person.
allegedly helping in the exploitation of more younger stars and only continuing this cycle. But ladies and gentlemen, this story is complicated.
How
There
do
are a
we
lot of things that we need to go through today, a lot of stories that you may not have heard of, a lot of
people
things
out of here?
which contribute to how we have even gotten to the point of this article right here being released to the public and surprising the world at how terrible these shows truly are for the children. But this doesn't just stretch to the world of television and Hollywood, but this also stretches to the world of social media, because whilst JoJo Siwa herself was shaped by the entertainment industry in Hollywood, she was also shaped by the YouTube entertainment industry. As multiple adult content creators over the years have regularly been called out
we'll
for
get you
their
soon.
collaborations with
There's a way
JoJo
we
when
can
JoJo
spring
was
them,
simply a
but
child,
that wouldn't
and a
work when
lot
we're
of
doing this, I think,
inappropriate
to,
things
like-
happened in
I don't
these
think it would let us,
videos.
like,
a lot of problematic
fuck them up
friendships with
like that.
ostracized internet celebrities
wish.
still
I wish.
exist, and it is regularly the center point of
contact, do the
controversy
rest.
when it comes to JoJo's current career. And the main thing I want to say to you before we get into this story is that it isn't black or white.
We're
There is
lucky we had enough
obviously
ops for that.
nuance to a lot of it. And when I say that, I'm not
could've gone
deflecting any
super
terrible
downhill.
actions or defending somebody like JoJo Siwa or even her mother, but I am saying, of course, we need to have some nuance to truly work out how we got to this point. How somebody who was so blatantly exploited became the exploiter. This, of course, is the dark story / truth behind JoJo
You don't have any resources
Siwa.
at all.
But before we do any of that, I do want to tell you about today's sponsor. My friends, in today's video, obviously, we're speaking about a very serious thing. We are investigating a case that we have to crack. And I love a good mystery. I love a good thriller. And this is obviously a very mysterious topic, which is going to involve a lot of deep diving. And that is something that I personally really enjoy. Whether it's me making a video or whether it's me consuming some form of fiction, I just love a good mystery. And that is where I introduce to you Audible. And you may be wondering, what actually is Audible? Well, my friends, let me answer that for you. Audible is the world leader in audio entertainment, audiobooks, podcasts, and Audible originals, which means that you personally can enjoy a good mystery or thriller from absolutely anywhere. For example, whilst cleaning my flat earlier, I was listening on the Audible app to The Coldest Case, a Black Book audio drama, where one of the narrators is Aaron Paul. Yes, that That's Aaron Paul. And basically, the story is about Detective Billy Harney, who is investigating murders in Chicago, which leads to some deep and dark conspiracies involving billionaires and politicians being exposed, and it is just so good to listen to. It just kind of grips you and brings you into the world and really just makes it even more enjoyable with great sound effects, with amazing narration, and just in general good storytelling. It is really an enjoyable experience, and it can only be found on Audible. But my friends, I understand that you may not be into that type of mystery, and that's perfectly okay, because Audible have an absolute plethora of audiobooks available to you right now. Like seriously, there are so many amazing and gripping stories available to you right now, but it gets even better because the Audible app just makes it easier to listen to whilst you travel, work, or do anything. You can listen, stop, and then start again wherever and whenever you are with the Audible app. And with Audible's massive library, you will have access to the must-hear collection of amazing thrillers and mysteries that genre has to offer that I highly recommend to you. And members right now will get full access to a growing selection of included audiobooks, Audible originals, and podcasts that you can download right now. And you can get that by signing up at audible.com/iNabber or text iNabber to 500 for your free Audible trial. And trust me, I highly recommend this. The absolute monumental library that Audible have is genuinely so good. And of course, I do just want to thank Audible for sponsoring this video, because working with a company like Audible, I know that I'm getting a good product, and I know you guys will be getting a good product, which is absolutely important to me. So yes, thank you to Audible, 4%. And let's get back into the actual video.
It's more than this.
Now, my friends, before we get into the main part of the story, I feel like it's incredibly important that we actually establish who Jojo Siwa
well, I don't want to improve relations.
And yes, you may be wondering, well, why do we need to do that? I know who this person is. They just relax, all right? Just relax. Because whilst you may only know Jojo Siwa as this internet celebrity who was simply known by most people for being... How do I say this nice... loud. We all know who Jojo Siwa is. We all know the content that she makes. We all know the video. Well, I say this like we're all big. I'm not a big. I'm presenting this like I watch every. I don't watch every Jojo Siwa. I promise. You know who Jojo Siwa is. You've seen the content over the years to an extent. You know that she simply is an internet star. But in terms of the true extent of her origins, we need to get into that, as is very important for today's story. But before we do that, I just want to quickly say, could you please subscribe to the channel? I'm doing this really quickly because I understand this is really annoying. But if I don't ask, I sometimes don't get. So Jojo Siwa is of course a 20-year-old American dancer, singer, actress, YouTuber, and social media personality who has been in the spotlight since 2013, when she would have been 10 years old. Jojo originally rose to fame as she was not just the youngest contestant at 10 years old, but also a finalist in the television show Abby's Ultimate Dance Competition, produced by Abby Lee Miller, who also produced the infamous show Dance Moms. And yes, Jojo then went and featured on that exact same show, Dance Moms, and she basically became an extremely popular figure at a very, very young age, which led, of course, to a social media career where she created a YouTube channel and every other social media that you could possibly think of, where she started to become even more popular, went on to make music videos and other collaborations with
nothing would have worked.
Very
they didn't even have what we really needed.
But we'll leave that for later. But yes, just like any other 10-year-old out there, she overnight basically became a multi-millionaire with millions of followers on the internet. And of course, the question has to be asked of, well, how did she even get into this position? Like, how, obviously, a child just can't become famous and get into all of these Hollywood TV shows overnight. There has to be some reason, somebody that was pushing her in this direction. And of course, there was. And that was Jojo Siwa's mother, Jessalyn Siwa, who is seemingly the exact reason to why Jojo is currently in the position that she's in. Now, of course, I don't want to take away from Jojo's own hard work, but I think it would be very ignorant to believe that she obviously just got herself into this industry without any help whatsoever. Because Jessalyn, she was somebody who owned her own dance studio, and she was the person that introduced Jojo to all of the entertainment industry. She was the reason reason that she even applied for these television shows. And I've been doing a lot of digging into JoJo's mother, kind of trying to work out where she came from, how she got into the position that she's in, and I went all the way back to 2013 when I found the first possible article which referred to JoJo and her mother, and it was titled "Mother and Daughter
we may as well keep pushing into it a little bit.
The spotlights."
It pisses off literally everything else.
Step into the spotlights. Not just JoJo, but JoJo and Jessalyn. Now, this article is about how JoJo is entering the dance competition that I mentioned earlier. Joel Jojo Siwa knows how to play a room. Monday, the 10-year-old dancer commanded the attention of a room full of mini dancers, trying with varying degrees of success to follow her every move and direction. On the show, JoJo and other younger dancers compete for top honors, money, and a prestigious Dance Academy scholarship. The show also follows their dance mums and the drama that they engage in behind the scenes in support of their children. Now, this paragraph right here pretty much just kind of summarizes everything that I'm going to be complaining about and speaking about today. It's pretty much just the paragraph to summarize all of the exploitation that goes on in this industry. It talks about money, prestigious scholarships, and drama between the parents, which is being presented to millions of people on television, all being broadcasted to millions of people around the globe. And in my opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of psychologists out there, I don't think that this is good for children. I don't think it's good for their brains to constantly be on camera hours upon hours a day, and we will get into the actual workload that children face during this whole process, but it is obviously a pretty despicable thing that these kids are being put on here designed to compete, designed to be these drama-centered kids who are pulling in the views. I just personally, whether it's a YouTube family channel, an entertainment competition show, I personally think that there are a lot of ethical issues surrounding this, but ultimately these shows are extremely popular and the parents know that, and I think, in my personal opinion, the parents want to push their children in this direction in order to make them, the parents, famous and wealthy, which it basically describes in that paragraph there, where it speaks about the dance mums supporting their children by engaging in drama. They're not supporting their children, all they are supporting here is their bank accounts. And this, in my personal opinion, is the epitome of everything wrong in the entertainment industry. You have these television companies exploiting younger people for money, and when you would think that the people that would protect their children from these exploitative executives would be the parents themselves, for the most part, are doing the exact same thing. Just their gain is personal and not for some massive corporation. And look, I don't think every single person in this industry is going to be terrible. I'm not saying every single parent is exploitative. I'm sure that there are parents that really do want to help push and further their kids' careers, but based on what I can see when it comes to JoJo Siwa's mother, a lot of this whole thing is all just about her and her living her life through her child, because obviously Jessalyn Siwa, we can find out based on previous interviews that she has always been interested in dance. She was part and owned a dance school. She always has wanted to have a career in it, but obviously she wasn't a big, famous, successful star in Hollywood. So what was her second plan if that failed? Well, she would do the exact same thing with her child and push that child into becoming famous and rich, so she herself could become famous and rich. Going back to that article earlier, it mentions a quote from Jessalyn saying, "I've loved dancing my whole life," said Jessalyn, 38, who owns a dance studio in Omaha. "Dancing makes people happy, whether it's performing on stage or with your friends at a wedding. From the time she could walk, JoJo was at the studio every day hanging out with me. When JoJo was 2 and still in diapers, her mother entered her in her first dance
it's a big dump
competition.
Of we shouldn't need,
now,
but we'll have them around in
I'm
case
not a
we do.
big fan of entering children into competitions like this. I just think there's a bit of an ethical issue surrounding it. Now, of course, kids are allowed to compete in things. That's perfectly up to them. But I really don't think a 2-year-old has the conscious mind to engage in something like this. And I feel like it instantly, at a very young age, puts pressure on these children.
Really
now, of
hard
course,
to
a lot of
not
people
just
will
take
argue, well, what about kids in sports? kids in TV, kids in movies. They go into these things at extremely young ages, and personally, I would agree with you. They do go into it in young ages, and I think the same logic applies there. I think it is very exploitative. I don't think kids should be under the pressure that they are in the entertainment industry, and I think we need more laws and regulation to prevent these things from going too far. But of course, Jessalyn goes on to say that JoJo loved it, and that's why she knew that this was going to be fun, said Siwa, who began submitting tapes of her daughter to various contests and taking her to auditions around the country. Again, I just can't see stuff like this and help but think this is the parent exploiting their child for wealth and popularity. I know some people may say that I'm going a little bit too far, but I just don't think it's the same thing as submitting your kid to a local dance competition and submitting tapes to these things being described here. To me personally, it's very obvious from this article, from the very get-go, that JoJo Siwa's mother was keen on making her child a rich, famous star, so of course she could also recoup a lot of benefits from that. And the thing is JoJo Siwa will obviously disagree with me, as will the mother, because obviously they were successful in this industry. They are famous, they are rich, they are very powerful, and have a massive business, which is of course bringing in money every single day. So naturally, JoJo won't think that she was exploited because she's in a very comfortable environment. But the fact is despite you did win and you did come out on top, it doesn't change from the fact that what is being said here from the very get-go, in my opinion, is exploitative. But it then goes on to say, yeah, she did take JoJo to auditions around the country, and the reality show staff called back immediately and booked interviews with, again, not just the daughter, but the mother and daughter. But yes, that does end our introduction to who JoJo Siwa is. Of course, you already knew about her, but I don't think everybody out there knew that she has basically been doing this whole thing since she was 2 years old. She's now coming up to 21 years old, meaning that she's been in this industry for around 18 to almost 19 years now, and I feel like obviously that industry has shaped her, changed her, normalized everything surrounding her. And of course, I'm not defending the recent actions or the past actions of JoJo Siwa, but I said earlier that we need nuance when we come into this to actually help fix this industry and prevent things like this from happening in the future. JoJo Siwa is going to be criticized a lot throughout this video, and rightly so. She has done some bad things and defended some bad people.
There's something else behind here.
Ultimately, this is an industry which has shaped and changed her and normalized everything around her to make it seem like it's all a very normal and good thing. That's not a defense, but we need to understand that to work out how we got to where we are. But yes, with all of that, with the introduction, with everything, it's finally time to get into the more recent controversy surrounding JoJo, which is currently pretty much bringing her business down to the ground. Now, my friends, in this part of the video, we are jumping ahead in the timeline because we will, after this, be going backwards and going over a lot of the past of JoJo Siwa, but I think that this is a very important thing to speak about straight away because, of course, it is the more recent stuff, and that's kind of why a lot of you are here, but also, it is one of the biggest stories to have come out surrounding JoJo Siwa, at least the biggest controversy surrounding JoJo Siwa, and it all surrounds her own television show, Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution, which was an 8-episode show in 2021 curated by JoJo Siwa and yet again her mother, Jessalyn Siwa. And a common trend throughout all of this you will notice is that JoJo's mother is pretty much involved in every single situation that JoJo herself is involved in. It wasn't like when she was 2 years old and introducing her to the world of the entertainment industry, she backed away and got a manager and allowed somebody else to take over the business ventures. No, that absolutely is not the case, because Jessalyn is actually now JoJo's manager, according to multiple sources, has her say in appearances, performances, and business deals. Which to me is very important information because it does indicate to me personally that JoJo's mother was behind the creation of this television competition show, which is described as a reality competition series where dancer, singer, and YouTube personality JoJo Siwa, along again with her momager Jessalyn Siwa have
We are not
created a
popping
brand
the
new
States.
pop group called XOMG Pop in order to become pop music's next biggest sensation by selecting 11 of the most talented triple threat girls from across the
actually
country
putting into
to
welfare
compete
again,
for a
though.
spot in
That's
the
legit.
group. Now, whilst this doesn't sound like the worst thing on planet Earth, it does immediately jump into the issues that I was mentioning previously of this again is another reality television show based around
The
children,
aliens have landed,
and it does
and
just
they've
continue
taken
to
over
get
the
worse from
humans.
there. Because you can see here the initial lineup of the group in this show ranged between the ages of 8 years old and 14 years old. And I just can't personally understand why these types of shows are normalized in American society. Well, not just American society, but in the world in general. I don't understand why these shows, which get children, actual young children, to compete against each other in front of millions of people. Think about, of course, the two factors here of money and pressure. Obviously, we all know the idea of what Siwa's dance pop revolution is promoting to these young children and their parents is that they will become international superstars if they win this
Investigation
competition. They will practically be the heir
Are you
to
back yet?
JoJo's
God damn
throne.
it.
Because as I mentioned earlier, JoJo
One
is
more
around
turn.
20/21 years old at this point.
Right,
She
right.
obviously can't keep doing these dance competition shows herself, so instead she is going to create a younger generation versions of her, and she will make a lot of money off that. The parents of those kids will make a lot of money
Now
off
we're
that.
federation
Whether those
creeping.
kids will make money, we don't care
Because
about
this
that.
is
It's about
our
who,
next
it's about the
scary
business
encounter.
people now, okay? We don't care about the children. Okay, but obviously that's going to create a lot of pressure because these kids are now thinking, if I don't win this, I'm not going to be famous ever. I'm not going to be able to be that
yeah,
rich, famous
federation.
dancer like I can see JoJo Siwa was and where that led her to in the current day. That is a lot of stress to put on a kid's shoulder at 8 years old. But on top of that as well, we need to then focus on the workload that these shows hold. Because ladies and gentlemen, it's not like it's they turn up, they do a little bit of dancing and they go home. No. This
Faction
whole
control will
thing
have to
is
work for
pretty
now.
much a
still a
full-time
big thing
job.
for us.
In the making of this video, I've done a lot of research into how many hours these kids will be working in these style competition shows, and what I actually came to find
y'all
was somebody
lost it.
actually did a lot of calculations and worked out that on Dance
No one got
Moms,
to
a
hold both.
very similar show which JoJo herself was
Get
attached to, some of the children on there would be dancing for
Okay.
42
We don't
hours
have our
a week,
best
according to
to
the
crack
statement
that.
right here. Now, of course, that number could be lower, it
The
could be
States
even higher,
is kind
but
of
based
a
on the
waste.
research that I've done, I found a lot of claims that there is a ridiculous amount of hours put into these shows
Check for
by the
policy.
children themselves, which is obviously not just going to cause physical strain, but
50
obviously
days.
life-altering mental strain. And I feel like JoJo Siwa herself is a perfect example of that, because this is somebody that went through all of this exploitation, and it is now normalized to her. When, ladies and gentlemen, it is not normal for a child to be working 40 plus hours a week.
Surveilling.
No child should be working, honestly, at all in an ideal world, really. A kid should be able to go out and enjoy themselves and not have to worry about the pressure of being on a show which could possibly turn them into a rich, famous child. And it doesn't take many Google searches to find psychologists speaking about these extremely negative impacts on child stars and how much the exploitation is rife in the
Publicity.
industry. And in my opinion, this is pretty much the same in
Or surveil.
every single competition show in
no,
the
advise.
entertainment industry, particularly in Hollywood. I don't
Yeet.
think it's barely different anywhere, and I feel like JoJo's own show is pretty much
we're still
guilty
too many
in my
points up.
personal
God damn
opinion,
it.
because I should just say everything that we're going to speak about is of
Permanent
course
assignment?
alleged, and everything I'm giving in this video is just my opinion and shouldn't be taken as fact. But in my opinion, JoJo Siwa's show is just as bad as
Surveillance
Dance
done.
Moms and any other competition-based show that you can think about. But it is time we got onto this Rolling Stone article. JoJo Siwa promised them pop stardom. They say they were thrown in the trash. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a damning article on not just JoJo, but just in general, the entire entertainment industry. So the article immediately starts off explaining Leah Sanderson always wanted to dance, but it was never going to be easy for her because Sanderson, 16, was born with spina bifida, a birth defect in which the spinal cord fails to form perform properly. She spent her early years in and out of the hospital, undergoing dozens of surgeries. She still regularly struggles with pain and bladder infections, and since she was 5, has had to use a catheter to go to the bathroom, and I'm very sorry if I mispronounced that. Then she says, the school nurse was my best friend growing up. Now, understandably, you're probably a little bit confused to who this individual is if you have absolutely no idea about this topic. Well, basically, Leah is the main part of this part of the story. Pretty much, Leah is in the same boat as Jojo Siwa. She obviously just is not as famous as Jojo, because Leah and Jojo have done pretty similar things. For example, Jojo and Leah both started taking dance lessons at extremely young ages, and both of them got involved in the entertainment industry, as Leah appeared on Netflix shows and also America's Got Talent at a very young age. But most importantly and most relevant to this story, Leah is very well known because she appeared on a certain show that we've been referring to throughout this video in 2021. In 2021, when Sanderson was 14, Justin Johnson, who is the owner of the dance studio that she was at, took her aside and told her that he has submitted Leah to an audition for the upcoming reality TV competition, Siwa's Dance Pop Revolution, hosted by the powerhouse pop star dancer and Gen Z icon, Jojo Siwa. Ah yes, Jojo Siwa, my favourite Gen Z icon, just like the other Gen Z icons of Skibbity Toilet and Baby Gronk. Sorry, I've been on TikTok way too much recently. Now, ladies and gentlemen, personally, as I said earlier, I don't really understand why children of such young ages are being entered into this show on a moral perspective. Obviously, I understand it in terms of a financial perspective, because clearly a lot of studio executives out there have acknowledged that children and parents are a wonderful way to make money in a competitive setting, because they're basically, if you dangle a carrot in front of a donkey, they're going to be chasing it. And I know it's a bit of a cruel way to describe the situation, but it's absolutely what it is. You get the executives promising fame, money, and then they get somebody like Jojo Siwa to come along and present the fame and money, and then the parents and the kids, they will chase after that, and the cycle repeats, because that is what is happening right now with Jojo Siwa. Of course, she was originally that child, and now she is the actual executive, promising what she was promised at a very young age to a bunch of naive children and parents. But of course, we should actually go through the question of, why were the parents comfortable with entering Leah in these competitive shows at the very beginning? Because of course, there is a history of these shows being terrible. It doesn't take many Google searches to find out that shows like Dance Moms are absolutely horrific. So why did Leah's mum actually allow this? Well, the article does go on to say that Leah's mother did actually have reservations about this show. But of course, this is a little bit different to when Jojo was being put into these shows by her own mother, because it does seem that Jojo's mother's whole thing was to make Jojo famous, the next Hannah Montana, whereas the mother, Angie, says that basically, because of her daughter's condition, they have to take absolutely every opportunity that they can. And honestly, I can kind of understand it. I'm not defending it. I still think it's wrong that the kid was even involved in this show. But ultimately, in terms of a moral perspective, I can understand it more than Jojo and her own mother. It does seem, when you go and look at Jojo's mother's own history, that she really wants to live her life through Jojo, because she herself never did become a rich and famous pop star like Jojo has become. And ultimately, I think she also wanted to become rich and famous off the back of her own child. Whereas this seems a bit like that, but ultimately, I can still see it as a mother genuinely just trying to give the best opportunity to her child, who has obviously suffered quite a lot throughout her life. So yes, fellas, obviously I am still against the whole concept of it, but ultimately I can have a little bit more understanding to why Leah was even involved in the first place. And yes, it was a very sad story, which seemed to have a bit of a happy transition of, oh wow, she's gonna become rich and famous through this show that Jojo was offered her. But ultimately, you know, and I know, that this was not a happy story, and actually is a pretty tragic one. So this is where the main allegations begin. The Sandersons, as well as multiple sources close to production, allege that the Siwas subjected the children to grueling rehearsals, sometimes foregoing school breaks with meager compensation. They also allege Sanderson was forced to work under intense physical stress, with Jessalyn Siwa encouraging her to attend a video shoot just a few weeks after she underwent spinal cord surgery. And yes, this is obviously absolutely terrible, but ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. These are I see the minor allegations, they're all massive, but ultimately, there is just so much in this article. And of course, you can't help but look at this and think there is absolutely no smoke without fire, because I should say, yes, these are just allegations, and yes, there isn't much provided proof, but we are in a bit in the future of this video going to go through why I personally believe these allegations. But firstly, let's actually just get through them. In one instance, just days before the surgery, they alleged that Leah Sanderson started bleeding through her belly button during rehearsal for a performance at the Children's and Family Emmys, which was hosted, of course, by the lovely individual JoJo Siwa. What a shocker. And talking to the Siwas, rather than encouraging her to take a break, the Sandersons say that Jessalyn told her to put a maxi pad on the bleeding so it wouldn't leak onto her costume. A little general reminder that this is a 14-year-old girl that we're speaking about here, and of course, at any age, this would be absolutely horrific, but I feel like it really cements it a little bit further when you look at the actual ages. You have this fully grown woman who has a child herself saying, yeah, just put a pad on the bleeding, continue dancing, we got a show to put on. It's disgusting. It ultimately is absolutely disgusting. But somehow, ladies and gentlemen, this is not where it ends. There is so much more to go through, and I will keep on saying that because I am generally just quite shocked at how this production was allowed to continue for so long and is still continuing to this day. And of course, people will again say, well, these are just allegations, there's no evidence, there's no proof whatsoever. But I would just say, JoJo and Jessalyn are part of a system, part of a network almost of actual, like, I don't know how to say it other than say the word abuse. Like, these television shows where they put kids against each other in competitive environments, to me, when you look at them just from a broad perspective, it seems to be just 10 seasons of children being, like, facing pretty much. And it sounds cruel to say, but ultimately I think that's what it is. When you look at shows like Dance Moms, it doesn't take a few Google searches to find examples of alleged mistreatment in the industry to do with the show, and Jessalyn and JoJo have been a part of that system, and they haven't condemned it. They haven't said that yeah, that was wrong and we're going to change the industry. No, they've only protected the people in that industry, which we will get into. But just look at some examples I found of when you go onto YouTube and you can find compilations and clips of where it's just based around the kids on Dance Moms crying, and people genuinely enjoy this content, and that's why it is still being produced, or why it was produced to a near date of 2019. In some of the clips that I can't show because of copyright reasons, there was just some absolutely wild things. For example, there was one clip where the main person on the show, Abby, was just berating a child because she wasn't doing the right thing. She was shaking. The child was literally shaking and clearly about to have a breakdown, crying, tears coming down from her face, and this was presented as regular television, and Jessalyn and JoJo not only profited off that and gained popularity off that, but they have continuously throughout their career defended that exact television show. They are a product of this industry who are now doing the exact same thing to other children, in my opinion, with the show that JoJo has here. So am I really shocked about these allegations? No, I'm not. The only thing I'm shocked about is that there are not more laws to protect children in the entertainment industry. The allegations even go on to the point of saying that Jessalyn allegedly was overtly cruel to the young charges, calling them names and in one instance shaming them for having a disability, and JoJo meanwhile was accused of being nasty and domineering. At one point they alleged that she screamed insults at the girls during a performance, and they also allege that she was also playing a role in helping to build a cutthroat environment long after the cameras were gone, playing favorites and pitting members against each other, which honestly doesn't surprise me. Once again, this does just sound like Dance Moms, and it just seems that JoJo and Jessalyn have learned everything from this show and have decided, hey, we're just going to make our own version of that, maybe make it a little bit more PG, but ultimately make it the exact same thing where we can actually profit off it the most. That's what this whole thing is, in my opinion. JoJo doesn't care about making people rich and famous, she cares about continuing her legacy and being able to profit off that by making another child become JoJo, and Jessalyn herself also cares about just making herself more famous famous and more rich. Ultimately, this is just a continuous cycle which is never going to end until more people speak about it. The allegations being described here of basically creating a negative and hostile environment, which in my opinion promotes bullying and other hostilities, and also just berating the children on set, is the exact same thing which happened on Dance Moms with the main star of the show, Abby Lee Miller, who is basically in charge of the kids on Dance Moms and has been regularly criticized over the years for this. But as I said, JoJo herself has defended this, and I think the main reason for this is because she knows that the methods that Abby was applying does create popular television. Whether that's morally right or wrong, ultimately people will tune into these types of shows. For example, shows like the Jeremy Kyle show. This was an absolutely disgusting show which obviously just put out a negative perception of people from low-income backgrounds, where it profited of people who could not afford therapy, who could not afford marriage counseling, and ultimately were in tough environments, and Jeremy Kyle profited off that, and he profited off it by putting these people on television so they could fight and scream at each other whilst pretending to care about them. Ultimately, Jeremy Kyle didn't care about them, but it produced good television, and he probably still defends himself to this day because he knows that those things could be used in the future, and that is why I think JoJo Siwa has a history of defending Abby, because she knows that she is going to apply the exact same methods in her show. Here's her calling out people for making posts speaking against Abby. Here's JoJo speaking about how Abby is a good person. Here's her saying that you know what you're getting into in reference to the mistreatment. It makes me really upset that I am one of the few that really truly thanks Abby and are grateful for what she's done for us. This is all in defense of the woman that has been accused of all of these things that I am showing you on screen right here. And why was that? Obviously, because JoJo herself became rich and famous from these methods, and she is now going to take these methods and use them for herself. But the allegations only continue to get worse when it says the sources allege that the Siwas and the producers dangled the carrot of stardom in front of the young members, only to berate them and encourage them to cry on camera. The mums and kids would come home and have a candy basket and a Nintendo Switch in their hotel room after being messed with all day. A source close to production told the Rolling Stone the highs were high and the lows were low. Shockingly enough, the legal team of JoJo Siwa has defended this and said that this absolutely did not happen.
3 hours.
But again, ultimately, based on what we just went through in terms of JoJo's defense of horrific things in the past, I would not be surprised if this was true. A case of they're going to berate them on set all day, make them cry, make them upset, and then they're going to nice them up when they go home. When they don't have to see him, we'll give them a Nintendo Switch. And it was probably not even a Nintendo Switch OLED. It was probably the original model from 2017. It's that bad. But yes, obviously, if this is true, this is a pretty terrible thing. It's almost like coercion. You're coercing them into accepting all this terrible behavior by saying, oh, well, at least at the end of the day, you get a Nintendo Switch, you get some candy. But of course, a big thing which is obviously perfectly fine to wonder is, well, what was the mother doing in this situation? Why was the mother of Leah not taking any initiative to basically prevent any of these things from happening? Why was she not speaking up and saying, hey, this is wrong? Well, she actually did do that, and it only led to even worse repercussions for her and her daughter. It goes on to say that she raised her concerns about XOMG Pop with the other mothers, a teacher, and then Jessalyn found out, which led to Leah being abruptly fired. Now, JoJo and Jessalyn can deny this all they want. They can say that they would never do something like this, but JoJo herself, and Jessalyn obviously herself, because she is the manager of JoJo, have had this exact same thing happen to her, and they were perfectly fine with it on Dance Moms. I found this article where it says, in season 5, episode 7 of Dance Moms, Siwa was kicked out of Miller's studio, Abby Lee Miller, for talking back and saying, well, if you yell at me, I'm gonna cry. Siwa walked out, returned, and apologized. From the very beginning, Siwa knew the power of this opportunity, and that mindset appears to have prevented some of the trauma that the other girls left the show with. And it is, of course, very key to note that, yes, again, this sort of behavior is the behavior that JoJo Siwa herself has defended, and even has said that she is incredibly grateful that Abby has done the things for her that she has done, and that includes firing her for speaking up, when she wasn't happy, when she was going to cry. She was not comfortable and she tried to say something about it, and she was kicked out of Dance Moms, yet she still defends the person that did that to her.
No.
And again, I think that's because she has adopted those mentalities and is now applying it onto the people on her show, which isn't a defense of JoJo. Of course, it is a cycle of the industry, but it's ultimately still a terrible thing. And now you may be wondering what the actual other members of XOMG Pop are thinking and saying about all these allegations. Well, pretty much they've actually, interestingly enough, come out and defended JoJo and Jessalyn by basically stating that they can attest to the environment being healthy and positive, and have described Angie as a disgruntled parent. But personally, my friends, I can only help and see this and think, well, obviously you're going to say this. Your daughter is in this group. She's obviously getting fame and money, which also is going to apply to you yourself. You're probably not going to speak up against the people that are basically giving you that. And I think that's the whole thing again with the whole dangling fame and money in front of them. Of course, fame and money can make people do a lot of silly things, and I think that is what is happening right here. Do I really think that anybody who is a part of this group is going to come out and speak against JoJo and Jessalyn? No, because as we've seen, if you even try to do that slightly, just by airing your concerns in the slightest way, you will be removed. But what's even more insane is Siwa's legal attorney has actually come out and said that the reason Leah Sanderson was fired was to protect staff and other girls, and they just don't really necessarily give any details to what they were protecting the girls and the Siwas from. There's absolutely nothing, so all I can really say is this is a big load of codswallop. But I feel like what I'm reading here is them saying that they couldn't actually deny, like they denied everything else, that they fired Leah and her mother. So instead they're going to come up with some reason which seems like they're the moral beacons of hope of, oh, we were doing this to protect the children. Like, no, you weren't. You were doing this to pretty much just protect yourselves and carry on the show. By firing Leah, it honestly probably only benefits them because they've actually set the precedent of, if you speak up against us for the things that happen on set, you will no longer be rich and famous. And the other mothers will see that and think, well, I want some of that money, I want some of that fame, and they will not say anything, which, as we've seen, they are very much doing here.
Can we get those
sisters and sisters, this whole thing with the entertainment industry, Hollywood, just in general, the world of social media, it is a very messed up environment. As somebody that's been in it for around...
If we don't need it.
7 years now. Oh, that's really weird to think. Maybe even longer. For somebody that's been around in this industry for quite a while, I've witnessed quite a lot of terrible people, and people that know that certain individuals are bad, and they still continuously affiliate with them because those individuals on a public scale aren't known for being bad. Everyone behind the scenes know that that person is bad, but they will still stick by them because in a social setting, based on what the public think about the person, they can still make money off them. They can still get clout. They can still get followers off them. And yes, everyone behind the scenes is going to be thinking they're a big sack of shit. That doesn't matter because they're getting followers, fame, and money. And ultimately, I see this all too much in this industry. And shockingly enough, I've actually seen it with the subject of today, JoJo Siwa, who herself has defended not only Colleen Ballinger, but is still friends and collaborating and enabling Jumbo Jimmy Charles, who honestly isn't really the greatest of blokes. And neither is Colleen Ballinger. But JoJo is perfectly fine remaining affiliated with these individuals because they could probably still get her some money, get her connections. James Charles is still going to massive events and he still is a powerful person with connections in the media, and JoJo isn't going to want to let go of that, and the same can be applied to Colleen. There's a reason so many media outlets have defended these individuals in the past because they are powerful people with a lot of money. JoJo only cares about these things, as does Jessalyn, and they will do anything they can to retain those things. So ultimately, am I shocked that the parents are saying that these things didn't happen? The parents who are desperate for the dangling of fame in front of them? No, but the allegations only continuously get more extreme when it goes on to say that sources close to production allege that the producers didn't see it as a good day unless you made a kid cry, and Angie Sanderson, the mother of Leah, confirms that she heard similar comments as well, and producers encouraged drama and tension between castmates, but also the environment was allegedly constant fear, and that Jessalyn would verbally during rehearsals, with Jesselyn berating a contestant with hypotonia, a disorder that causes low muscle tone, by mocking her inability to move her arms and legs. She also made fun of her speech, and the Siwas themselves did, of course, not respond to this. And of course, when somebody says that they're not going to respond to a serious allegation like that, it definitely does prove that they're 100%, 100%, absolutely 100% innocent. Now, considering this is an individual that loves to bust out the law attorney every now and again, I'm kind of confused of why they wouldn't respond to these allegations other than it probably being true. That's the only real take I can take from this. If you're not going to respond, well, I'm probably going to think you're guilty, considering you have responded to other things, just not this. But also, my friends, the reason that I think that JoJo herself hasn't responded to these things is mainly because, well, what's being described here, yes, it's absolutely terrible, it's horrific, and I sound really sarcastic right now, and I'm absolutely not being sarcastic, but yes, it's terrible. But the thing is that JoJo herself has basically admitted that her mum does these things, in my opinion. In this very same show, at the very beginning, in the first episode, she says, "You think you're going to be able to handle my mum? I thought the same when I was 9. It sounds like she's describing a military general. I mean, what is this? CY Youth? I mean, it's blooming mental that this is how they're describing her own mother to a bunch of kids. It's like, Jesus, I didn't feel like I was watching, like, Army Youth or something. Like, this is ridiculous. And ultimately, you can say, well, this could be referring to a lot of things. I mean, you don't have to go further than Dance Moms and how JoJo's mother is described on that show to see what JoJo herself is describing.
We'll take it for the knowledge bump.
It's very well documented that JoJo went through extremely hostile environments as a child to get to the point of where she is in her career right now. And she may say, oh, that may be who I am as a person. Well, I don't care. I personally don't think any child should go through that. And just because you're rich and famous, it doesn't make it right. There's also even more details about how they were not paid for individual music videos, photos, or social media shoots, and how this basically created a dire financial situation where they were forced into very unfortunate positions, such as sleeping on air mattresses in the dance studio and being scared to say anything in case of a breach of contract. Now, my friends, of course I still do hold a lot of my criticism for the mother. You can just say the obvious things of why did you not do your research into JoJo and the show she's been a part of and what JoJo represents in the media industry, but at the same time there is also the understanding that her child was dealing with something very difficult, and somebody with the condition that her child had, Leah, would not really get the opportunities of somebody that wasn't dealing with that condition. Of course, because these dance studios don't want to have to deal with some problems that could cause issues in dances and stuff like that, which I do disagree with. I think everybody has the right to these opportunities, but ultimately the entertainment industry, as we have seen, is a very cruel place, so I can understand why she would be so scared to ruin this for her child by speaking up. Of course, we know now she did speak up eventually, but ultimately you can kind of see why for so long she kind of put up with things or looked away from things. You know, in this it describes how they managed to look away from this and pretend that things weren't as bad as they actually thought they were. But ultimately, I can have a little bit of understanding to it, because this is a very unique opportunity, especially for somebody with the condition that Leah has. But just listen to how the environment was described as here. You don't understand the atmosphere, Sanderson says. You're not allowed to say anything. You can't question anything. You're living in fear that you're going to cost your child their opportunity, that they'll get fired, or that they're going to have to get a lawyer, and none of us had that. I mean, is there like the Siwa or something? This is genuinely insane. What, if you speak up against JoJo, does Jesselyn turn up at 2 in the morning? This is actually quite a wild thing to read about a child's competition dance show. But my friends, somehow it only gets even more insane when it starts to describe how bad the financial situation actually got, where it says the mothers were so short on funds that Angie alleges at one point she and Bella's mother started working directly for Jesselyn herself. And you're probably thinking, oh, what were they doing? Were they helping with the dances? Were they helping get all the kids organized and stuff like that? No, they weren't doing that. They were doing this. They alleged that they were organizing JoJo's closet and scrubbing toilets for $20 an hour, according to PayPal receipts provided. I mean, this is genuinely some supervillain shit. Like, this is like so evil and so wrong. These are multi-millionaires with an actual media empire, and they could have easily helped all of the parents who are struggling in this. Because you may be wondering, well, why is the financial situation so bad? Well, basically, a lot of people just had to get up and move so they could support their child's dream, and Jojo and Jesselyn are obviously aware of that, but they did not do anything to help. Even with people on the show struggling with certain conditions, they still did not help, and instead said, well, I'll give you $20 to scrub my poo off my toilets. It's a real sentence that I just said about Jojo Siwa's mother. So yes, it wasn't just the children in this situation. It was very clear that the parents themselves were also struggling. But even then, the struggling of the children only continues to get worse and worse, where it goes on to state that there was barely any time for school and that rehearsals would last for hours. Shoots would extend up for 9 hours, with rehearsal calls sometimes being sent to the girls well after midnight the night before the rehearsal. We would end up working a 9-hour day with no school, says Leah. Every single day it puts us behind. Leah even stated that she logged only 6.6 hours of class time for the entire calendar month of December 2022 because of this show. Which, ladies and gentlemen, if this is true, this would be a very serious indictment on the show and in general the entertainment industry, because when you look at child labor laws, it states that children must have a minimum of 3 hours of school per day whilst they are on set, and I would argue that it should be higher than that. The children have a right to learn. They have a right to just in general enjoy themselves, because this is the thing.
More than a couple hours.
It speaks about how they were on set for 9 hours and how
I don't think they should be
get 3 hours of school as well. That would be a 12-hour work day. No child should be working a 9-hour day, let alone a 12-hour day. They need time to socialize, live their life, become who they are as a human being, but because of these shows, they simply cannot do that.
You're coming with me.
And when we go back and look at Jojo...
The scene's probably jacked up. We're going to see a friend. You're stuck with me. I need to go. I need to, be ready for morning stuff. I appreciate you all. Thank you for spending time with me. YouTube people, the stream is gonna stop. I can't raid on YouTube yet. I can tell you where you're going if you want to hook up with it on Twitch. I got you, homie. Eepers creepers. There you go. It'll be there. I want to say thank you all, Oodles, for hanging out. Thank you for being present. I appreciate you very much. Please have a lovely one. Be safe. Be kind to yourself. Catch y'all later. Be safe.